we're just here to try and get some information and see what you
Got
got.
a special holidays, like help us with
Ciao a tutti. This is Prof Jo at Prof Jo Explains, co-streaming with Surviving the Survivor and Joel Waldman. Joel is still a little under the weather, so he's not joining immediately. We will start without him, and hopefully he will be on sooner rather than later, but as soon as he feels really up to it. This is day 7 of the trial. We are still in the middle of the state's case, and the state has been going through some witnesses who knew Kouri, including a friend of the family who testified to Kouri, saying that there were trouble in the marriage and that her prenup meant that she wouldn't get very much out of it, and he would come out all right, but she wouldn't. We had the medical examiner talk about Kouri making a phone call when there was a supplemental report. They had first done testing on blood, and then they went back about a year later and did testing on the stomach contents, and she had a lot of questions about what that meant. And she made one comment that I thought was pretty helpful to the state when she was asked if Eric had taken any illegal drugs, and she said no, very emphatically. And that's going to come back to, I think, make it harder for the defense in the defense case. We saw a lot of information about tracking where phones were, including about a 3 or 4 minute, more like a 15-minute stretch at the point at which Kouri had said she had found Eric and his body and called the 911, and yet what the phone she saw was her phone going on and off and tracking her moving around in what turned out to be the bedroom, which also is not good evidence for her. So there were other things that came in yesterday. We saw a 13-minute clip. Was it 13? I think it was. Anyway, we saw a clip of the drug dealer, Robert Crosier. He had initially said that he sold Carmen, the housekeeper for Kouri, drugs, fentanyl, on 2 separate occasions. And then he recanted and said, no, he never sold fentanyl. He was coming down from a drug high and can't even remember that he was interviewed, but he certainly never sold any fentanyl. He never had access to fentanyl. He sold oxycodone. And the state was able to introduce a clip of the interview that law enforcement did with Crosier. And I think that is also a pretty helpful clip for the state, because he didn't look, at least to my eyes, unable to focus or so confused he couldn't provide information. He started out denying, but then he went straight to giving a lot of facts about the 2 meetings he had with Carmen.
Administrative issues to ask about. Mr. Bloodworth, give me a preview of the state's witnesses today.
Your Honor, beginning with the forensic accountant, Brooke Carrington. My sense is she takes most, if not all, of the day. But if we get on to additional witnesses, there is 3 witnesses related to insurance coverage that are lined up.
Okay, very good. With respect to Ms. Carrington, we'll need to have a plan for a 404B instruction or instructions. I'd like to do that in an efficient way, Ms. Nestor. Have you given any thought about that?
Well, I have, and my initial thought was to do just a continuing objection to everything, but the reality is there's definitely things she's going to testify to that we agree are appropriate for this trial. And there's a whole bunch of things she's going to testify to that we don't think
So what's
belong
the
in this
plan?
trial. So my thought, what I was planning to do is when she got into an area that we believe falls under our original motion in limine, and I would just stand up and say, we object to 401, 403, 404B, and just make the record right then, no speaking objection, and then you can just rule, and I've made a contemporaneous objection at the time, and we don't have to stop and have arguments. I mean,
Do you have, I feel like we veered into defendant preserving her record for appeal, and that's a different than my question, but we can start there and then go back to my question.
well, I mean,
The
my
403 issue, put that aside.
Okay.
I recognize that it's possible that Ms. Carrington's testimony would get to the point where defendant would want to make a 403 objection based not on unfair prejudice, but on cumulative evidence, wasting time, things like that. And you won't know that till you see it come in. So put that aside. I've already ruled on the unfair prejudice piece. I've already ruled on the 404B issue. I need to give the jury a contemporaneous instruction, though, rather than do it every 15, 20 minutes. I thought it might be better just to do it up front at some point. And it's how to do that in a way that's fair to both sides that I'm asking about.
Well, my concern about that would be that it would, if there's just a blanket instruction, they're not going to know which parts of her testimony that relates to.
Well, in the written jury instructions, I think we're going to have to tell them. We talked about this during the motions in limine hearing, that I think the 404B instruction will need to have some specificity.
404B
Qualitatively, this transaction or that
is
transaction,
other
or
bad
this
acts.
part of this transaction or this conduct in that transaction cannot be considered for, but can be considered for.
It's just that
And that's going to be
what she's going to testify to is vast, right?
Well,
she's-
maybe, I don't know.
She's going to talk about taxes. She's going to talk about business. She's going to talk about assets and liabilities. She's going to talk about.
Yeah, but not all of that is 404B information.
That's exactly my point,
Right.
which it makes it complicated. I mean, if you're recommending that we start with just an admonishment that some of her testimony will involve, I just don't know how you do it before we get to the topic. It's so broad. I don't know how you would even word it. I mean, I'll happily sit down and try to work with the court and the state and try to come up with a broad admonishment.
I don't know why they didn't talk about
I
this
just don't know it's
before.
going to have much effect because she's going to be all over the place.
Well,
And there is a lot of what she's going to testify to that we're like, fine. I mean, it goes to motive. I'm
Yeah.
not going to be unreasonable. I recognize their theory. I disagree with it, but I recognize it. And if they're trying to establish, her financial condition at the time of death, I think that's going to come in. I'm not unrealistic about that. But I think she's going to go pretty far beyond that, right? So at that point, I feel like I'm going to want a contemporaneous objection, and I may want the court, because as you ruled, I think wisely in the motion in limine hearing, a lot of this you can't tell till you hear it as it comes in, because it may have a foundation and it may not. And if it doesn't, I may want to be heard at that time and say, look, we shouldn't even go into any of this because they haven't established how it's linked to motive. They haven't established how it's linked to relevance to this case because of the temporal distance, because it's so far removed from any argument of motive. And at that point, we may need to have a quick break and just talk about it. But I'm going to try to, not be unrealistic about what I expect you will allow in. But I also want the ability to object when I think she's gone way past what we're doing.
Okay. Can we have an agreement that there will be no speaking objection?
Yes, I wasn't planning on doing that anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
That may be the best we can do for now, Mr. Bloodworth. And
So
you have a suggestion?
404B is other bad acts, and you're
I
not
mean,
allowed
I
to.
say 4143444B, but I won't elaborate.
That's fine.
I've got to at least put some ground on the record.
Yeah.
And
just
but you're
don't
not
say the
allowed
same three
to,
rules every time unless you mean it.
Okay.
the jury, to decide
Mr.
because
Bloodworth,
this
anything
person is
further
a
on this?
bad person because the person did
The hope was to
this.
try and not unnecessarily slow down the presentation of evidence, but it just may not be possible to do what I am suggesting.
That therefore the
Your
defendant
Honor,
did.
I think
This
it's possible.
crime.
It's interesting. I don't know. I think the defense, by objecting all along, may draw attention to the amount of 404B evidence.
Well, they're allowed to.
But
make
that's
that
their
choice.
problem.
So it seems to me if that's their choice, let's roll
That's
with it.
right.
All right, we'll take it. We'll do it in real time. If we need to take a break and have a more fulsome conversation, we can do that. Okay. Very good.
So in any event, you can't have other bad acts or crimes come in substantively
Bloodworth, anything
to
before
show
we
that this
invite you?
person is a bad
No.
person and did this
It is.
crime.
No, sir.
Okay.
But you can if it goes to motive, opportunity, intent, other kinds of claims, knowledge, identity. There are all kinds of things when it will be in, but not to show bad character, but to show something else. State of mind at the time. And then 403B, which was the other evidence rule they kept talking about, is the one that says even if the evidence is admissible under other rules of evidence, its probative value, in other words, how much it's going to help the state prove its case that the defendant is guilty of the crime, is outweighed by the prejudice to the defendant. In other words, it's going to be so prejudicial to the defendant that even if it does move the proof ball that the state has to push forward, it doesn't push it forward enough, and the prejudice outweighs. So those are the two rules basically that they were talking about. And the judge, as you heard, already ruled that at least in general, the evidence that's going to the financial stuff, her manipulating, her moving money around, showing that she was in financial trouble and that Eric's death would help with that evidence will not be outweighed by any prejudice to the defendant because it's very probative of motive and of Kouri's state of mind. Now the motion in limine is one that says, the defense says, hey, this shouldn't go in. And then the state says, yes, it can for these reasons. The judge already ruled that in general, the evidence should come in because the probative value is outweighed by prejudice. But there may be a particular piece of evidence where the defense might want to say no foundation for this. In other words, you're not showing that she knew, or you're not showing that she said anything, or it's too remote. It's 3 years ago, it's 4 years ago. It really doesn't have enough of a relationship, this case, that they would take those individual instances of evidence and deal with them on a 404B, 403B analysis. So that's essentially what they're talking about. The judge wanted to give the instruction at the outset, and you heard the lawyer say, there's no way she can think of to do a general instruction. She needs to be able to object as things come up. But she said she's going to be reasonable because certainly some of it is
Scheduling
admissible.
note.
We'll see if
Tomorrow
she's
morning,
reasonable.
We'll begin at 9:30 on Friday. No trial this week. So to the extent you want to make plans for tomorrow morning or for Friday, you have a little bit of unexpected time.
So 9:30
we will
start tomorrow
proceed
and no trial, no
With
court on
additional
Friday.
witnesses in the state's case in chief, Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Brooke Carrington.
And the other thing they agreed to is
You
if
step
she
in
gets
front of
up
Brittany,
to
we'll get
make
you
a
this morning.
motion, she will not say why, she'll just give the rule number.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Judge.
Morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
What, ma'am, is your name?
Brooke Carrington.
Is that spelled Karrington?
Yes.
Okay.
What do you do for a living?
I am a forensic accountant.
What is a forensic accountant?
Well, it is based on accounting, but it takes it some extra steps. Further than that, I look for a lot of the source of funds, the disposition of funds, what the transactions really mean, more than just the balancing of transactions and getting to a black and white number at the bottom. I try to understand more of the landscape and more of why things make sense and why they don't in the financial documentation that I look at.
More of a narrative?
Yes.
What, ma'am, is your education and training in forensic accounting?
I've been at this for 38 years, and I have a bachelor's in English, I have an MBA, and I have several certifications that support that.
Who's your employer?
I have a firm. It's a small firm. We're based in Salt Lake City.
Do you teach or present as it relates to forensic accounting?
Yes, I've presented many times over the years to Masters of Accounting students, mostly quite often at the business school at the University of Utah. And I am the adjunct professor of the fraud examination and forensic accounting course at the University of Utah's business school.
Did you also have a hand in developing the curriculum for that course?
I did. I created it from scratch. I got no help.
You had two hands.
2 hands.
Ma'am, have you testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified in state cases?
State cases, yes.
Federal cases?
Federal cases, yes.
Have you testified on behalf of both plaintiffs and plaintiffs and defendants,
That's correct, yes.
and both the state and the defense?
Yes.
About how many times?
Hundreds. I don't know how many.
When did you begin testifying?
I think the first time I testified for real was probably in 1991 or 2, something like that.
And consistently since then?
Yeah, fairly consistently, yes.
Did the state engage you to forensically examine Kouri Richins' finances and related business practices leading up to and shortly after Eric Richins' death?
Yes.
And to value Eric Richins' estate at the time of his death?
Yes, that's right.
Did the state put any restrictions whatsoever on the scope of your forensic examination?
None.
Did the state restrict the time frame?
No.
Did the state restrict the types of transactions?
No.
The types of loans involved?
No.
Any restrictions at all?
No.
Did the state engage you on May the 31st, 2023?
Yes.
Is Summit County paying you for your time?
Yes, they are.
Are they paying you at your customary rate?
Yes, that's right.
Prior to the state engaging you, did you perform forensic accounting work for the estate of Eric Richins?
Yes, I did.
What accounting work did you perform for the estate of Eric Richins?
As I recall, most of the focus at that time was the use by Kouri Richins of the estates, the family money, and particularly the home equity line of credit that she had taken out against the home where the family lived.
Did there come a time when you stopped working for the estate of Eric Richins?
Yes.
When was that?
Well, I began working for them when Kouri Richins had filed a lawsuit against Katie Benson as the trustee of Eric's estate. And so that was the very end of April into May of 2022. And then I worked throughout that summer. And then at some point, the estate got new attorneys. And I had a Zoom call, maybe 2 with them to kind of get them up to speed. And then after that, I didn't have a role in the case. I recall maybe they asked me for some follow-up to clarify some of the work that I'd already done. So it's really hard for me to determine exactly when I stopped working, but by the fall of 2022, I was done. I did have some additional kind of follow-up stuff. It's kind of a cloudy answer, but that's my best guess.
Did the estate of Eric Richins pay you approximately $14,000 for your services?
Yes.
It doesn't sound
After
like
they
much.
paid you, did you have any further interaction with the estate of Eric Richins?
No.
Ma'am, what documents did you study to conduct your forensic analysis related to this case?
I've reviewed probably hundreds of thousands of documents and their deeds of properties, the loan agreements for the loans on those properties, loan agreements for a set of payday loans that Kouri Richins had, the UCC filings that are filed with the state of Utah associated with many of those loans, bank account statements for 27 accounts, and those include the family account that Eric Richins and Kouri Richins shared, from which they paid their household expenses, Eric's business accounts, Kouri Richins' business accounts, her personal accounts, checking accounts at America First Credit Union, Navy Federal Credit Union, credit card accounts, the home equity line of credit account. I also reviewed, were we just talking documents?
Yeah, let's continue with documents. Did you
Okay.
review any emails?
Tons of emails for many different purposes. I reviewed insurance policies and insurance payout documents, the estate planning documents like the will, the trust, the premarital agreement, the buy-sell agreement that Eric Richins and his business partner had for their business. I've reviewed the real estate purchase contracts, the REPCs for most or all of the properties, specifically the 12 or 13 on the big Midway house.
Did you speak with anybody? Did you speak with anyone as part of your analysis?
I did.
Who did you speak with, or what types of people did you speak with?
Okay, so I interviewed a number of people, interviewed the CPA who had done tax accounting work for the Richins. I interviewed the realtor, Mike Malmrose. I interviewed the insurance companies. I interviewed bank representatives. I interviewed lenders. I interviewed the prior owner of the big Midway house, the current owners of the Midway house, the building department of Wasatch County, that's the permitting entity for the big Midway house.
Did
I feel like I'm
you-
missing somebody, but
Did you interview any representatives from insurance companies?
yes, I did.
It sounds pretty thorough, doesn't it? So she'd already done some work for Eric's family when Kouri sued with regard to how the sister Katie was managing the finances over which Eric had made his sister trustee. So she'd already had some familiarity with the case before the state hired her and she went into a deep dive, but she certainly did a lot of work. It will be really interesting to hear what she has to say, and I don't think it's going to be very favorable to Kouri. Now you can see why the defense is going to argue some of it is remote, because she may have gone back a few years, and the defense is going to argue that some of it is not really relevant to motive or
What, ma'am, is your
anything like that.
methodology or process for forensically examining someone's finances?
My process usually begins with the bank account statements, because though that tells a lot about a business or a person, and helps me understand the landscape of things, and helps create a narrative, because those are the things where it tells me the source of funds, how much it is, how often it comes in, how it's used. And you think about someone who has young kids at home, their expenses are going to look very different than people who are later on in their life. And so it describes a lot. And then also what's left over at the end of the month, and what things look like over time. And that helps me understand then, I get to know an account specifically, and I get to know what's typical in that account. And then therefore it helps me understand what is atypical, so what's not typical. And it also helps me understand the different points along a chronology about what happened when, and that is also very informative.
Does that inform the narrative that you referenced?
Yes, it does.
Let's please now step through how you applied your methodology in this case, okay?
Okay.
Did you apply your methodology in this case by first analyzing Kouri Richins' bank accounts?
That was my beginning point, yes.
What bank accounts did she have?
She had her business account for K. Richins Realty, and that's at America First Credit Union. And we refer to the the bank account number by the last four digits, just for brevity, 6577. And then she had a personal checking account at America First Credit Union that's technically a joint checking account. It was opened about the time that Eric and Kouri Richins got married. Over time, I can't see any indication that Eric ever even used that account. So that's what I refer to as Kouri's personal account, 5244. Her Navy Federal Credit Union account, there's just, there's a line of credit there and a checking account. The checking account especially is one that becomes important. The family account at America First Credit Union, that's where the household expenses were paid. It's a joint account. 2204 is that one. And then I know you asked me about Kouri's accounts, but I also looked at Eric's business accounts, 7664, and then he also had a personal account.
A lot of accounts.
Let's go back to Kouri Richins' accounts.
Okay.
You mentioned business accounts. To analyze her business accounts, did you first have to understand her business?
Yes, that's helpful.
Scott, can I get 4-4, please?
There was a comment in the text by .U Forum. She wasn't paid enough. The $14,000 was what she did for the when she represented or she helped with the estate litigation. We don't know what she actually got from the state for this. We may, when the defense gets up there, they may ask her.
Scott, can you scroll through that, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the business registration that K. Richins Realty filed with the state of Utah. And this was returned in response to a subpoena that the prosecution sent to the state.
Your Honor, the state moves 4-4 into evidence.
States 4-4 is admitted.
Your Honor, can the court publish it, please?
There you go.
Okay,
Okay, ma'am.
certified
What-
copy.
Beginning with the header, does this document tell us?
It tells us the registration number, which is a number the state gives it. The business name is K. Richins Realty LLC. It's a limited liability company. It was registered April 26th of 2019.
Page 2, Scott. What, ma'am, does this page tell us?
Well, it repeats the name of the business, K. Richins Realty. Article 2 shows that it's in the business of selling and buying real estate.
Did you investigate kind of what part of the selling and buying of real estate business Kouri Richins was involved in?
Yes.
What part?
Well, she's a licensed realtor, but mostly she's in the business of buying and selling real estate for the purpose of fixing and flipping it. So buying a home, remodeling it, rehabbing it, and selling it.
If you could look down at Article 3, what information does this provide?
This shows who the registered agent is, and that is Kouri Richins, and the 282 Willow Court in Camas is the family home.
Did you investigate whether K. Richins Realty used any additional business addresses?
Yes,
Did she?
yes,
Do you know that address?
yes. It's a P.O. box in Camas, P.O. Box 759 in Camas.
Page 3, please, Scott.
I can see why the prosecutor
does
said this
Article
is going
4
to be all
tell us?
day.
Article 4 is the section where the members of that company are listed, and this lists Eric Richins at the family home.
Can we go back down, Scott? Next page, please. What, ma'am, does this tell us?
So this is, as it states, the summary of the online changes. It's very typical for companies when ownership changes or the address changes that they can go into the portal and change things. So this shows that 4 days later, the previous member was changed to be Kouri Richins, removing Eric Richins.
So am I right then that the business was registered on April the 26th and then in Eric Richins' name, and then 4 days later, the member was changed to Kouri Richins?
That's right.
Going forward, did the member remain Kouri Richins?
That's correct. I've checked it periodically and there have been no changes.
Thanks, Scott. Ma'am, what in terms of financing and accounting is an alter ego?
An alter ego is where there are a couple of businesses or a business and a person that are so related that they're indistinguishable. And that can be the commingling of funds, or one relies so heavily on the other for capitalization. There's such a sameness that there's no distinguishing one from the other.
Did you analyze the relationship between Kouri Richins and K. Richins Realty to determine whether there are any indicators that they are alter egos of each other?
I did.
Are there any indicators?
There are many, yes.
And what are they?
The use of funds, the transfer of funds between the business and the person assist each other. There is a sameness, the same addresses are used, the same accounts are used. The business account is primarily for business, but there are many personal expenses that do appear there. And so, and the capitalization for the business squarely comes from the acts of Kouri Richins.
When analyzing Kouri Richins' business and personal accounts, what first struck you?
Well, I usually take a first pass and just to try and absorb things. And when I got to October of 2021, there are many transactions that didn't clear the bank. Either they didn't clear the bank without a fee. Some of them were overdrafted and paid by the bank, and some were just returned non-sufficient funds. Most of us know that as NSF. And the account was perpetually in the hole. Even though there was money coming in, it was going out at a very exhaustive pace. And then
Let me stop you there. We'll unpack this bit by bit.
Okay.
Scott, can I get 5-106 Delta, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Can't see it. My apologies.
Yes, I do.
Did you prepare this document?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
This is drawn directly from the K. Richins Realty account 6577 at America First Credit Union.
State moves to admit 5-106 Delta.
No objection.
States 5-106 Delta is admitted.
Can the court publish it, please?
Done.
Okay, let's zoom in on this. What generally does this exhibit depict?
So this is just the overdraft and non-sufficient funds transactions for each of these months, just in that one account. And so I started in January of 2021, and this follows through March of 2022.
Does this provide us, or does this tell us that for that 15-month period, there were 236 overdraft or non-sufficient fund transactions from that single account?
That's correct. So
And that the amount of transactions that tried to pass but didn't was $360,000?
that's right.
And that as a result of that, this account was assessed $5,600 in fees?
That's correct.
Does this exhibit provide you as a forensic accountant any information regarding trends?
Yes. As I mentioned before, I try to understand the chronology of things, and so understand kind of what is typical for an account. So when things change, I can understand that a little bit more, or at least seek to find an understanding of it. So if you go down the number of transactions column, what I did is just count up the number of transactions in a particular month, and you can see that for most of the year 2021, it's minimal, de minimis, not really that big of a deal, relatively speaking. And then in October through the end of March, it's a drastic increase in funds that did not clear the bank, or transactions that didn't clear the bank without a fee. And then if you go over to the amount column, that represents the amount. I just added up the transactions, the value of each transaction in each of those months. So in November and December, those are separate buckets of transactions that she tried to pay without a fee, and that didn't happen. So 91,000 in each of those months.
So let me just pick an example. December. Does this show that in December she had 77 overdraft or non-sufficient fund transactions totaling $91,000.
That's what that says,
And
yes.
that costs $2,000.
Yes,
And that trend, that upward trend began in October and continued through March.
that is correct.
Did you trace these overdraft and non-sufficient fund transactions?
I did.
What did she use the money for?
A lot of them were debt payments or expenses that she either paid or attempted to pay to rehab vendors like contractors and subs and trades for her properties.
Did she also try to pay herself?
Yes, she did.
Scott, can I get 5-109 Delta, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
This also drew from that same account at America First, the Kouri Richins Realty account 6577, and the personal account 5244 in some instances, and then also that Navy Federal Credit Union checking account for Kouri Richins.
The state moves to admit 5-109 Delta.
5-109D is admitted.
Okay, can we go in, Scott, please? Zoom on that, yeah, that kind of left-hand block. Perfect. What, ma'am, does this depict?
They are pairs. And so on the left hand, these are the checks that Kouri Richins wrote from her Navy Federal Credit Union account to herself and deposited them into the America First Credit Union accounts. And they were returned unpaid. They bounced.
So does this show that Kouri Richins wrote approximately $60,000 in checks to herself beginning in August of 2021 through May of 2022 that bounced?
That's correct.
And she wrote them from a checking account that had a balance of either that had a balance that ranged between negative $51 and $29.
That's right.
So taking the December 23rd, 2021 line as an example, does this show that on December the 23rd, Kouri Richins wrote a check from her Navy Federal account for $10,000, deposited that in her America First Credit Union account at a time that she was $51 in the hole on her Navy account?
That's correct. She wrote two of those checks, the one for $10,000 and then the next one for $4,000.
Got it. Then there was another $10,000 the next day, right?
That's right.
Thanks, Scott.
It's frozen up.
No problem. Let's fix it. One moment, please. Scott, if you'd unplug and plug back in. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, ma'am, you mentioned how in analyzing the non-sufficient and overdraft fund transactions, that beginning in October, there was an increase in the number of overdraft and NSF transactions. Did that cause you to then drill down into the October through March bank statements?
I did, yes.
Scott, can I please get 5-29 Delta? Echo. Foxtrot. Golf. Hotel. Ma'am, do you recognize Exhibit 5-29D through H?
Yes, I do.
Generally, what are they?
They are the America First Credit Union bank account statements for the Kouri Richins Realty account 6577 from October 21 to February 22 that America First Credit Union responded pursuant to a subpoena from the prosecution.
Your Honor, the state moves Exhibits 5-29D through H into evidence.
No objection.
5-29D through H are admitted.
Scott, can we bring up, please, 5-29D to publish? Ma'am, for those of us whose spouses handle the banking, what are we looking at?
This is a bank account statement.
What I'd like to do is, well, did you analyze this bank account statements and the others to, or did you analyze them?
Yes, I did.
If agreeable, can you maybe grab, there's a hand mic up there.
If you promise to stay tethered to the podium and turn your lab off.
I just turned it off, Your
There
Honor.
you go.
Thanks, Judge.
Ms. Carrington, what I'd like you to do, please, is walk the jury through how you analyze this bank statement. Oh, we have a pointer.
I don't really agree.
Please ask Scott to blow it up, highlight it.
Okay. Does this work? Scott, would you please, let's start with the header. Okay, so this is the header that shows. Scott, am I doing this right? Okay, this is the header. So this will show the owner of the account. This is Kouri Richins Realty LLC. This is that PO Box 759 in Camas that we talked about. And then this is the account statement for October 31st of 2021. Here's the account number 6577. And then this section below is the summary account, the summary of the account. So there's a share savings that is reported on this bank account statement along with the checking account. And it shows at the end of the month, these two accounts were in the negative 1,684.75. So this is that same month that we've just been talking about. And so then I would start to look at the transactions. So Scott, can we do the body, please? Maybe just the checking is fine. Okay, so what happens here is we have the posted date. The effective date is like the date of that the transaction came through, and then the posted date is when it is posted to the account. So you can see in the body here under the description, some of them are very descriptive. You can tell who the payee is. That's the entity who receives the money on this transaction. Some do not. They say bank-to-bank transfer, and we'll go back to that in a little bit. And then you go over here to the transaction amount. I'm just going to skip it. Excuse me. You go here to the transaction amount, and these are negatives, meaning they're paid out of the account. And if they do not have a negative here, that's a deposit into the account. And then on the far right is the running total balance of the account. Sorry.
I have it.
Did you? Oh, thank you. Okay, Scott, can we go to the next page, please? So, oh, I'm sorry. Can we back up a little bit? Back to the first page, transactions. Sorry. Okay, so this part here, down here, these automatic withdrawals. Chemical Bank is the payment on a HELOC. It's usually more than $100, but that's what that is. And then the Delta Bridge, Blue Bridge, Fairmont, and Zahava are going to become familiar names. Those four I could see posting on October 1st. And then Scott, could we please go to the second page? And then you can see that those, we'll get to those in a second. She also has Boomerang ×3 and Fund Fi. And so the Boomerang ones we can describe in a minute are property payments that are monthly. And this Fund Fi is $3,107 that she obligated to pay every single week. Can we go down to the bottom, please? Okay, stop. A little bit up, please. Okay, right there is good. Okay, so remember those names from before. We can get to here. Remember these four names, Delta Bridge, Blue Bridge, Fairmont, and Zahava. Those were paid on October 1st. They're also paid on October 4th, down here on October 5th, and then on October 6th. These are four payday lenders. They're accounts receivable loans where she's committed to pay every single day these amounts over here. So $2,100 a day plus the other ones that we've noted. And so.
Sure. Are you also, well, go down and you can put it also. What, if anything, are you seeing about, I gotta be tethered. What, if anything, are you seeing about the balance history as you're looking at this?
So I'm looking here. Let's see if I can get this to go over to the running total over here on the side. You can see at the top of where we're looking here, she gets down to about $2,600 in the account. And then here comes $16,800 into the account, bumps it back up. And then there's those daily payments that she has to pay. And then she gets another bump of $18,900. And then down here at the bottom, you see this $39,000 coming in. That's a deposit from Merchant Capital. So those are representing incoming funds to the account. And so that caused me to look at where those are coming from, especially these that say just the bank-to-bank transfer up here. I'm sorry, this is not working. This bank-to-bank transfer here, this bank-to-bank transfer here. So where did those come from? And so that caused me then to look at the UCC filings.
Scott, can you go to the next page, please? Does that trend of automatic withdrawals to service debt just continue throughout the month of October?
Yes, it did. You can see, again, the same devices, and I don't agree. I'm so sorry. Okay, you can see the same payments here. Then she's added a few. Here's the Advantage platform is a new one. And then you go down here, Fund Fi Merchant is a new one. Greengrass Capital is one that she's been paying for a while. And this one will be significant. Kind of put a pin in this one, $5,438. So she's got all these others that are daily payments. Fund Fi and Greengrass Capital are weekly payments. And so what I started to do was calculate how much were these debt payments and who were these lenders, what are these loans? And so she's obligated herself on these, the consistent for of $2,100 every day. So that's about $10,000 a week. And then she adds the Fund Fi for $3,100 and the Green Grass for $5,438. And that's every single week she has to come up with that money to stay current and avoid default, because the default clauses on all of these, they're already starting at high interest rates. But if they go into default, the interest rate almost doubles.
And then, ma'am, what else as we go through? We can just go down, maybe, Scott, to the end of the statement. Just scroll through so we can look at the balance history. What is the balance history, if anything, telling you?
Well, the balance history fluctuates greatly, right? And it hovers into the low figures, and then it goes into the negative. And then this is what I'm talking about, where you see here, like on, starting on about October 13th, these start to be overdrawn, and they were paid initially. And then you look over here at the account balance, it starts to go into the negative. And so then that, if you, let's go to the next page. Just maybe start at the top. And so then you can see here that these were, the top ones were returned. They incurred a fee. She's got a little bit of money coming in, but not much. And then if you, can we scroll down, please? Then this just really caught my eye, that something obviously was going on at this time. Here she's trying to pay for business expenses, for debt payments, a couple of personal expenses, and these are all being returned. And she's $6,000 in the hole at the end of this page. Can we go to the next page, please? She has a new deposit from a new lender, One Main Financial, on October 20th for $31,680. And then she used that money, as you can see, you just pay attention to the balance on the right-hand side. She used that to pay debt. And then you can also see here on the 20th, she's got CashNet USA, which is a new one. Can we scroll down a little bit more, please? Oh, let's stop here. Right here on October 22nd, this bank-to-bank transfer, she's got $77,000 that comes in here. This is where she's sold one of her properties. So in addition to selling her properties, and she's got the accounts receivable loans, the payday loans, she has money coming in. But then I started to look at the velocity, how quickly, how long did that money last? And so if we keep scrolling down, you can see, and can we continue, please? Next page. She pays for some rehab expenses for painters and things like that. She's managing the business using some of her revenues from her sales of properties, but then she's also incurring more and more debt because it's not enough. And you can see here on October 27th, she's got a new one for QSF Capital. And this payment, so there's QFS Capital. This lender gives her the income in stages. And then you see down, Scott, can you highlight October 27th, where QFS Capital, down, that one, please? The $1,689.75. And that's a payment that she needs to pay every day in order to stay current on that. So that's on top of the other loans that she already has to pay. You can see down on the 28th, the very bottom line of this screen, on October 28th, you can see another payment right there for QFS Capital of $1,689.75. And so then back to my process, I start to look at this and try to understand where this money is coming from, who these lenders are, where the money is going to, and what's the end game.
Perfect. Let me.
Thank you.
I have
Okay,
one
now,
thing.
that was the October statement, correct?
Excuse me, yes.
My fault.
Fine.
We're not going to go through November, December, January, February, but let me ask you, do those months present the same as October?
Yeah, and the fundamental nature, yes.
And by fundamental nature, do you show that, or do you mean that she had similar debt service throughout that time period?
Similar, yes. I mean, there are changes, of course, but yes, the same fluctuations in the bank account, the same adding new lenders consistently, and using a lot of the new money to pay for debt.
Do those other statements present the same low balance history?
Yes.
Does she deplete whenever she receives funds into the account? Does she deplete them with similar velocity?
Object to leading.
Overruled.
Yes.
So you just said that analyzing this statement caused you to caused you to next analyze her debt. Is that right?
That's right.
Let's turn there, please. Scott, can I get 5-13 Delta? And I think there are 4 pages. If you could scroll through them, please.
This working around on the
113.
debt payments makes me think Kouri should have worked for the U.S. government. That's not a political statement. It's descriptive of what we seem to be doing for a long time, just racking up more debt and spending a lot of the money just to cover debt payments. Who knew?
Ma'am, do you
Kouri
recognize
could have been a
that?
successful government
Did you
worker.
prepare it?
I did.
What material did you review to prepare it?
So this was a combination of the bank account statements, the loan documents for the accounts receivable payday loans, the credit card accounts, her lines of credit at different banks, and the home equity line of credit.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-113 Delta.
No objection.
5113D is admitted.
Can we please publish the first page? Ma'am, what does this depict?
So in that same time period as before, starting in January of 2021 through March of 2022, the total debt she owed on And
Go ahead.
sorry. The orange line along the bottom is the total debt paid. And then the blue line above is the total debt owed. And this is for, again, all the real estate, all the lines of credit, credit cards, and the payday loans.
Does this exhibit show that between January 21 and March of 22, her debt was generally increasing except for a dip between, call it August and February?
That's
Wow.
correct.
And that whole time, the amount she was paying to service that debt remained generally the same except for a blip in April of 2021?
That's right.
Scott, can I get page 2 of this exhibit, please? And we can take down page 3. Ma'am, what does this depict?
This is that same concept. I just wondered if we might want to discuss this without the real estate. So this is just the loans, the lines of credit, the credit cards, payday loans. So I've just taken out the loans on the properties.
So does this, for example, show that in March of 22, she owed $800,000 in non-real estate debt?
That's what this shows, yes.
And she was also that month paid about $80,000 to service the debt,
That's right.
which is about the same $80,000 she was paying to service everything.
It is the same. Well, and for most of her real estate loans were balloons. So her notes were balloons, like a 6 month. She'd borrow here and they did not require monthly pay. Most of them did not require monthly payments. And so that's why you'd see the same numbers there.
Scott, can we split that with page 4, please?
It's amazing to me that these lenders,
Graph of what's on the left-hand side.
look at that.
That's right. So the same concept, just without the loans on the real estate.
The total debt owed seems to flatline about October 2021.
Yes, it pretty much does. Yeah.
Why?
There are a lot of reasons why. I don't know all of them. It looks to me like she's just exhausted her funding sources, and there are very few new funding sources that kind of come in after that first period. You know, we talked a lot about some of the new ones. Kind of after that, there weren't a lot of new ones. And so that's the explanation I believe is correct.
That was part of my question. Why would lenders keep lending with this as her background and what she's doing?
Does understanding Kouri Richins' debt narrative begin with any particular loan?
Yes.
What loan?
When she started her business, the home equity line of credit that was taken out in March of 2019.
What is a home equity line of credit?
So it is a loan, but the funds are held and they're available for a borrower to draw from as needed. So it could sit there just as an open line of credit and not be used. And it's based on whatever equity that someone has in their home.
And was the home involved the home that she and Eric Richins and their children lived in?
Yes, it did.
Scott, can I get 6-1, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this agreement?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the warranty deed from November of 2012, in which Eric Richins took ownership of the property that he bought from Clint and Katie Benson. This is the Willow Court home.
Your Honor, the state moves 6-1 into evidence.
No objection.
It's 6-1.
Did anybody hear that? What was the date?
Scott, if you could zoom in on kind of the top half.
Let's see if we can see. Still
Ma'am,
don't see the
what
date.
information does this provide?
So the warranty deed is the transfer of ownership. And so shows that Clint and Katie Benson previously owned the property, and Eric Richins is the new owner of the property. Lot D11 Wild Willow subdivision is the, part of the legal description. And then finally, there's the date of November 9th, 2012.
Was this the warranty deed in place on the home at the time the HELOC was taken out?
Yes.
Thank you, Scott. Can you please bring up 5-4?
Your Honor, we would, at this point, lodge a 404B objection to this document and all the testimony that flows from it.
Would you approach, please?
This document and all the testimony that went with it talk about a general claim. Well, with that much debt that she was trying to service and the debt just increasing, I don't know how she slept at night. You'd think she'd be on pins and needles, difficult to live with, increasingly stressed. I know I would. It will be interesting to see what the money situation looked like after he died, or at least what she thought it was going to look like after he died. It's also unclear to me what he's doing when she's doing this. He had no idea that she was running up this level of debt. I guess it's possible it was her business and he let her run her business. She was a functioning adult. And
State moves to admit 5-4.
Any objection, Ms. Nestor?
Just same objection, but I understand what was said at the bench.
Okay. States 5-4 is admitted. I'll publish it now.
this is borrowing
Scott,
from
if you
Peter
could
to pay
zoom in,
Paul
please,
and
on
vice
that top
versa.
third. Yep. Ma'am, what is this?
This is the HELOC, the home equity line of credit. This is the agreement that kind of outlines the terms of the loan.
And who does it identify as the borrower?
Eric Richins.
And what does it identify as the credit limit on the loan?
$250,000.
Oh, this is the fraud, the signing his name business. Thank you. Why, my God, why you're going to banker yourself
Scott, if you can
with all
scroll
these
down
gifts. Thank you.
to the first
Thank you.
signature. Actually, it may be the only signature. Can you zoom in on the signature, please? Ma'am, who does this show signed as the borrower?
The borrower was Eric Richins, but signed by Kouri Richins as attorney in fact.
And she signed as attorney in fact for Eric Richins on March the 19th, 2019?
Yes.
Thank you. Scott, please. 5-89 Delta. Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
I used the HELOC statements from TCF Bank / Huntington Bank.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-89 Delta.
No objection.
5-89D is admitted.
Ma'am, what does this depict?
So along the top are the months, every other month, but each bar represents a month. And the negative numbers indicate the balance of the loan as of that month. So for example, on March 1st, well, March of 2019, there was a draw of $60,000 shortly after the loan was approved. And so that stayed at that balance for a few months. And then following that, every month I've just taken the balance of the account and depicted it in a bar.
And the bars go downward because this is a negative number. It's the amount owed.
That's right. And so I've got like on the left-hand side, those are negative numbers. And you can see the negative 250,000. That's the limit, the credit limit of this loan. And so you can see relative to the credit limit where the balance was in any given month.
What did you determine was the balance on the HELOC at the time of Eric Richins' death?
At the time of his death, it was over its limit, $254,000.
Did you analyze the payments made towards this balance?
Yes.
You mentioned the 60 was a draw. So what did your analysis show regarding payments?
With the exception of one, the payments were interest-only payments, so the minimum payment. And then you can see in October of 2020, there's a rise in the balance. There was a $50,000 payment made in October 2020. And so that's why the balance is different there. And then by the June and July of 2021, it was at its balance or exceeding.
So am I right then that but for the one $50,000 payment in October 2020, the only payments were minimum monthly interest payments?
That's correct.
Were you able to trace the HELOC draws to see where the money went?
Yes.
What did you determine?
They were by and large for rehab expenses related to Kouri Richins projects.
Let me back up half a step. When you analyze the payment history, what were the source of the payment? What was the source of the payments?
The source of the payments that made those interest-only payments and the $50,000, those were from the K. Richins Realty accounts and sometimes from the Kouri's personal checking 5244 from America First.
So am I right then that the money was drawn from the HELOC to support Kouri Richins' business, and the payments were made from Kouri Richins to the HELOC.
That's correct.
Any transaction history involving Eric Richins?
Not that I could see. I've looked at every transaction available. I couldn't see any.
Thank you, Scott. Can I get 5-6, please?
Sorry, Scott. Let me work on that. Scott, if you would briefly disconnect and reconnect so I can see your connection again.
It's hard to hear. Can anybody hear that?
And there you go, Mr. Blood.
Scott, can you scroll through that, please?
Would you scroll through this one more time for me, Scott?
Hey, can you stop there for just a minute?
One more page. Okay. I now understand. Go ahead.
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the original draw of $60,000, a copy of that. And this was from TCF National Bank / Huntington Bank in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-6.
No objection.
5-6 is admitted.
Scott, if you could zoom in on the check.
I had no
Ma'am, who's the
idea
check made out
accountants.
to?
It's payable to Eric Richins.
Do you know why?
Object to speculation.
So you lay a little foundation.
Could be such detectives, investigators.
Ms. Carrington, who was the home equity line of credit? Who was the borrower for the home equity line of credit?
Eric Richins.
Is it typical for the borrower to be the named payee on draws of an account?
Yes.
Did you trace where this $60,000 went?
Yes.
Thank you. Scott, can I get 5-7?
Your Honor, at this point, I renew my 404B objection.
Would you folks approach for a second?
Carla M., that's really generous. Thank you so much. I can't say how much I appreciate the generosity of people who are watching with me. This is certainly a particular kind of being a detective. You have to like looking at lots and lots of numbers. But then piecing together the story, I think, would be fascinating. Okay, there's Eric's sister, and to her right is his brother-in-law. She very clearly is very good at her job. How much of the day do you think Kouri had to spend keeping track and moving the money around? Tara Wells, thank you so much for the gift. I really appreciate it. Very much so. As the debt service is showing up over here, gifts are coming in on this end. Maybe we should watch a lot more debt service. But thank you. Does anybody have any idea how much time this would take to keep track of where you've got to be putting the money? And where you're going to find the money? And how you're going to keep track of everything? She must have quite the brain to compartmentalize so she can be doing this and then move over to something else and forget about this while she's doing something else. You know, there's research done on male brains and female brains, and one of the things they seem to have found is that the female brain, the connections come, so the ability to compartmentalize is at least not as readily there as in the male brain. Annalie Finch, thank you so much for the gift. I appreciate it. I keep saying I appreciate it, but I really do. It's very, very kind of you. Why don't we hear her?
Transactions.
And did you trace that 60,000 draw that we just looked at into this account?
I did.
Can you please show us where it lands in this account?
Yes, I think.
Very well, thanks.
Second. If you can see on March 29th, there's a deposit of $60,000 into the account.
Did you then trace the funds from that account?
I did.
Where did the funds go?
Basically for rehab expenses and debt payments. Well, yeah.
Rock and Duck, thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Scott.
Space Coast, if you enhanced that, you did a great job. I mean, how many accounts?
Scott, can I get 6-23D, please?
That she had to keep?
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
I used the loan documents for the different properties, the deeds, the warranty deeds and trust deeds for the properties, the bank account statements for Kouri Richins Realty and Kouri Richins. I think that's it.
I'd look.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 6-23 Delta.
$10.16 Debs, thanks. I'm trying to get my thanks in
That's the
between.
one page, right?
It is.
Okay.
No objection.
6-23 Delta is admitted.
In the testimony. Because
Ms. Carrington, what does this depict?
This is purchase timeline, purchase of the properties for these years by Kouri Richins Realty and Kouri Richins.
What trend information, if any, does this depiction provide?
Well, the numbers of, there are a couple of things. The numbers of projects from 1 in 2019 to 5 in 2020 to 15 in 2021, and then finally the one project in 2022. And then also the aggregated amount. So this is based on the purchase price. So she purchased one $215,000 in 2019, and then when it gets 21, it's 6.7 million for all of those projects.
I don't know whether that's the feed or what, but it's breaking up and echoing both.
Hey, all, I'm
What
here.
does your teaching?
Spacey's going to try to fix this. It's coming off the feed, I believe.
Yeah, I think so
I
too.
look at a lot of businesses, and it doesn't matter what kind of industry or what kind of business or what kind of solvency they have. Managing growth is really challenging, and managing this kind of exponential growth is challenging for any kind of a business. And so this depicts that, I mean, you don't really need to know much else, but to see a growth from 5 projects to 15 from one year to the next, or 2.2 to 6.7 in 1 year, that presents a challenge for anybody.
Did
She's
you
very
analyze
good.
each of the purchases depicted here?
Yes, I did.
Scott, can I get exhibit 6-24 Delta, please?
It's certainly an
Ma'am, do you
amazing
recognize
picture.
this?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
A lot of those same documents, a lot of the deeds, the warranty deeds, trust deeds, the trust deeds show or reflected of the loans. So all the loan documents, the primary lender, all the second, third, and fourth lender, position lenders that I call rehab lenders, the settlement statements for the purchase, the settlement statements for the sale, and then what the rehab expenses were. And for that, I've used what Kouri Richins reported to her tax preparer, and then I did an analysis of every transaction in her accounts to understand what the expenses
We'll get there in
were.
a minute. Thank you.
Okay,
I want to admit it first.
sorry.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 6-24 Delta.
No objection.
6-24D is admitted.
Scott, can you show that in split screen 2 pages?
Mr. Bloodworth, for me personally, will you identify a spot where we can take a restroom break?
Yeah, Sean, I got it planned out right after.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, do each of these columns, and we're going to drill down in some here in a minute, but do each of these columns vertically depict one of those transactions, one of those
Yeah.
property transactions?
Yes, each column is one property.
Scott, let's zoom in on the far left column and the first property. Can you please explain to the jury what that far left column, purchase, sale, rehab expenses, depicts?
Yes. So at the top, it's the 550 house. The address is 550 and 550, and it's in Heber. So it's called, I call it the 550 house. It was $215,000 to purchase.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Let me stop you. I'm one column to the left.
Oh, sorry. Okay. The first section is the purchase. So that's the purchase, what she borrowed to buy it, and there were other funds that she borrowed, and then the closing costs. And so the equity in the property at the time of the purchase.
Okay. And then what's the next column? The next section, the sales section?
That's so when she sold it, what was the sales price? She had to repay those borrowed funds. If I knew the closing costs, I've included them. If I haven't, if I wasn't sure I had the final settlement statement, I didn't include it. And then I get what the net proceeds were at the time of the sale. So that would have been the amount that landed in her bank account.
Okay. And then the bottom rehab expenses section. What is that and how did you calculate it?
So the rehab expenses, as I said, that she reported some to her tax preparer, her CPA, and most of the times I went back to her bank account and I looked at her memo notations about which project a specific expense was for. They're not all labeled.
Let me stop you there. Why did you not use the expenses that she gave to her tax CPA?
They were not correct.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor, can we approach?
Yep.
There we go again. This witness, Joel, is really very good. She's very clear. And the amount of work she did looking at these accounts is just amazing. I had not realized that forensic accountants could be such detectives in terms of tracking money in and tracking money out.
Yeah, I guess
Really
that's why they say follow the money. But what is her bottom line being? Because I see a lot of comments like, how did Kouri even have time to do anything? I mean,
Yeah, well, she has all these accounts, and she was paying a lot in debt, and she was borrowing to pay the, to pay the debt. She was selling properties to cover the debt. She was moving money back and forth, and that's what I think the chat is talking about, how she was able to keep track of all of it.
yeah.
One of them was, she talked about it earlier, that the amount of debt payment in a month that she had to make was I'd have to go back and look, but it was a pretty large number.
And how was she doing? Was she just like Bernie Madoffing from one account to another?
She was doing a little of that. She was selling property. She was getting banks to lend her more money, which I was astonished by because the record was such, I don't know what they were doing. I wouldn't lending her more money.
Yeah. And it's well, I mean, this is a couple of years ago, but it's gotten significantly harder to get a loan too. Although I don't think it was that easy, even when she was trying.
And she also appears got a loan. I think it was home equity on their house, signing Eric's name to get some cash. So we don't even know the extent of the financial manipulation because that's all in another trial. We're only getting sort of a little snapshot in order for the state to be able to show motive and what she was up to. But there's another trial where there's a multiple number of counts on the amount of financial manipulation she was engaged in. I said she should have worked for the federal government because she certainly understood, just doing more debt service about as poorly as the federal government does. She's paying so much in debt service.
Yeah. This comment's interesting because not only is she a forensic accountant, but she's great in how she tells a story.
She is. She's very good. Very good.
I think if you get a forensic accountant, that's the challenge. They're good with numbers.
Okay, ma'am, you said you did not use expense reporting to the tax accountants because they were inaccurate. How then did you determine the rehab expenses?
So I went through every transaction in that Kouri Richins Realty 6577 account. And I looked at the check copies and I looked at the notations. Sometimes the transactions had a notation or a payee in the body of the statement. So I took those, and quite often Kouri Richins would write on a check, this is for Mill Creek, or this is for Centerville, or this is for Sandy. And so then I've taken those at face value, and it's a sorting exercise. So that's how I arrived at this number.
Were you able to allocate all rehab expenses to particular projects?
I was not.
So if it's shown in the accounting for one particular project, you can definitely trace it to that project.
Based on Kouri Richins notations, yes.
And by using the approach of not allocating expenses unless you were certain, is that a conservative approach to accounting?
Back to leading.
Let's let him finish the question, then I'll rule on it. Would you state it again for me, sir?
By not allocating expenses to a particular project unless you could trace them to that project. Is that a conservative accounting approach?
It is.
Overruled.
Does it underestimate the expenses for one particular project?
It does. For example, in 2021, there's $400,000 of expenses that I can tell go to trades or vendors, her subs, for projects, but I can't tell what project they're for. So there's $400,000 in 2021.
So that 400,000 doesn't even appear on this entire chart,
That's right.
but you know they were expenses towards rehab.
They were the same payees. So yes,
You also mentioned that you didn't include closing costs at sale unless you were certain of them.
right. Because there are different versions, different draft versions of a settlement statement, and they change as the title company's trying to get to the final numbers. So if I wasn't confident that was the final one that I had, then I've left that blank.
Now let's talk about the net proceeds, the 100. Let's go into the 550 house. That's just the first one. We'll take it as an example, okay?
Okay,
So she purchased that house for $215,000, is that right?
that's right.
And she borrowed $221 initially on it.
Yes,
She had $7,000 in closing costs.
yes,
So does that first total negative $13,800 show that the minute she closed on the house, she was $13,800 in the hole?
that's right.
And is that why it is color coded red on your chart?
Yes,
Okay, and then she rehabbed it
that's correct.
and she sold it. And she sold it for $404,000.
Yes,
But she had all kinds of transaction costs. She had to repay borrowed funds. She had closing costs, perhaps none on this project. And at the end of the day, when she sold it, what amount of money hit her bank account?
$145,802
And how do you know that?
because it hit her bank account.
And can you see it in her bank account statement?
Yes,
Now, we get down to the rehab expenses for the 550 house, that column. You were able to trace 98,000 to it.
yes,
There may be more out there, but you were only able to trace 98,000 to it.
yes,
So for this project, she made, it appears, based on your conservative accounting, $47,000.
right. And I have that in gray because so much of the HELOC funds were used for this project. She bought this. She had the HELOC in March, and then she started drawing on it again when she bought this property in August of 2021. And I believe that some of those funds were, I don't want to double dip. So I've left it gray.
This shirt
Because it's
exists.
gray, she
COE
made-
can
she
get you a
made
link to this, guys.
$47,000 or less on this house.
Yeah, and I think she probably made a profit, bottom line profit on this house.
Let's turn to one more example, please, okay? Scott, can I get the Mill Creek example? Okay. Make sure we all understand. She purchased, does this say that she purchased the Mill Creek house for $650,000?
Yes,
And that she borrowed 3 times right away, $721,115 and 41.
yeah, so she bought this in March. So the borrowed funds of 721 is what she borrowed out of the gate. And then the 115 came a few months later.
Okay. And how about the 40?
And that was also a few months later.
So kind of equity at the time of purchase or within a few months of purchase, she was $228,000 in the hole on this house.
Yes,
She sold it for $115,000, or sorry, $1,115,000.
that's correct.
But she had closing costs. She had to repay what she bought on it. And she had $836,000 in costs unrelated to the rehab. Is that correct?
Right, that's just the loan, and you'll notice that the repayment of borrowed funds is the same amount as the borrowed funds above.
Right.
So I'm sorry, I can't remember exactly why I did that, but that is the interest should be on top of that. So that's a conservative amount. There should be interest payment or interest costs.
Why did you not include the interest costs?
I can't remember. I had a reason, and I can't remember.
But your reason at bottom was it was conservative to not include them?
It was she had to repay at least what she borrowed.
Okay.
So
But at the end of this transaction, when it closed, how much money hit her bank account?
$32,467.43.
And were you able to trace rehab expenses to this project?
Yes,
How much did you trace to this project?
188,000.
But there could be more that you were unable to trace.
There could be more. Yeah,
There could be more out of that pot of 400,000.
this was a big project, and yes,
So at the end of the day, 32 minus the 188 left her losing $155,000 on this project,
at least that. Yes,
maybe more.
yes.
Okay, Scott, let's back out of the whole shebang and go to the far right column. Okay, let's look at the numbers kind of off the page. There's two outlying numbers. The first is what is that 2.142 million mean?
That is her net equity in all of these projects. So I've taken, that's a horizontal sum. So negative 2.1 million that she was in the hole as soon as she purchased the projects.
Then we go down to that negative 469,000. What does that number mean?
That means again, that's a horizontal sum across all properties. What I estimate her net loss was on all those properties. Yes, net loss on all those properties.
So she lost 469,000 based on this accounting.
Right, and that doesn't include the 400,000 in additional expenses. Actually, it's 460,000 for all of the projects. So add that together, and then it also there's no net loss that I've included in this number for the properties that were lost in foreclosure because they weren't sold.
So this is only properties that were sold. She lost 469,000 plus another 460 that you were unable to directly trace to a project. So just on properties that were sold, forgetting about properties that were foreclosed, she lost over $900,000.
That's correct.
Scott, can you go to the Barney column? Okay. I just want to show the Barney column. I think, Your Honor, this would be a good time to pause, and we can come back and address the Barney.
Very good. Folks, let's take a break. Please rise for the jury. Ms. Carrington, you are welcome to take a walk, use the restroom. Please do not speak to anyone during the break. 20 of 11, is that agreeable, counsel?
Yes, sir.
Is that okay? We'll be in recess until 10:40. Thank you.
I was trying to write the numbers for each of these and I gave up.
That's why you're a law professor, Joe Picciuto. And that's why I'm not. I couldn't think of something in the world that I'd want to be less or could do less than be a forensic accountant. But it's interesting that she's good at explaining it. How long did he say the break was going to be just now?
I didn't hear him say. Did
Yeah.
anybody in the chat hear? I did, because it's so low now that I'm having trouble catching him all the time.
15 minutes. Tequila
okay.
sunrise. 15-minute break from Spacey. I have to now answer to a higher authority, and that would be the COE. Steve Cohen and myself have a quick call, so I'm going to hop off and do that, and then I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right.
So
Thank
are
you all
there
for being here.
questions in the chat? It's quite, I hope at the end we get a total number, because that 900,000 didn't include foreclosures, and I didn't hear what else he said it didn't include. And it was getting worse, not better. If she had paused and thought about it, the best thing to do would have admitted failure and stopped, rather than continuing to dig a hole and get deeper and deeper and deeper. And ultimately, if the state is correct, leading to a murder. And then you can imagine why she was so upset afterwards when she found out that the house was not in her name. The insurance policies that her sister-in-law was going to be in control of the money. She probably really, really went off the rails, because that was going to be the thing that saved her from all this financial canyon that she managed to dig for herself. Tara Wells wants to know if I keep an apartment if you mean this one in Italy, no. Donna KU wants to know why they need this level of detail, because they want to really make the case with the jury about how extensive and how manipulative she was with the money. I don't think the prosecutor expects the jury to remember all of this, but this will give the jury the opportunity to get a big picture. They could have done big picture without the rest of it, but it wouldn't have had nearly the impact that this has, because this really has an enormous impact on what the jury will see about Kouri's money manipulations, much more so than if all you got was the general summary at the end. And so that would be the theory of why they're doing it. The legal requirements are that to some extent the accountant can't come in and give the conclusions without giving the basis. It would be like going in, if it's the expert who's going to be talking about the cell phone records, and just go in and say, here are the records, without saying how they were extracted, what the chain of custody was, how it is that they can conclude what they're concluding. It isn't expected the jury's going to remember all that or even care about it, but you needed to provide the foundation for the information that the jury will focus on. And to the extent you provide all that detail, you're telling the jury this is really something bad. And also the conclusions that were reached, you can really rely on. So that's why it happens. But it's difficult to listen to. Although I found this fascinating, just watching the money go in and out and what she was doing with the money. And, I said, I don't understand how she could have kept her sanity while she was doing it. Okay, are there any other questions? I see, who is it? It's Tara Wells saying it had to be a shock for the jury. She knew it was bad, and I'm still shocked. And that's really a good encapsulation of this. We knew that there was money manipulation. We had seen pieces of it, but do you feel that it had the same impact and you had the same appreciation of it before as you do now, having heard the forensic accountant talk about the transactions one by one by one? I suspect you're going to say no, that hearing it really packed a wallop, and that's why this is done for the jury. Okay. Have you noticed that they have not asked to qualify witnesses, experts, makes conclusions to a medical certainty? Why constitutionally prosecutors can't appeal convictions? The double jeopardy clause doesn't permit a prosecutor to appeal. But the double jeopardy clause, among other things, gives a defendant a right to the decision by the jury that is impaneled. And that jury, when it's impaneled, whether it decides guilt or, whatever it is, that the defendant is entitled to that jury. Prosecutor cannot appeal because the appeal would be to undo the decision by the jury to which the double jeopardy clause gives that defendant an absolute right. The defendant can appeal because the defendant had an absolute right to that jury, but the jury didn't help the defendant. So an appeal by the defendant saying there was such error and that's why it happened is permissible, but it's not permissible for the state. Okay, let's see. Hooks and Stitches, thanks so much for the gift. Very kind of you. I really appreciate it. If I could only read the gifts and nothing else, I could be better at doing it. But I'm trying to do two things at the same time. I want to acknowledge the gift, certainly, and I do. But I also want to see if there are questions in here that people want answers to. So I hope you recognize that I really am being sincere about it. Okay. 13, Mandy. She obviously wasn't sleeping well because of the quidapine. Is that how that's pronounced? Quidapine prescription in her name. It's an antipsychotic used off-label for sleep, and it is strong. That's a good point. Very good point. And wasn't some of that drug found in his when they did the second testing of the stomach contents, or am I misremembering? Not sure. Whether I'm misremembering or whether that was something that the ME said. Anna Rose also asked about not asking to qualify witnesses as experts making conclusions to a medical scientific certainty. Well, they are qualifying the witnesses. That's why you get all that information about what your educational background is, how many cases like this have you done, how much additional training have you had, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's qualifying the witness as an expert. What they're not asking is, can you say this to, as a matter of as medical certainty or forensic certainty? They're not asking the question that way. And I'm not sure why. Maybe in 2026, we've gotten away from asking it that way. Or it may be that some of what these experts are saying, this degree of certainty, she's telling you what the numbers say. And so I don't know that question would be necessary for her, phrased that way. Okay. Hooks and Stitches said, I thought the testimony by Katie was that the accountant was paid $100,000 by the trust. Was that someone else? I don't remember her saying that. This accountant said $14,000. So I don't know. If in fact Katie testified to that, I don't know where the discrepancy is. Okay. Tara Wells wants to know how the defense comes back from this. Well, we're going to have to listen to the defense. I think what they're going to say is, yeah, she had all this financial trouble, but that doesn't mean she killed her husband. They're two different things. You can be a financial manipulator. You can be involved in all kinds of money crimes, but murder is a different kind of crime, and it takes a different kind of mentality. And I think probably to some extent that's true. How did the class go this morning? They went on a field trip for a cooking class, and I didn't go because I've done cooking classes before and I'm not doing anymore. So I did other errands and I walked around and looked at the city. Quite Pin Long. I don't think I'm pronouncing it correctly now either. Quitia Pine Long. That doesn't sound right either. So I'm useless here, but you know what it is that the drug is. Okay. Shell RE also remembers that the ME said something about the drug being in Eric's stomach contents. Okay. The 1016 Deb said you're trying to have me more income than expenses. Well, I might say we are not succeeding yet. That's for sure. Okay, and Carolyn AH is saying the same thing. It was found in Eric's toxicology. Okay. Okay, 13 Manny said in 28 years she saw one judge at trial find a verdict notwithstanding the evidence in favor of the defendant. Now that one, let's get in excuse me, the weeds a little. That one, the prosecutor can appeal. In other words, that's a case in which the jury came back with a guilty verdict. So the defendant got the benefit of the jury that sat in her trial. Then the judge said, notwithstanding the jury verdict, I don't think there was enough evidence here to convict, so I'm entering judgment for the defendant, notwithstanding the jury verdict. The state can appeal that because the state is not undermining the defendant's right to have the jury that was impaneled make the decision. The defendant did have that, but that jury convicted him. So the state appealing does not undercut the defendant's right. Contrast it with that the jury came in with a not guilty. Now the state cannot appeal because now you would be undercutting to the detriment of the defendant his right in the jury that was impaneled deciding his fate. I hope that was clear. RV Reddy said, did she or he read somewhere that Kouri took out a life insurance policy on her kids? I have seen that reported also. I have not seen the life insurance policy, and I have not heard that said by the state or the defense in an open hearing, but I've certainly seen that reported. Okay. Carolyn AH is taking us into the shower with her. I'm not going with you, Carolyn, just so you know. I'm staying out here. Okay, Frank FNKDUPJ says trying to catch up was the quietapine. That's the best I'm going to do. Quietapine. Quetiapine. Oh, maybe that's it. Quetiapine prescribed to Kouri. Why did it show up did it show up in Eric's tox report? That's what I think, and a couple of other people in the chat think so too. And yes, it was prescribed to Kouri. So, there are a couple of theories here. The defense may say this shows that he's a drug addict because he was taking her prescription drug. The state is going to say that Kouri used that along with the fentanyl because the quietapine maybe would have made him drowsy because it was something that would help with sleep. And that would maybe have made him less able to seek medical attention when he was really feeling bad. And, I think I'm going to do, if I can get a chance, I think I'm going to do a video on the evidence so far that the state has presented, because I think some of it is pretty compelling, and I'd like to put it all together. So if I have a chance this weekend, I think I'm going to try to do it. Okay, Tara Wells says, Nate Eaton just posted on Facebook that in March 2022, Kouri was $7 million in debt and paying $80,000 a month towards that debt. It didn't look like she was bringing in anything close to $80,000 normally. Yeah, I mean, that would, I think, make anyone anxious. If you owed $7.5 million and you were bringing, and you had to pay $80,000 towards the debt in order not to have more foreclosures or a reservicing of the debt, which I would presume would be a higher interest rate. So, yep, it's a lot of money. And she would have been so much better off to just call it quits and say, you know what? I thought I could be a businesswoman. I can't be a businesswoman. I'm so sorry I got myself into this much trouble. But now let's see what we can do to get out of it. And maybe I can declare bankruptcy. Maybe I can do some sort of a payment plan. Let's sell out everything that I have and then see where we are and not keep digging. Okay, Donna KU says she doesn't understand how someone can be held in jail for many years before the trial. Because she was, you're allowed out on bail unless there is a finding that you're a risk
Foreclosure, correct.
to others, or you may flee. And if it's a really serious crime like murder,
This is the house in which there was a loan from a friend that was used for a purpose.
we hear the
different than what
judge's
was
voice, but we don't
represented.
see the
Is that
trial.
one?
Kind of. So originally, Kouri Richins Realty purchased the property. She ended up moving a friend in after she had purchased it. They were trying to arrange a purchase. The friend could not qualify for a loan, so they were trying to do a seller financing agreement where the friend would pay a chunk to Kouri to make up, so Kouri could pay off the hard money lenders, and then Kouri would just keep the property. They would seller finance it over time. There was a dispute right before Ms. Richins was arrested. She was holding off switching the deed to the name of the friend because there's reasons why that was. It had to do with a insurance claim on the house that was pending. But there is debate about whether or not the delay in switching the deed to the friend's name was somehow dishonest or misleading to the friend or had been misled, that's up in the air. So if we're only looking at the Barney property for the purpose of this property profit analysis, I don't have a problem with that. If we're going to get into all of the representations that were made about the property, whether or not there was, I don't even think they're saying there was fraud, but whether there was dishonesty or any of that, then I want to have a 404B analysis. So I guess I'm just alerting everybody that this was one of the issues in my motion in limine. This was one of the issues the court said you probably have to hear foundation for at trial.
No, I ruled on this one specifically, but that's fine. We can raise it again.
Right. So I guess I'm just, as an abundance of caution before the jury comes back in, if we're going to get into all of that, I want to have a 404B analysis. If we're not, then I don't mind for purposes of just whether did she make a profit or loss on the property. That is irrelevant to me. I don't care about that.
Mr. Bloodworth, tell me where the state's headed with respect to the Barney property.
Your Honor, it is beyond that column of profit and loss analysis. It will go into the $45,000 down payment that Ms. Barney made on the property, tracing those funds to pay, I think it was Fund 5, payday lender.
Put differently, to pay something other than the hard money loan on the property.
Correct.
Okay. And then it eventually went into foreclosure.
It did eventually go into foreclosure. We may get there. I don't know that we will get there.
Okay. Any other detail regarding the Barney property that you tend to elicit?
Yes, Your Honor. So initially the Barney property was financed by a more traditional mortgage lender. In getting financing on the Barney property in June of 2021, Kouri Richins submitted a bank statement to the lender, purportedly from AFCU, showing a certain balance. Her bank statement from AFCU shows a different balance. C&E's bank statement from AFCU shows that first certain balance. And so it would be an exercise in admitting those 3 bank statements and moving on. I think that is consistent with the court's ruling. The other issue that may arise is there was an email from that hard money lender questioning Ms. Richins about her credit score in comparison to the available cash in the purported bank statement. And then in response, Kouri Richins provides an explanation of her credit score that is relevant because, well, the inquiry is relevant because the lender had noticed a disconnect between her balance and her credit score. Kouri Richins' response is relevant because she had a very different response to a different lender in response to a similar question.
Okay, so Ms. Nestor, I think it would be appropriate to give the jury a 404B instruction to the following effect, and we can have a conversation about the details here, but something to the effect of, you are about to hear evidence that defendant's representations to her lenders were not accurate before the acts charged in this case. This evidence is not admitted to prove a character trait of the defendant or to show that she acted in a manner consistent with that trait. You may consider this evidence, if at all, for the limited purpose of determining a non-character issue such as motive. Keep in mind that the defendant is on trial for the crimes charged in this case only. You may not convict the defendant simply because you believe she may have committed some other acts at some other time.
Your Honor, could you please read that very first part where you said you're about to hear, what was that?
Evidence that defendant's representations to lenders were not accurate before the acts charged in this case.
Okay, it's not just lenders though, it's also her statements to Ms. Barney, who was her
I don't
tenant.
know that we're going to get into evidence of that, are we?
So
I can add that to the list, that's fine. But it wasn't clear to me that the back and forth between.
The lenders and others, because part of this
Fine.
is in an email to her,
Okay.
to a banker. It's not, I mean, through her,
Lenders and others is not a problem.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I am so a visual person. May I just look at it? What you have in your hand?
It's CR 411. It is the standard Muji second 404B
No, just the very
instruction.
first part, the part that you wrote.
Representation.
It's cutting out. But we heard it a couple of times, even though she can't track it. Representations, defendants' representations to lenders and others that were made before the events charged in this case. You can consider it, if at all, to decide things like motive, but not to decide she has a bad character or that she shows the crimes charged here, or that she committed the crimes charged here. But it's all breaking up. Oh, Hund Lover 3, thank you very much for the gift memberships. I really appreciate it, and I hope I'm sure the people who will get them will also appreciate them. So, thank you, thank you. All right, let's see. I don't see any other questions in here. Well, Catherine Armstrong is being kind of cute. She's saying good morning, afternoon, and evening because there are people here from all parts of the globe, maybe. And so it is morning for some, and afternoon for some, and evening for some. It's certainly morning in Utah, and it's evening in Italy. And in New York, it's afternoon. So,
Relative, because they show an evolution between Kouri Richins and the lender of essentially the lender saying, I need to see this, Kouri Richins provides this number. And then when that doesn't get the job done, lender comes back and says, I need to see a bank statement showing this, and then Ms. Richins comes back with a bank statement showing this. So there is a relevance to the iteration that is beyond a cumulative effect.
And remind me the month and year that this is all occurring.
getting questions about Kouri's mom again. She was at the house.
So, Your Honor, it begins in the summer of, kind of late summer, early fall 2021 into January 2022.
Okay. So Ms. Nestor.
Okay, so that language is fine in the instruction, but I just want to make sure the record is very, very clear that my objection is to it coming in at all, that to inject wire fraud with respect to Ms. Barney, banking fraud, wire fraud with respect to the email that she sent, banking fraud with respect to altering bank statements, all into an aggravated murder case where she is not charged with any of these counts, is significantly prejudicial. It is a significant attack on her character, offered to show action in conformity. It is irrelevant. It is 404B. And just to make sure I've made the record, 401, 403, 404B, as to all of that coming in, period.
Okay.
So it's not outrageously
As
prejudicial.
discussed on the record, in multiple days of motion in limine hearing, and in 2 written rulings by the court, both on defendants' motions in limine and the court's amended ruling regarding intrinsic evidence. Defendants' 404B objection to the admissibility and defendant's objection to the admissibility of this evidence under Rules 401, 02, and 03 are overruled for the reasons discussed on the record previously and written about extensively by the court. The issue before the court today is the form of a 404B instruction to be given before the evidence comes in. I think we've arrived at that form, correct, Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bloodworth, any addition there?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else before we invite the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Okay. We're ready for the jury.
I had a question about renting an apartment in Italy. It's actually pretty simple. You can go through a rental agent. You can go through your travel agent. If you take a language course, even for a week, language schools will help with rentals. B&Bs advertise. So there are lots of different ways to get at it. But I think if you went online, you could find rental agents and travel agents who talk about helping with that sort of thing. Okay, I don't see any other questions here. So we are ready to go. So she looks a little more overwhelmed than she has in past days, or is it my imagination? She looks like she has a bad headache. Okay, well, Tara Wells, good luck. I really do think it's not hard because I know several people who have done it. In fact, I know someone who just took a place on the east coast of Italy. He's thinking of moving here permanently, and there's an IKEA close by, so he's going to furnish the apartment through IKEA, and they're going to deliver the furniture to him, and it's really a beautiful place. It's got a balcony. Now, he took a year's lease, but there are a lot of places where people come in for the summer or for a month or 2 months, and so I think it's not that hard. And we're waiting for the jury. She may be this Carrington may be my favorite expert witness.
Please have a
Yeah, I
seat
do
as you
think
come in.
it's-
Thank you.
I really do think she looks different than she did yesterday. This is Kouri Richins than the last few days. I mean, she never looked happy there, and you could understand no one would be sitting there being happy, but she does seem to
Please have
need
a
a
seat. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, in additional instruction, please listen carefully. You are about to hear evidence that defendants' representations to lenders and other individuals and entities were not accurate during the time before the acts charged in this case. This evidence is not admitted to prove a character trait of the defendant or to show that she acted in a manner consistent with that trait. You may consider this evidence, if at all, for the limited purpose of determining defendant's motive. Keep in mind that the defendant is on trial for the crimes charged in this case and for those crimes only. You may not convict the defendant simply because you believe she may have committed some other acts at some other time. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, when we left off, we had highlighted the column labeled 299/Barney. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What does 299/Barney refer to?
There's a house, the address starts with 299, and it's a house where Kouri Richins' best friend, Chelsea Barney, lived. So that's my abbreviation of that house.
And did you analyze that purchase transaction?
I did.
Are you familiar with Iron Bridge Financial?
Yes.
What is Iron Bridge?
They are a hard money lender, and they are the lender that Kouri Richins engaged for this particular property purchase.
What, ma'am, is a hard money lender?
Hard money lenders are typically it's called hard money because the terms are hard, and they're hard. The interest rates are higher than conventional loans, like from a bank or a credit union. Typically, they also have very strict default clauses. They're usually used for shorter term lending. So there will be like a specific term, usually 6 months or 12 or something. And the terms are defined at a certain interest rate. And then upon default, it's an exponential growth. You know, the default, or excuse me, the interest rate quite often will double or other terms, yeah.
And do fix and flip businesses often use hard money lenders?
They do.
Did Kouri Richins apply to Iron Bridge for a loan secured by the Barney home?
Yes.
Did you review materials in Iron Bridge's loan file? Scott, can I get 5-57, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is an America First Credit Union bank account statement for K. Richins Realty. The account 6577, May of 2021, and this was directly from Iron Bridge in response to a subpoena from the prosecution.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-7.
It's previous objections, Your Honor.
5-57 is admitted.
Scott, if you could kind of zoom in on the top portion. Yep. Ms. Carrington, what information does this provide?
So as I said, there's the header, Kouri Richins Realty LLC. The account number is 6577 and the statement of May 2021. And then,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
sorry. And then in the summary section, you can see that there's 3 different accounts that are reported on this statement, and collectively at month end, the balance was $210,898.
Did you attempt to verify this bank statement?
I did.
Scott, can I have 5-29 alpha?
I think the witness can see it.
Okay.
Can you see it?
I do now. Sorry.
Okay.
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It is the America First Credit Union statement for Kouri Richins Realty from America First for the account number 6577 for May of 2021. And this was directly from the credit union pursuant to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 529A.
Same objections.
529A is admitted. Published now.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Scott, if you can zoom in. Ma'am, what does this present?
This shows in the header, the Kouri Richins Realty LLC. This time it's using that PO Box 759 in Camas. This is for the account number 6577, and this is the May of 2021 statement.
And what does it show as the balance?
It shows 2 accounts, not 3, and the total at month end is $15,609.93.
Thank you, Scott. If you can swoop to 5-32B. Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the America First Credit Union statement for C&D Stone Masonry, which is Eric Richins' account company. And this is the May of 2021 statement that came directly from the credit union in response to a prosecution subpoena.
The state moves to admit 5-32B, Your Honor.
Same objection.
5-32B is admitted.
And what, ma'am, does this present?
So in the header, we can see the company is C&E Stone Masonry LLC, which is Eric Richins and his business partner's company, and their account is 7664, and this is the account statement for May of 2021.
And what is the ending balance?
The ending balance of those 3 accounts is $210,898.61.
Is it accurate then that the statement provided by the lender Ironbridge contained the header of Kouri Richins Realty and the account summary for C&E Stone Masonry?
That's right, and also the body of the transactions.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 2-6, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It's an email string between Ironbridge and Kouri Richins, And this was from Iron Bridge in response to a subpoena from the prosecution.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-6 into evidence.
Same objection plus hearsay, Your Honor.
How was she able to manage that?
Do we need the top half? Can we focus just on Kouri's? Mike, I'm sorry, let me restate my question. Do you care about the before and after or just Kouri's statement?
Your Honor, the email was bottom up.
Right.
The state needs to admit the bottom to understand Ms. Richins', the effect here being
Okay.
Ms. Richins'. We can redact that first line. I think it doesn't matter either way to the state.
Objection to instructing the jury that they not consider any of these statements other than those written by Ms. Richins for the truth.
No objection to that instruction.
Ms. Nestor.
Not to the instruction, but remain instruction to the entire document.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're about to see Ms. Richins' portion of the email string. You may consider, for any purpose, to whatever extent you the other portions of the email string, you may consider only for the effect they had upon Ms. Richins, upon the listener, not for the truth of any matter asserted in those other portions. Published 2-6.
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Brittany, in case I didn't say it, 2-6 is admitted.
Scott, if you could scroll down to the bottom and enlarge that, please. Yes. And then Scott, if you can scroll up to Ms. Richins' reply, please.
So she's blaming it on Eric that the account was off. And she says they're separating. Well,
Thank you,
well.
Scott. Ms. Carrington, did you analyze whether all of Kouri Richins' credit card delinquencies were paid off in July of 2021?
I did.
Were they?
No.
Scott, can I get 5-21? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the promissory note between Kouri Richins and K. Richins Realty and Iron Bridge for the purchase of this house.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-21.
Same objections.
5-21 is admitted.
Scott Wright, if you can zoom in, please, on that top portion. Ms. Carrington, what information does this provide?
Well, starting with the top on the right is it's called a bait stamp number. That's something that's applied after the fact. So that tells me that this came from Iron Bridge. This is then the secured promissory note between K. Richins Realty and Iron Bridge, and the loan amount, where it says principal amount, is $346,500 at a 10% interest rate. And it also tells me that this is a note that matures, means it's due on January 8th of 2022.
For context, ma'am, what at this time were traditional mortgage interest rates?
They were at those historic lows, 2.5%, 3.5% for a 30-year mortgage.
And did this loan involve a balloon payment?
It did.
So am I right then that for the 6 months term of the 6-month term of the loan, Kouri Richins did not owe any money?
This one, it was a balloon, but this one did require monthly payments.
But then everything was due on January the 8th, 2022.
That's correct. So it was started in the summer, and she had the monthly payments on it, and then she had to either refinance or pay it off by January 8th of 2022.
Thank you, Scott. Did Kouri Richins endeavor to refinance?
Yes, she did.
And did she use Excel Financial Services to try to refinance that loan?
Yes, she did.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 5-60, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It's the America First bank account statement for Kouri Richins, her personal checking 5244 for July of 2021. And this is from Excel Financial and its principal, David Ige, in response to a prosecution subpoena.
The state, Your Honor, moves 5-60 into evidence.
Same objections.
5-60 is admitted.
Scott, can you blow it up?
Can I ask you, Catherine M. Conoco? I really appreciate it. And I like the little hippopotamus. if
Real
that's
quick,
what-
Ms. Carrington, we're going to go through this a few times, but real
Okay.
quick.
It's kind of
This
cute.
is America First bank account statement for Kouri Richins, her personal account 5244, July of 2021. And then the three accounts in the summary section shows that she had $694,730.15 at the month end.
Did you attempt to verify this bank statement?
I did.
5-35A, please, Scott. Ma'am, do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
This is directly from America First Credit Union for Kouri Richins, her personal account 5244 in August of 2021 in response to a prosecution subpoena.
State moves to admit 5-35A.
Same objections.
5-35A is admitted.
Scott, if you could enlarge it, please.
It's enlarged.
Oh. Doubly enlarged. Ma'am, what does this present?
That this is Kouri Richins' account using that P.O. Box 759, the account number 5244, which is that personal checking account, August of 2021, and the total of the two accounts is $1,893.94 at the end of the month.
Scott, can you bring up 5-32A, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the American First Credit Union account for C&E Stonemasonry, the account 7664, January of 2021, that came directly from the credit union in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves 5-32A into evidence.
Same objections.
5-32A is admitted.
Ma'am, what does this present?
So this is from the credit union, C&D Stonemasonry's account 7664 in January of 2021. And there are three accounts collectively at month end, $694,730.15.
Thank you, Scott. Can you please bring up Exhibit 2-7, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is a document in response to the subpoena from Excel Financial Services and its principal, David Ige, in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves Exhibit 2-7 into evidence.
Same objections, Your Honor.
Would you approach for a minute?
So can somebody in the chat explain to me how you can manage to have financial information from one account show up as though it were in your account? How do you do that?
You're asking the wrong person, but Joe Patuto, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you
Okay.
fine.
All right, I've been having a weird issue all of a sudden.
Yeah, no.
It looks like things just went from bad to worse for Kouri.
Well,
Is that
it's
true?
amazing. They've got one account where it's her account and the financial institution or whatever that's showing it is showing an amount. And then they show her account, she doesn't have anything like it. And then they show Eric's account that has that amount. So somehow she managed to have the account that she took out some really bad loan with because she's getting really bad interest rates, to think that she's got a balance that doesn't exist and it's her husband's balance. And I want to know how she's able to do it.
This is the old adage. It's true. Borrowing from Peter to pay Paul. Not what she's doing here.
I guess that could be it, but it's extraordinary. She went for quite a length of time doing this sort of thing with financial institutions still willing to let her borrow money. Although she started getting what are they called, hard money loans?
Moving to
With
admit
really
2-7.
bad terms.
Yes, Your
Yeah,
Honor.
and those have
States
crazy
2-7 is
60%
admitted.
rate.
One moment, please.
This is a world I don't know anything about. I thought it was only drugs I didn't know anything about.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. Was this information that came from Excel Financial Services and its principal, David Ige?
Yes.
Scott, if you could enlarge the bio portion of. Thank you.
So the chat is saying she copied and pasted her information on the other institution statement, I guess, then used it to get another loan. I mean, copying and pasting wouldn't let the first institution, they would still know how much was there. So she must have used it in order to get other loans. Somebody else suggests she forged the name at the top and put in her name in it. But again, it has to be, use the document somewhere
Ms.
else.
Carrington, did you analyze Kouri Richins' finances to determine if she employed anyone, and if so, how many employees she had?
Yes.
How many employees did she have?
I don't know how many employees, but the payroll expenses that appear in her bank account statements are in the neighborhood of like $1,500 or $2,500. They're not consistent. So I don't know how many, but it's a very low number.
When you say her payroll expenses are, what did you say, 1,500?
Some of them are $1,500 or in the neighborhood of $2,000 or $2,500. They're not consistent.
Okay. And is it, call it 1,500 to 2,500 weekly, biweekly, monthly?
No, they're occasional, they're periodic, and nothing that would rise to the level of paying, I don't think, paying over 100 people.
Would it rise to the level of paying over 3 people?
Depends on how much they're making.
In your analysis, did you find any evidence that Kouri Richins profited $1 million on any 5 of her deals combined?
No.
Thank you, Scott. Can we get, please, Exhibit 4-5? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the operating agreement for K. Richins Realty dated June 7th, 2021. And this is from Excel and Mr. Ige in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves Exhibit 4-5 into evidence.
Same objections.
4-5 is admitted.
Your Honor, before we publish, well,
My apologies.
that page doesn't matter.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that, Scott, can you scroll down 1 page? 2 pages? 3 pages? 4 pages? Your Honor, stop there. Article 4 is that's the relevancy.
Okay. I may be missing a nuance here. Ms. Nestor, anything, folks, I apologize. In an abundance of caution, please approach the bench for a moment.
What is that, Adam? An abundance of caution.
I guess he wants to be sure that the defense is in agreement with where they are, because it wouldn't be the state that you'd have to have an abundance of caution with. They're making a continuing objection to the introduction of the financial information. They say it's too prejudicial, it's too remote, it doesn't really relate to whether she committed the murder or the attempted murder. A little of it is relevant according to the defense, but most of it should not be admitted. Financial crimes have nothing to do with the murder.
Someone here saying no way Kouri testifies after this. Would you agree with that, Joe Patudo?
I didn't think she should testify to begin with, but yes, I mean, I don't know how she would explain this. I mean, it would be a disaster. Don't you think so? I mean, you haven't even heard most of it.
Publish.
Publish, Your Honor.
Now.
Actually, Scott, can you bring us back to the...
Part of the evidence is she took
Go ahead, Mr.
$45,000 from a...
Ms. Carrington, what is this document?
This is the operating agreement of K. Richins Realty dated June 7th, 2021. And this was provided by Excel Financial and David Ige in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Scott, if you could scroll down, please, to Article 4. Thank you. Scott, if you could bring up 5-61, please. Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the America First Credit Union statement for Kouri Richins, the account 5244 for September 2021 that was sent by Excel Financial and Mr. Ige in response to a subpoena from the prosecution.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-61.
Same objections.
5-61 is admitted.
You know, this is so reminiscent of Murdoch. All the financial wheeling and
Yeah.
dealing.
And what
That's
information
good.
does that
Great
present?
point there.
It's an America First Credit Union statement. It says Kouri Richins in the header for September 2021 for the personal account 5244. And in the summary section, those three accounts collectively at the end of September were $169,442.28.
Did you attempt to verify this statement?
I did.
Scott, can you bring up 5-35B? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the America First Credit Union statement for Kouri Richins, her account 5244 for October 2021. This came directly from the credit union. And then if you look in the, I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. This came from, in response to a subpoena from the prosecution.
State moves to admit 5-35B.
Same objections.
5-35B is admitted.
Scott, 5-32D. Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the America First Credit Union statement from the credit union of C&E Stonemasonry, account 7664 in September 2001, directly from the credit union in response to a prosecution subpoena.
State moves to admit 5-32D.
Same objections.
5-32D is admitted.
Scott, if you could zoom in. Ma'am, what does this present?
That for the account for C&E Stonemasonry, the account 7664 in September 2021, the three accounts collectively were $169,442.28.
Thank you. Scott, can you bring up 5-62? Scott, can you bring up can you take 562 down? Can you bring up 5-29D? Split screened with 5-29C? Ma'am, do these documents follow the same pattern we've just discussed?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, the state moves 562D, 529D, and 529C into evidence.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Was it 562 or 562D?
I don't know what.
It's just 562.
Would
I
you
don't
like
know.
to see that again, Ms. Nestor?
Yes, so same objections to 529C and 529D. I don't remember seeing 562, so if we could just put that up for a second.
Sure.
Same objections.
Okay. 5-62 and 5-29D and -29C are admitted.
Okay, Your Honor, we're not going to publish them. I
Understood.
think everybody understands.
Okay.
I'm going to bring up another set of three. Scott, if you could start with 524.
Would you pause for 1 second? Do you need a moment? Do you need any clarification? Correct. Correct. Okay. Would you say the number again?
5-24.
The witness hasn't. At least I think you do.
I do have.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm tracking wrong. I'm tracking the wrong exhibit number, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Hold on.
That's right.
They're not challenging the defense lawyer's objections because they did this at the outset, and the judge already ruled against her, and she's making a record preserving her right to appeal, saying the judge made a mistake to allow some of this evidence in. So it's already been challenged, it's already been decided. She's just making a record as we go.
Joe, do you think this has been the most devastating witness so far?
I do, yes. I mean, these numbers are just, I don't think we've even heard. She took $45,000 from her best friend, apparently, to put a down payment on a house. She used it to pay off one of her debts, and the money was lost to her friend. The
I
friend
had a
lost the
screen problem.
house.
It's a good best friend because I'm not giving my best friend
Yeah.
No, I
45K.
think we're good now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, she was, if she's giving it to her as a down payment, she was a realtor, I
Yeah.
think.
The page that I'm seeing and the witness is seeing have a sticker on it. Can we go back to page 1 so I can make sure 5
But it does remind me of Murdoch because it's all this financial wheeling dealing and getting,
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah,
digging
this,
you deeper and deeper in a hole and
I
ended up
apologize, Scott.
killing your
Go back
family
to
to
wherever
get out of
Mr.
it.
Bloodworth wanted you to be.
That's page 149.
this part's interesting. She may have put the family in some sort of real financial debt too. I'm talking about
So,
Eric's
Scott, can you
kids.
please bring up 5-29E?
Well, but that HELOC loan, she forged his name, I think. And if so, I'm not sure that
Right,
they're
right.
responsible.
Right.
And then 5-32E?
And most of the difference between this and Murdoch is most of the financial stuff is in a
Ma'am,
different
do
file.
those documents follow the same pattern you've just testified to?
They do.
Your Honor, the state moves 524, 529E, and 532E into evidence.
Same objections.
The judge is allowing in just enough to show
524,
motive.
529E, and 532E are admitted.
The Bates number I'm interested, that's that number at the top for the 524s. The Bates number ending in 149.
So I think the judge made clearly the right decision here.
Scott, can you bring up 5-29F
Thanks, Catherine McConaughey.
and 5-32F? Ma'am, do those two documents, along with 524 at page 152, follow the same pattern that you've just testified to?
They do.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the last thing. 529F, 532F, and what?
Exhibit 5-24 that we just admitted, but page 152.
Same objections.
Okay, 5-29F and 532F are admitted.
Ma'am, I want to ask you now about a $45,000
There we go.
set of wire transfers related to the Barney home. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do.
What is your understanding of the purpose of those wire transfers?
Those were in January of 2022 from Chelsea Barney to Kouri Richins for the purpose of a down payment to buy the 299 Barney house.
So was the down payment,
Objection to speculation about what it was for and hearsay. Move to strike.
Sustained. Lay some foundation, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, or Scott, can you bring up Exhibit 2-19DR?
He's really prepared. You need foundation, he knows what exhibit he's going to.
His whole
Unflappable.
affect.
Would you mind blowing it up, Scott? I can't read the text.
Dude's got Jersey attitude for a
Yeah,
Utah guy.
unflappable. Look at him. He didn't even move
Yeah.
an index
Look at him,
finger
look at him.
over this.
Look, he looks annoyed.
Oh, no, that's his general demeanor. Like, he's ex-military, so whenever he does A, B, C, D, you hear the military terms.
Delta.
There's
Delta.
several
Delta, yeah.
pages, Your Honor. And just so the court knows where I'm going, I'll just move to admit it.
Okay. Same objection to this exhibit, Your Honor, that we've already, same objections.
403 and 404B.
Yes, sir.
Okay, those objections are respectfully overruled. Forgive me, this was a long number. Would you go back to page 1?
Yes.
States Exhibit 2-19D-R is admitted. Did this witness see this document?
Yes, she did, Your Honor.
Okay, take it from there.
And just, I think the court is aware, but the labeling 2-19 is the exhibit number. D means it's a demonstrative. R means it's redacted. Ms. Carrington, have you seen this document before?
I have, yes.
Your Honor, can the court publish it to the jury?
Yes.
Scott, if you could just slowly, please walk the jury down the text string.
Very friendly first
Ma'am, is
comment.
this a text string between Chelsea Barney and Kouri Richins?
That's my understanding, yes.
So it's the second paragraph of that bottom blue one that has the information. For your house, we're finally getting everything done. I don't have an exact number on your mortgage, but it will be about, I lost the number, moved too fast.
Said 2,300, I think.
Okay.
2,300 a month.
All right. Well, also, you know,
Kouri
down
Richins is in blue, right, at the 1987 number?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, any paint left? We're going to be closing on Tuesday. What are you comfortable with putting as a down payment? Now we're going to see the number. So they're closing on Tuesday and they didn't decide the down payment yet? I'm learning all kinds of things about this world that I don't know.
Yeah, it's stay away from real estate. A lot of shady people.
Okay.
Speaking of shady real estate, the Alexander Brothers trial is going to be winding down very soon. So we're monitoring that. That's been going on in federal court in Manhattan, but we will let people know. Tonight we are doing Nancy Guthrie again on our channel, 7 o'clock. There's some more news. Chris Nanos, the sheriff in Pima County, spoke to the Today Show today.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Yes, yes.
He doesn't know when to stop.
He implied that they're getting a little closer, so I don't know if something's cooking there.
Okay. All right, so we keep seeing one number was 47, then she said she could get 40, but wait for wait until like a few days and maybe should be able to get a little more. A few days, a couple of months, I don't remember what it was quite. So we're gonna see this number that then allow this expert to talk about it. This is all foundation. Okay, she's now saying she can do 45 with no problem. And that's the ultimate number that was the down payment, 45,000. Okay, will do. All right, so now we're going to go back to the witness, I think. And the document is now in. He hadn't moved to admit it, but now he did. He being the prosecutor. So somebody in the chat said they lost the end of my murder comparison. In murder, they let in all the financial information for all the transactions, and then they went into detail about some of them. And here, the judge is letting in enough to show motive, but the rest of it is going to be a separate trial. So the opportunity to claim prejudice because the financial evidence came in is much reduced in this trial. But it's the same progress. You get in money trouble and you keep digging the hole deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper instead of just saying, stop, I've got a problem. And then the solution in murder, and at least what the state's charging here, is you murder your spouse. And in murder, you murder your son too. It's interesting, in this trial, they put the things up and they don't have somebody on the stand read them.
Yeah, it is weird, right?
Mhm.
I was just thinking that.
Yeah, and yesterday they admitted a video without anybody on the witness stand saying anything about it.
It's getting feisty in here. She just said, I want to effing slap her. She's rhymes with a witch.
Mm-hmm.
Do they think you robbed a bank? It says.
Yeah. Well, she's lying to her best friend.
Yeah. For those who are listening on the podcast, they're showing emails right now between Kouri and her friend. It's weird that they show and do not read. You'd think they would have the forensic accountant or someone read it.
I know. And yesterday, sometimes it wasn't even big enough for at least those of us who are not in the courtroom to be able to read. And then they started enlarging it at least.
By the way, the COE remind me that so-called OnlyFans model trial is coming up. I'll be covering that. It's going to be happening in Miami in April.
So you don't have to go very far.
I do not. Kind of love that.
When does it start? When's it scheduled to start?
Courtney Clenny, mid to later April. It's going to be in Miami. Thank you to John Nolan. Made me some chicken soup. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I'm getting a question. Murder charges are state, bank crimes are federal. It's not really true. You have to have a federal nexus for a federal crime. So bank crimes can be federal because you've got wire fraud and bank fraud, and that means it's interstate. It's going through the telephone. It's going through whatever it is that takes it from state to state. But bank robberies, bank thefts are also mostly state crimes. You can have the same conduct be a state crime and a federal crime. You attempt to assassinate the president in Texas. Attempted murder is a state crime. Attempted murder of a federal official is a federal crime. So she's doing all this with her friend while she's pocketing the money to pay her debt. It's really, really Machiavellian. Thanks, friend. Oh boy.
Scott, we can stop it there. Thank you.
So now we're going to get back to the question.
That text exchange mentioned a $45,000 down payment. Did you trace those two wires?
Yes, I did.
Scott, if you could bring up 5-29G at Bates 794. Your Honor, this has already been admitted.
D or G?
G.
Is that correct, Brittany? Okay. Go ahead.
Ms. Carrington, what is this again?
This is the Kouri Richins Realty account statement 6577 for January of 2022 from America First Credit Union.
And when you traced those two wires totaling $45,000, did they land in this account?
Yes, they did.
Can you please show us where?
Sure. Scott, can we do let's see, it's the middle. We need to go down a little bit to like the 11th. The 12th, like the 11th and 12th. Yes, thank you. So you can see on the 12th, the $26,700 coming in. And then if you go down a few other lines, also on the 12th, down a little bit more right there, that bank-to-bank transfer, that's $18,300 coming into the account. Those are those two wires from Chelsea Barney.
And Scott, if you can move it to the left. At the time they hit the account, what was the account's balance?
It was in the negative $1,996.68.
Did you then trace the funds from this account?
I did.
Can you please show us what happened to that money?
Well, the majority of it, well, a lot of it, almost half, went to the family account, the $19,299 on the 12th, the middle transaction. That went to the family account, the 2204 that says Eric Richins. That's the joint checking account that Eric and Kouri Richins used for family expenses.
Your Honor, can we just have a continuing objection to this whole line on the same grounds?
Please proceed, Mr. Bloodworth.
And sorry, and then also there were she paid debt payments.
Okay, so the $19,300 went out. And then how long did it take her to deplete the rest of that $45,000?
Well, we have to account for another $9,000 that came into the account, but it was gone within a few days.
Did any of it go to a mortgage on the Barney home?
No.
What did it go to?
The transaction that's highlighted, the $19,299, that is the same amount that was paid to FundFi, which is one of Kouri Richins' payday lenders.
So that money went from this KRR account to the personal joint account. And
That's
then
correct.
to FundFi to pay off debt.
The part of that's true. So this amount on January 12th went to the family account. And if we go to the family account, you can see right before this payment had been made. So this money going back to the family account replenishes that exact amount.
Let's do that. Let's go to 5-33A. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
What is that?
This is the America First Credit Union statement of the family account 2204 of February of 2022, which includes the January 22 transactions. And this is in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-33A.
Same objections.
533A is admitted.
Can you show us on this account that 19,299 transaction you were just referencing?
Yes, Scott, I think it's on the second page. Yes. Thank you. So you can see on January 10th, a bank-to-bank transfer of $19,299. So that came out of the family account. And I know from tracing this, that went to FundFi for Kouri Richins.
And FundFi was one of her payday lenders?
Yes.
Scott, can I get exhibit 5-30, please? Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the information from America First Credit Union that details the incoming wire or the outgoing wire, and it was returned in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-30.
Same objections.
5-30 is admitted.
And what information does this present?
This tells us the date at the top left, January 10th, 22. It tells us the amount that is $19,299 there on the left. And in the middle column, it tells us that it came from the account 2204-9, but 2204. That's the family account. On the right column, it tells us the beneficiary, who's the receiver of the wire, is FundFi Merchant Funding. And then if you go down to the bottom, so the originator is the person who sends the wire, the beneficiary is the one who receives it. So this is instructions or notations from Kouri Richins or someone who sent this to pay off K. Richins. That's the instruction.
Let's go back to the loans for a minute. You testified earlier that the Iron Bridge loan became due on January the 8th, 2022. Is that right?
That's right.
Did Ms. Richins make that balloon payment to satisfy that loan on January the 8th?
No, she did not.
What happened?
She extended that loan for 2 weeks, 3 weeks. She extended the loan, giving her more time to pay it.
And during that time, was she trying to get a new loan from Excel Financial?
That's true, yes.
Why did she submit so many bank statements to Excel Financial?
Check to speculation.
Did you review her correspondence with Excel Financial?
I did.
Did that correspondence explain why she submitted so many bank statements to Excel Financial?
Yes.
Why did she submit so many bank statements to Excel Financial?
Well, initially, the loan was in her name, just Kouri Richins at K. Richins Realty, and she had some bank account statements were submitted for that. And then as the underwriting process went forward, they asked for a co-signer. And so that's when the operating agreement that now showed Doreen Kouri with some ownership of K. Richins Realty, when that was submitted, and also bank account statements were submitted for that. And then another stage where they needed to show a specific amount in a bank account statement in order to close. And the loan then became Doreen Kouri's loan as the principal of K. Richins Realty.
Did K. Richins Realty ever enter into a financing agreement with Excel?
No.
What then happened with the Iron Bridge loan once it was extended once?
It remained unpaid, and it was extended again to March 8th, 2022.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, this may be a good point to break.
Any objection, Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
1240 reasonable, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, normal instructions. Please don't talk about the case. You'll have access to your devices, and so please be careful to not read, watch, or listen to any report about the case from any source. Please don't do any research about the case. You're welcome to talk to each other about all kinds of other things, but not this case. Please rise for the jury.
So we're breaking until 12:40 Utah time, Mountain Time, 2:40 Eastern Time.
It is
Thank
two.
you.
Yeah.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything else on the record before we break for lunch?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Ms. Carrington, please don't consult with anyone regarding your testimony during the lunch break. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
We'll be back at 12:40. Court's in recess. Thank you.
It's a 42-minute break coming up. The great state of Utah. Court is in recess. We'll resume 2:40 p.m. Eastern time. Before you and I break, Joe Patuto, for a little bit, anything top of mind here?
No, I think we're going to go through more financial records, and they're pretty devastating, I think.
Yeah. It's interesting you're making the analogy with the Murdoch trial. Did they are they going to try her separately on financial crimes here?
Yes,
Okay,
they
that's
did.
good.
Most of the financial crimes are in a separate indictment.
Okay.
They're not part of this trial. There are, as you heard, there are some that are coming in here because they are, the state says, and the judge agrees, that they're related to Kouri's motive. They show her state of mind. They show the situation that she was in at the time. But it's limited to things that are relevant, that are more contained in time, and it's not everything. In Murdoch, everything came in, and not only did everything come in, but the judge allowed detailed testimony. I remember the young man whose brother was developmentally disabled. They were the sons of the housekeeper.
Yeah.
And it was pretty clear that most of that, even if the financial, the theft of their money was relevant to motive in Murdoch's trial, the other was really, it was the prejudicial effects certainly outweighed anything more. And I think Murdoch has a shot at getting that reversed on that ground. I also think he has a shot at getting it reversed on what the court officer did. So this time there's some coming in order to give context and to allow the state to show motive, but most of it is another trial.
Yeah, that housekeeper Gloria Satterfield, and Becky Hill is that clerk of court who's got issues. But Vesper Martini, Kouri also faces 26 counts of fraud, forgery, issuing bad checks, and is accused of extracting $45,000 from her best friend, who was then evicted with her family.
Right. Now that one you heard the evidence of that is being admitted here.
Yeah.
But she's been charged with 2 financial related crimes in this indictment. One of them is I think it's the forgery of Eric's name on the $250,000 insurance policy, if I'm right. And I don't remember what the other one was, but they're much more related to the timing of the murder and the attempted murder, and more related to her conduct with relation to Eric. But the bulk of them are that other trial.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen, we've got 39 minutes now, so everyone grab a bite. Joe and I will be back. I'm going to be back for a short time because once again, it is Uber Dads, and by Uber Dad, I mean driving an Uber. We're off to baseball practice and to see Grandma Carm.
Baseball, great. Hey, by the way, if you didn't hear, there's no court on Friday.
I did hear that, and I heard court is starting, I believe, an hour later.
That's right, 9:30 tomorrow.
Okay, 9:30 tomorrow.
Right.
Okay, and Joe, you're not here tomorrow, right? Or
I can't start out the day. I might be able to come in towards the end.
Okay, I think
couple of hours. So I'll do that if I can, but I can't. I'm going to be in Pompeii in the morning.
Have fun. That's a good enough excuse for us. But Tim Jansen might pop in tomorrow. Just talk to him, so he might come in.
Okay, and I will come in. I'm pretty sure I'll be back in time to come in for the last couple of hours at least.
Okay. You need Joe, do you have you need an Instagram page where you can put up your pictures of Italy for everyone to look
I
at?
am putting them up. I'm putting them up on Facebook, some of them.
All right.
I think I'm putting up some on Facebook. I'll have to think about it.
All right. All right, everybody. Enjoy lunch. We'll see you in a little bit.
Okay.
Back on the record. Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite the jury back in?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Okay. Tasia, we're ready for the jury.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a good lunch. I'm going to be here for about another 15 minutes. I think Joe's going to hop on. Is Joe here? Joe will hop on. Got to take my boy to baseball practice, and then we're meeting up with Carm, and then we got a podcast 7 o'clock tonight, everybody.
I guess we're waiting for the jury. Everybody's standing up.
Yeah, they were called in, and they are entering.
This judge does something really interesting. At the beginning of the day, at the end of the day, before lunch, and I think even on the breaks, he asks each side, do you have anything you need to say before he goes on? It's a really good way to protect the record. She's licking her lips. We need a behavioralist to tell us what that means.
Yeah, I don't
So does your son like soccer or t-ball better?
Depends on the day, but in general, soccer. Yeah.
Gets to run around more.
Yeah. As long as he's running, he's happy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, someone was saying that the defense and Kouri looked noticeably a little bit more concerned after this
Well,
morning.
she does, I think. Don't you think so?
Yeah.
Or at
Please
least
have a
more
seat as you come
miserable.
in.
Something.
Yeah. She looks so young to me.
Yeah, well, that's deliberate. She doesn't have makeup on, or
Yeah.
it's a very
All
different
right,
kind
folks, have a seat, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with testimony from Ms. Carrington. Ms. Carrington, you are still on your right.
Lip licking is
Mr. Bloodworth.
nervousness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Scott, can we please have 8-12?
Oh, we're going
Your
right
Honor,
in.
this is in evidence already if the court could publish.
Understood. One moment.
Man, I think this guy sounds like Steve Buscemi.
No anything. No foreplay. Right into the.
Ms. Carrington, do you recognize this home?
I do.
Is this one of the projects of Kouri Richins' real estate business?
Yes, it is.
Did she use Boomerang Finance to finance this project?
Yes, she did.
Thanks, Scott. Can I get 5-58, please?
I wouldn't take a loan from Boomerang Finance.
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
And what is it?
This is an America First bank account statement for Kouri Richins Realty. K Richins Realty, account 6577 from June of 2021. This is sent directly from Boomerang in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-58.
Same objection.
5-58 is admitted.
Scott, if you could zoom in. Ma'am, what again does this information or does this statement present?
This is like the others. This is Kouri Richins Realty, the account 6577 for June 2021. And you can tell at the top this came from Boomerang. And then the summary section says, calculates the three accounts. The total is $702,831.96 at the end of June.
Did you attempt to verify this bank statement?
Yes, I did.
Scott, can I get 5-29B, please? Ma'am, what is this document?
This is directly from America First Credit Union for Kouri Richins Realty LLC 6577 for June of 2021 in response to a prosecution subpoena.
The state moves to enter 5-29B.
Same objections.
5-29B as in boy is admitted. Publish now. Go ahead.
Again, Ms. Carrington, can you show what information this bank statement presents?
Kouri Richins Realty at the P.O. Box 759, the account number 6577 for June of 2021. This came directly from the credit union, and the two accounts at the end of the month had the balances of $15,339.12.
Scott, 5-32 Charlie, please. Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the America First Bank account statement for C&E Stone Masonry for June of 2021. The account number 7664 that came directly from the credit union in response to a subpoena from the prosecution.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-32C.
Same objections.
5-32C is admitted.
One more time, ma'am.
Okay. This is the America First Bank account statement for C&E Stone Masonry, the account 7664 from June of 2021. This one came directly from the credit union, and you can see in the summary section the three accounts totaling $702,831.96.
Thank you. I want to switch gears a little bit now. You've used the term funding sources a couple of times. We're going to talk about funding sources, okay?
Okay.
Scott, can I get 5-93 Delta 2? Ma'am, did you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare this document?
Yes.
What material did you use to prepare this document?
This is based on the lender documents, the loan documents from the lenders for each of the properties, the home equity line of credit, the bank account statements, settlement statements for the purchase and the sale, and the deeds, the trust deeds that were recorded with the different county recorder offices.
The state moves to admit 5-93D2.
No objection.
5-93D2 is admitted.
Okay, Ms. Carrington, it might be easiest to step down. I'll let you decide that, but can you explain to the jury the information presented on this document?
It might be easier if I step down.
It's up to you.
Would you turn the lab on? Thank you.
Is really comfortable and obviously
I'm going to try and do this without the pointer. So what I've done here along the bottom are just some phases of funding. And as far as the phases of funding, it's not a very hard and fast scientific analysis. But as I looked at all the transactions, they kind of fall into kind of different phases. And so what I've said is, she started her business in 2019. She had the one project early on, and then she had some other projects. And in the beginning, she used a primary lender, Sierra West and Matt Strong, and that's a name that I think you're going to hear over and over. So he's her primary lender for almost all of her, not all of them, but almost all of her projects, a significant number. And then in the very beginning, as we've already talked about, she used that HELOC, draws from the HELOC to fund the projects, the rehab expenses, until it was no longer available because it was maxed out. And in the very beginning, she had a little bit of cash. There's like a $10,000 or a $15,000 that I can see coming from her own sources to pay for projects. And she had a seller financing project. And I should stop and say too, I'm sorry, I'm getting long-winded, but she had prior projects that she'd done in South Carolina. And those seemed to be fairly successful. They were smaller projects, and they were before Utah, before she registered her business, so I've kind of left those off. But I do feel like to complete the picture, we need to talk about that. And then Cockerhands and Blackwell, those are two of her lenders so Matt Strong would be her primary lender, so she'd acquire the house with his funds, and then these would be what I'm terming, it's my term, rehab lenders. These are funds that she borrowed to give her money to fix up the house. So I have put these, what I'm trying to depict here, that as time went on, the proportions changed a little bit. And then as time went on, the funding sources changed. So no longer was she using her own cash. That was only in the very beginning. And the HELOC was, as you've seen, remember the chart where it was maxed out pretty quickly.
Your Honor, object to narrative.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, ask a question.
I'll ask a question, Your Honor. What changes from the first column to the second column?
Okay, from the first column, there's the HELOC and the seller financing and cash. Those don't appear in the second column because those are no longer available.
What changes from the second column to the third column?
The third column, you can see that the proportions change here. This is where we've talked about Iron Bridge and Boomerang. And Doreen Kouri, as you've heard, comes in. My understanding is that is Kouri Richins' aunt. The accounts receivable loans, those are those payday loans. We've talked a little bit about those. And then Cockerhands and Blackwell are still part of her lenders here.
How does Doreen Kouri contribute as a funding source?
As far as actual funds coming in, I have not been able to locate any funds that came in from her, but her name during this time period is used. She's on that operating agreement that's dated in June of 2021 that gets submitted in the fall of 2021. Her credit is used for the Excel financing and the David E. Gay potential refinances. So she's part of that process. And she's also used for a lot of these payday loan applications. Doreen had a company, a cleaning company, and I understand. And her name individually she's a guarantor on a lot of these payday loans.
So is it right then to summarize that she's a funding source because her name and credit is used, but she's not a funding source in terms of a source of cash?
I don't believe she's a funding source as a source of cash. I haven't been able to track any of that coming in from her. There might be some, but I've tried my best to identify every transaction. There are some that I still don't know, but definitely her credit and her name are used.
So what then changes from the third column to the fourth column?
What I attempt to show here is the growth during the fall and winter of 2021, the growth of the accounts receivable loans and Doreen Kouri. This is a time of intense activity in the fall. We've talked about October, November, December into the new year, and that's what that's supposed to show. Blackwell's dropped off until later. Those are the significant changes there.
And then what is the change from the fourth column to the final column?
So in early 2021, she had sold, Kouri,
I have to jump.
Kouri
Joe.
Richins had sold
I'll
the
see you
last
soon. Thank you.
significant project that she was going to sell for a while.
7 p.m.
And so there's not a whole lot of new funding activity except for what I've called the Legacy Way house. Some others are referring to it as the Midway Mansion. That's that big house that she buys and signs on the day after Eric Richins died. And what's different from this column to this column, you see this is all blue. Matt Strong is her primary lender on that house. But then also she uses Cockerhands and Blackwells and the Burns and then these other Lieb, Soto, and Sills all to come together. She uses all of those lenders just to acquire the property. So as opposed to somewhere over here, for example, where she uses Matt Strong to acquire the property and then she uses these lenders for rehab funds, over here she uses all of those lenders just to acquire it, leaving nothing left over for rehab expenses.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. We can trade mics now.
Thank you. It's off. You can turn it back on if you'd like.
She's really comfortable in front of a jury.
Okay, ma'am, let's talk about the accounts receivable loans portion of that chart. What are accounts receivable loans?
Accounts receivables are future revenues that have been earned but haven't come in yet. They're coming in later. And pardon me, this is, you can call these factor loans or future receivables loans, but also payday loans. Like in exchange for $60,000 today, I'll pay you $87,000 down the road. That's what someone might say.
What receivables did Kouri Richins or K. Richins Realty have?
They had properties that were in the middle of rehabilitation, remodeling, whatever, and then would have been sold. So those, when they're sold, those are the revenues. So those are future receivables.
Scott, can I get 5-97D, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes,
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
I used the bank account statements that we've talked about, the lending documents where I could find them as identified from the bank account statements. And then I did searches of the state's database, not the prosecution, but the state of Utah database for the UCC filings to identify some other information.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-97D.
No objection.
5-97D is admitted.
Okay, ma'am. Scott, if you could just zoom in a little bit. Oh, you did. Man. There we go. Ms. Carrington, what information does this present?
So these represent separate and distinct loans that Kouri Richins took out. The date is the date that the UCC filing was not. I need to explain UCC filings. Is that okay?
Please do.
Okay. If someone buys a piece of property like a piece of land or a house or something, there's a deed that gets recorded at the county recorder office and then if they borrow against it, the loan gets recorded there, documented there in a trust deed. On the other hand, say someone buys a piano or a piece of equipment for their farm or something, that is not something that the lender can can advertise to the world that they have an ownership interest in it until the loan's paid off. So they can't record it at the county recorder's office. So they file something with the state of Utah or whatever state they're in that says, I own this property until this borrower pays back the loan. And it's called a UCC filing. It's Uniform Commercial Code. And that's with the Department of Commerce at the state. So what I did is all public record. So I pulled up whatever UCC filings I could find under Kouri Richins, K. Richins Realty, Doreen Kouri, any of those. And I was able to piece together a lot of information. And this is the result.
So does this present that she borrowed $645,000 of payday loans that she received? Well, that's the amount she owed, right? And then she received $474,000 of that?
Yeah, and I can see how I can make this a little bit better, but so then the column that starts with net funds, that's the amount that hit her bank account. And you can see that I've got some gray shaded areas. I can tell from her bank account that she's paying this loan. But there's sometimes I can't tell which funds came in. Like it says just bank to bank transfer, and I don't know which one applies to, for example, on June 5th of 2021, the funded.com. I can see how she starts to pay $149 monthly to funded.com. But I haven't been able to figure out, and they didn't file a UCC filing, so I don't know how much she borrowed. So I'm not going to make an assumption and put a value in there and calculate a number that I can't support. So the net funds column, she got at least $474,000 into her bank account.
And she owed then at least $645,000.
That's right. So the receivables purchased, so in my example they gave you a minute ago, she took out a loan. Okay, let's look down here. 9/30/2021, the Greengrass Holdings. So she committed $87,000 of her future receivables to get $60,000 today. And by the time origination fees were taken out, she got $54,000 that landed in her bank account. And in exchange for that, they filed a UCC filing later, actually. But the payment that Kouri Richins committed to was that payment that we've seen, that $5,438. And she committed to pay that every week until the loan was paid back. And so she got $54,000, but she had to pay back $87,000.
Let's follow that thread then. Scott, can I get 5-10, please? Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Is that the green grass funding revenue purchase agreement that you just referenced and you showed the line item?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves 5-10 into evidence.
That's just, is that the only page? It's just the agreement? Just 2 pages? Keep going. I don't have an objection to that, Your Honor.
States 5-10 is admitted.
Scott, if we could zoom in on kind of the merchant information down to, yep, right there. Okay, Ms. Carrington, what does this tell us?
So this is the agreement between K. Richins Realty and other companies with Greengrass as of September 30th, 2021.
Did you investigate those other companies listed under the merchant's legal name?
Yes, I did.
What did you determine?
Some of these are related to Kouri Richins, like where she holds her contract or license or something else. And then the LTD's personal cleaning, I believe, is related to Doreen Kouri.
Other than the one related to Doreen Kouri. And is that, by the way, what you meant by Doreen Kouri as a funding source in part?
Your
Yes.
Honor, based on that, this line of questioning, I would object this line of questioning, continuing objection on our prior objections.
Overruled. Please proceed.
Except for the LTD personal cleaning, did any of the other companies connected with Kouri Richins have revenues?
I don't believe so, no. It's possible the WCA Enterprises, she's got a couple of projects where the buyer is K. Richins Realty LLC doing business as WCA, but as a standalone enterprise, I had requested the state subpoena documents, bank accounts, or anything that would support the fact that they had revenues, and I didn't, I'm not aware of any bank accounts that they have.
Scott, can you scroll down to the loan amounts? Right there. So is this what, if you can highlight that line at 60,000 to the right? I think you already did, but just to be super clear, can you please explain that line?
Okay, so this is the, someone might say, if I could have $60,000 today, I'll pay you $87,000 down the road. And that's what happened here. It was purchased at 15%. The payment frequency is weekly, and there's that $5,438 payment requirement.
And did we see some of those payments being withdrawn from our bank account in that October statement that we reviewed early on?
That's true, yes.
Did Kouri Richins continue to pay on that loan throughout the end of 2021 and into early 2022?
She did not.
Why not? What happened?
So this document, you can see at the very top of the document, this is from Kings County Court in New York, the very top right there. And the date there is December 9th, 2021. Greengrass filed a lawsuit against K. Richins Realty, all of these companies, Kouri Richins personally and Doreen Kouri personally, for non-payment of the debt. I can identify a small set of payments, and after that, payments were not made from the bank account, and that is also what the complaint says.
Objection to this whole line of questioning based on our former objections, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Scott, can I get 4-17, please? Do you recognize this document, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the summons that's related to that lawsuit that I just explained. And I believe somewhere there's the seal on the document. Oh, it's the summons and the complaint.
State moves 4-17 into evidence.
Same objection plus hearsay.
Not sure this is. Would you approach regarding the hearsay objection?
So the first objection is the one that he ruled on for all of the financial documents, that they are relevant to motive and that their probative value is not outweighed by prejudice, but she's also making a hearsay objection, and the judge wants a little better information about what she thinks the hearsay is and why there's no exception that covers it. So that's why they're up at the bench. The general ruling he made covers in general the type evidence that's coming in, but you can make a particular objection to something particular, whether because of foundation or because you think the defense lawyer thinks it's hearsay. that should not be admissible. So that's what that was about. And I don't think she prevailed, but we're looking now. The prosecutor's looking to see exactly where they are. And I had a question a while ago about Eric's sister and whether she was sitting behind Brian, the reporter in the blue shirt in the first row. She is not. She and her husband were in she's in, I think, the fourth row. I think I can see the top of her head in the 1, 2, 3, fourth row to the right as we look at the screen of the man in the blue check shirt.
We're going to move on from that one, okay?
Okay.
Can
Well,
you please turn
we
to
lost the
tax
objection.
analysis?
Yes.
Did you analyze Kouri Richins and Eric Richins' tax returns?
Yes, I did.
What types of returns did you analyze?
The married filing joint returns for 1920, 21, the business returns for C&E, and a separate tax return for that Kouri Richins self-prepared for 2019.
Hit subscribe.
How
Hit
do
like.
each of the business returns relate to their joint personal return?
So Eric's business, he had a business partner, and their earnings that he and his business partner drew from the company were reported on a K-1. It's a document then that gets filed with their personal return. I'm sorry, I'm trying to be succinct. And Kouri Richins, having it be a one-person entity, all of her income, whether or not it was reported on K-1, would just flow through to the personal return, usually on a Schedule C.
So one way or another, each of their business income or business loss would flow to their joint personal return.
That's right.
Did you analyze KRR's, Kouri Richins Realty's return?
Yes.
Were her tax returns helpful in understanding her financial narrative?
If I answered that yes or no, it would require some explanation.
Let's start by yes or no.
Okay. Yes, it did help explain the lack of continuity and lack of reliable accounting. And no, because of that, the things that she reported to her tax preparer.
Objections, same objections we raised previously.
Would you approach for a minute?
They're going back up. Oreo has a question about the financial stuff being inadmissible if none of the financial charges were filed in this case. Now, they can be admissible to show motive. They may not be able to go in substantively, but they can still come in to show motive or intent or course of dealing, state of mind at the time, identity. So different ways it can come in. It doesn't have to be prosecuted in a particular case for evidence to come in, but it may limit how the evidence can be used. And think of Murdaugh's case again, all the evidence that came in, he wasn't charged with those financial crimes in that prosecution. He would have been charged in a different prosecution. And of course, there was error because the judge let too much of it in and too much that wasn't really relevant to anything. And it may be reversed on appeal because of it. We'll see. So Patches thinks if you're willing to steal a lot of money, you're also willing to kill somebody. I'm not so sure I agree. Okay. thanking me for filling you in. Well, it's my pleasure. If you're not a subscriber, please subscribe, hit like, hit hype after this video is over or on another video. All that helps the channel and it helps me. And it's interesting to me that people will watch and there'll be a lot of nice comments, but then only 5, maybe 7% actually hit hype. I don't mean hype, I mean like, and all it takes is a punch of the finger. So I'm always curious as to why people don't do it. Do you really not like it, but you're watching? Carson Switzer, thank you that you gave me all your hypes. I really appreciate it. I hope you'll continue to give me your 3 a week. I would really appreciate that too. The hypes move the videos up in sort of the YouTube hierarchy so that they're placed in a place where more people might see them. And that, of course, helps because the more people who see, if you're doing a good job, the more people who will watch and viewers help, and the more people who subscribe, that helps the algorithm. And those who actually decide to become members, of course, that helps the algorithm. So it's all kind of connected the way what's the song? The leg bone's connected to the what? The foot bone? No, that's not how it goes. But you know what I mean, that song where all the bones are connected. Well, thank you, Sam, I am, to tell me that I have the best explanations. I appreciate it. You don't have a hype button while it's live, Rusty Buckles.
There's a legal issue I need to
It's
discuss
after
with
the
the
video
attorneys. If you
goes
would please
video.
take a break.
So if you look at another of my videos, you'll see the hype, and you'll see the hype on this one after the live is ended. Yeah, Carol AH, I agree. It's strange which ones they allow to hype. Although I looked and a lot of mine are hypeable, if that's a word. Probably it isn't, but I like it. I'm going to call it from now on. My videos are hypeable, like that.
All right, let's have a seat.
But I was trying to hype a very new channel and there are no hypes.
Mr. Bloodworth, to help me rule on defendant's objection, would you please proffer for me where we're headed regarding the tax returns?
Yes, Your Honor. I think in response to that question and maybe the next one, Ms. Carrington will testify that Kouri Richins Realty's tax return were unhelpful for Ms. Carrington's analysis because Kouri Richins' expense reporting to her accountant was inaccurate.
Okay. And then where will we go after that regarding the tax returns?
The implication of the inaccurate expense reporting was that her tax returns showed a profit. Then there will be questioning on if the expenses were reported accurately, would they have shown a loss? There's a tax advantage to showing a loss. Why would you want to show, from a tax perspective, why wouldn't you want to take the loss? And then Ms. Carrington will testify that during these time frames, Ms. Richins was trying to attract funding, loans, and a tax return that showed a profit would help her attract loans.
Okay. Ms. Nestor, take it from there.
Well, now I have a new objection.
I imagine you have a couple.
I do.
Go ahead.
So, first of all, absolute speculation as to why, the loops you have to jump through to get that she's over-reporting her income to use it to get funding when there's zero evidence in this case that I've seen that she's ever produced her.
Pause there for a minute. Let's assume for the purposes of our discussion for the next few minutes that instead of opining about what was in Ms. Richins' head, Ms. Carrington, based upon her education, training, experience, talks about what real estate investors would need to show to attract funding and whether someone with a balance sheet that looked like Ms. Richins would need funding. So more general rather than specific.
Except that in this particular case,
Going there.
I know we have 10 terabytes of information that was produced, but I don't recall ever seeing any evidence that she produced her tax returns to any lenders, ever. And if she has seen that, please correct me, but I've not seen it. So if there's no evidence in the case to support this speculation, then it is speculation, it is prejudicial, it's harmful, and it shouldn't come in. But I also think if she's, to whatever extent, for whatever reason, if she's filing false tax returns, that's a crime. And that's another crime, wrong, or bad act under 404B. And again, has zero relevance to whether or not Ms. Richins killed her husband. And so I object on all those grounds.
Okay, one step at a time. Addressing these issues in the order that they were raised by defendant. Mr. Bloodworth asked the questions in a way that does not require or invite Ms. Carrington to speculate about what was going on in Ms.
Kouri
Richins'
was
head,
doing.
but speaks more
To her
broadly or generally
expertise.
based upon her education, training, experience about why real estate investors in Ms. Richins' circumstances might benefit from making their tax returns look a certain way versus another. Any clarification on that?
No, yeah.
Okay, that resolves the speculation objection. Next, moving to the 404B issue, the court determines that evidence regarding the appearances that Ms. Richins was preserving regarding the success of her real estate investing business, circumstantial or direct, and evidence regarding the potential consequences that would flow if those appearances were shown to be without basis or not accurate, circumstantial or direct, are probative of a non-character purpose of showing motive. That is, that she, put bluntly, needed money to maintain appearances and to prevent the financial calamity that would show that these appearances were not accurate and the personal consequences that would flow from that. In so ruling, the court is summarizing the reasoning that it has already put forth in much more detail with citation to Utah law in its ruling on defendant's motions in limine and in its ruling on the state's motion for additional findings and conclusions regarding the intrinsic evidence issue. And the court incorporates by reference that reasoning, those authorities.
He does a great
However,
job.
to make sure that the jury does not inadvertently and improperly revert to a propensity-based drawing of inferences, Ms. Nestor, do you want me to make another instruction that makes specific reference to the taxes?
Yes.
Okay, so may we agree that the court will give an additional instruction to the effect of, you are about to hear evidence that defendant's representations related to the tax returns of her business were not accurate, and then the standard form language after that.
Yes, sir.
Any objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Nestor, anything further on that issue?
No, sir.
All right, and then can we just take a look together at Rule 103B?
The new rule.
Which states that once the court rules definitively on the record, either before or after trial, a party need not renew an objection or offer of proof to preserve a claim of error for appeal. I respect genuinely that Ms. Richins disagrees strongly with many of the court's pretrial rulings. That disagreement has been preserved for the record. It will be reviewed on appeal. To the extent defense counsel is worried about having to reassert any of those objections, they need not do so under Rule 103 basis.
Totally respect what you're saying, Your Honor. My only concern is that as we litigated this, we did not go document by document and say, these documents are the ones we have problems with. These are the documents we're okay with. My understanding of our discussion earlier this morning, and I might be wrong, and please correct me, but my understanding was that I was supposed to let the court know when we get to the documents that I think fall under what we've talked about. There are documents in here, as I said this morning, that we don't have any problem with. Most of our demonstrative exhibits, you'll note, I'm not making objections to those. They're coming in sans objection.
But some you doubled down on regarding the Barney house. And so it's hard to tell whether you're just reasserting the objection every time or if you're choosing. And that's why on occasion I have to ask whether this is a new or different objection.
So I can try to do better about alerting the court if there's a new ground, but I'm still concerned because we don't have a ruling anywhere that I've said exhibit 632 falls under, we believe falls under the court's ruling and therefore falls under our objection. We've never done that. So the fear that I have, well, I totally agree that's what Rule 103 says. I understand I can have a continuing objection, but the problem with that is we've never, in any of our litigation, said this set of documents.
Well, your motion in limine certainly did. It listed about 20 documents and then I denied it. So you know that those 20 are not a problem. But nonetheless, we are where we are.
Right.
So feel free to proceed as you are. But to the extent you want another specific ruling because you feel like we haven't discussed it before, you have to say more. Otherwise, I won't know what you're talking about.
Absolutely understood. So my intention for the record is to try to comply with the court's ruling not to have a speaking objection. When I say previous objections, I'm saying this document we believe falls under what you've already ruled on. If I have something that's new that I don't think you've ruled on at all, I will let the court know that.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody need a break before we invite the jury back in? Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, you're
Okay. Tasia, we're ready for the jury.
I do think that the amount of time she spent saying she doesn't want to miss any would be enough on appeal to say she's preserved the objection. I can't imagine that it wouldn't be. But what do I know? No, Mofin, he isn't saying don't object, saying previous objection. What he's saying is you can't tell when what all she's doing is saying previous objection or when it is something new. And he wants her to be clearer. And he's telling her if you've made the objection before and I ruled on it, you don't have to say anything at all because it's a continuing objection under Rule 103. And she keeps saying she's just not sure that that's going to be clear enough on appeal. And I'm saying I think it's eminently clear on appeal that she wants to preserve this objection for all these things. And no appellate court is going to say, well, after all this discussion and what the judge said, this particular exhibit, you didn't make a specific objection about. I just cannot imagine an appellate court doing it. After all the record she's made about needing to object and preserving objections. But as I say, what do I know? I do, however, sympathize with her wanting to be sure that she's preserving the objections that she's making. There, I have no quarrel whatsoever. I just think she's going overboard trying to be sure. And I don't think, I've been listening to her, she's making these objections. The prosecutor said, you're going to emphasize this and it may not be in your best interest, but it's your, it's your choice. And I think he's right. The fact that she's making the objection over and over again, and either the judge is saying overruled or they're just moving on,
Please have a seat as you come in.
emphasizes that she doesn't want the jury to hear it. And I don't think it helps her with the jury to repeat the objection. So I think tactically she's making a big mistake.
Okay, please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, an additional instruction. You are about to hear evidence that defendant's representations related to her business's tax returns were not accurate. During the period of time before the acts charged in this case. This evidence is not admitted to prove a character trait of the defendant or to show that she acted in a manner consistent with that trait. You may consider this evidence, if at all, for the limited purpose of determining whether defendant had any particular motive. Please keep in mind that the defendant is on trial for the crimes charged in this case and for those crimes only. You may not convict the defendant simply because you believe she may have committed some other acts at some other time. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Praying for part of that. I didn't want to interrupt.
Ms. Carrington, let me pick up with that last question. Maybe we'll just answer it again to get back on track. Were Kay Richins' realty tax returns helpful in your understanding Kouri Richins' financial narrative?
And I answered yes and no, or yes or no. Yes, they were helpful to understand the fact that everything didn't match. The money that came out of the bank account that was spent was not reported the same on the tax returns. Well, let me say, it was not reported the same to the tax preparer and therefore not accounted for correctly on the tax returns. And then no, because the same thing. If the accounting is not reliable, that doesn't help me understand fully and accurately what was going on in her business.
Does this relate back to how you had to calculate expenses as it relates to Kouri Richins rehabbing homes?
Yes, that's along the same lines, yes.
And it's those expenses, or is it those expenses that were underreported to her tax accountant?
Well, there's that, but there's also the fact that the whole body of those loans we've just looked at was not included. And in looking at the tax preparer's documents that he relied on to put the tax returns together, it's clearly missing. None of those loans is listed as a liability against the revenues. And the documents also show that the only loans that he understood that Kay Richins Realty had and was obligated to repay were the loans based on that were related to the properties. So there's this huge category of $500,000 of obligation, or $400,000 of obligation that was completely absent from any of the financial records that the tax preparer put together, and therefore was also missing from the tax return.
What was the effect of this inaccurate reporting on Kay Richins Realty's tax return?
So someone who, or a business that understates the expenses inflates the net income. So makes it look like there's more profit than there actually was.
Wouldn't there be a tax advantage to having a business loss?
Yes, or having a lower net income, yes.
Setting Kouri Richins aside for a moment, based on your training and experience as a forensic accountant, why would a business person want to inaccurately, from a tax perspective, want to inaccurately report their expenses and end up paying more tax?
Most, I don't know. Most, if taxes, if expenses, revenues and expenses are reported correctly, there is a tax liability, assuming they made a profit. If those are understated and it makes it look like they made more profit, they would owe more tax. If the opposite were true, they would pay less tax. And so it depends on what that person's or business's objectives were.
What would a business objective be to want to pay more taxes?
Back to speculation.
Overruled.
To avoid showing a loss so that the business appeared more successful.
Why would a business similar to Kouri Richins, a business with a financial position similar to Kouri Richins' financial position, want to appear more successful?
Well, if things had been reported accurately, she was operating at a loss. And so that would have been reflected, especially for 2021, that would have been reflected in an accurate tax return, would have shown a loss there. And during the time, especially the tax return that was prepared in the fall of 2021 that wasn't accurate, that's a time when she was actively seeking funding for, she acquired 3 new properties in November, and she,
Back to speculation.
Overruled.
factually speaking, she acquired 3 new properties in November of 2021, adding $1.1 million to her debt. She didn't pay anything toward those acquisitions, so she borrowed everything to acquire those properties. And in December is when she put the offer in on that big house. And so these are months that coincide with the inaccurate tax returns in which new projects were being acquired or contemplated and funding was being sought for those.
Did you investigate whether Kouri and Eric Richins had any tax liabilities?
Yes.
Did they?
Yes.
Do you know about how much?
I know at least number.
What is the at least number?
Let me back up. State tax liabilities, tax liens were about $70,000. And federal was about $80,000 at least. So $150,000 at least.
And were those a joint liability since they filed jointly?
That's correct.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 5-36? Are we frozen?
It's
Welcome,
possible.
Mary
Let me fix that.
Garrettson.
My
Good to
apologies.
have you.
Or maybe it's a scroll down problem.
I'm wondering now how confusing the defense will be in cross-examination
Okay.
of these data.
Ma'am, do you recognize that document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the bank account statement from America First Credit Union for Kouri Richins, the personal checking account 5244 in May of 2021. This is directly from the credit union in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-36.
Same objections.
5-36 is admitted.
Scott, if you could scroll down to the check. Yeah. Ms. Carrington, what is this?
This is a check from the C&E Stonemasonry account, and it's payable to Eric Richins, dated April 29th, 2021, for $36,000. And the memo on it indicates taxes TC-546, and that tells me that's a Utah State Tax Commission payment.
And based on your analysis, did C&E provide Eric and his business partner, Cody, for that matter, distributions in order to pay their taxes?
Check to hearsay.
She's supposed to say new objection.
I don't understand the hearsay objection there.
That's how she knows. They told her.
Why does it lay some foundation for how she knows?
Did in reviewing the C&E accounting materials show that C&E distributed to both Cody and Eric Richins
Any Mars, I don't know.
estimated tax payments?
Yes, no one has told me that, but I can see from reviewing all the bank accounts that there are pairs of transactions, and they are for Eric Richins and his business partner habitually over several years, and they are for different tax liabilities.
One moment. The hearsay objection is overruled. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So why?
Ma'am, did you trace this check?
I did.
You were really
If we
generous.
go back to the main
I hope
document,
there's
Scott,
money for groceries this week.
can you show your tracing of this check?
Sure. Scott, if you can scroll down.
Boy, that's blurred.
Okay. Right there. So mid-screen, you see April 30th, the deposited check item for $36,000 to go over there. And so that's that check. And they're included in this exhibit is the deposit slip. So I can match that up, plus the check copy came with this. So I know this is the same $36,000. And then
Sorry.
sorry,
At the time that was deposited, what was the account balance?
83 cents.
83
Can you
cents?
pick up the tracing from there, please?
Yes. So in doing a tracing, I look at the balance at the time a specific transaction is made. And so then I have to match up, but for certain funds, other transactions would not clear the bank. So the following transaction is April 30th, that bank-to-bank transfer of $25,000 could not have been made but for the deposit of that $36,000. So I know those have to tie together. So then I'm looking for what other information will tell me that deduction of $25,000.
Well, Latien, maybe you should have chatted.
And
that
where
I
did
don't-
that $25,000 land?
It's a wire out that goes to Stewart Title, to Stewart Title's Bank of Nevada, I believe.
Scott, can you go back to the main document and scroll down, please? No, I'm sorry, down a page.
No. Keep going to the wire.
Yeah, it's 6 hours
This one,
ahead
please.
of Eastern time.
Sorry.
Ms. Carrington, what information does this provide?
So this, you can see in the upper left-hand corner, it's a domestic outbound. So this is a wire that is going out of the account. If you go down the left-hand column, it shows you $25,000. If you go to the middle column, It's from Kouri Richins. Right above her name is the account number 5244. And over on the right, it says it goes to Stewart Title Company. And it, at the then go down to the bottom left, and it says earnest money, Kouri Richins. Earnest money being kind of a deposit on a purchase of a property.
Thank you, Scott. Can we turn now, please, to a property that you referenced as Legacy Way that others have referenced as the Midway Mansion?
Yes,
Are you familiar with the property?
I am.
How so?
I have been by it several times over the last 3 years, and I have researched the recorder's documents, the deeds affiliated with that. I have submitted a grandma request, which is a request for government records so that I could understand all the Wasatch County building permit the inspection records over the years, the life of that property. I have interviewed the prior owner before Kouri Richins bought it. I've interviewed the current owners. I've traced all the, after Kouri Richins bought it, tried to sell it, I have reviewed each of those 13 offers to purchase the property. And I've also looked at the bank accounts and the loan documents for her purchase.
Let's please start with the drive-by. Scott, can I get 6-7? Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is that the Midway Mansion?
It is.
State moves to admit 6-7.
No objection.
6-7 is admitted.
Scott, can you zoom in a bit? Scott, can I get 6-8, please? Ms. Carrington, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the real estate purchase contract, commonly known as a REPC, that K. Richins Realty submitted to as her offer to buy the property in December of 2021.
The state moves to admit 6-8.
No objection.
6-8 is admitted.
Scott, if you could zoom in, please, on that first kind of top section. Ms. Carrington, what information does this provide?
So this tells us in the far upper corner, this is Sierra, and that's the Bates stamp that identifies that this came from Sierra West Capital, Matt Strong being the primary lender. It gives, and then if you go first line kind of over on the left, 2/23/2021 is the date. K. Richins Realty is the buyer. Douglas Roy Lance is the seller. And then a couple lines down on the right says the earnest money deposit of $50,000. And then as you go down, it gives the street address is 106 North Legacy. That's why I call it Legacy Way. It's in Midway. That's why people call it the Midway Mansion. And then the parcel number, et cetera.
Then it says C addendum. We'll get to that one in a minute. But Scott, if you can scroll down. What information does the purchase price paragraph provide?
So it tells us what the agreed purchase, well, the offered purchase price is $2.9 million for this property. And then the accounting on the left shows that there's a $50,000 deposit. And then the balance will be paid at settlement, and then the purchase price there. And then I know that this is accepted because it's got initials on both and the dates on both, the buyer and seller.
Scott, can you just scroll down all the way through the next page?
Where did she think she was getting this $2.9 million to pay for this mansion?
Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Let's stop there, thank you. Let's zoom in on the contract deadlines through the signature. Yep. Thank you. Ms. Carrington, what information does this provide?
So this gives a chronology of different steps that need to be taken. It's very typical in every transaction, most transactions. Sellers have a duty to disclose any of the warts and problems with the house. Those are due by January 7th of 22. Due diligence means that's the opportunity for the seller, that's an opportunity for the potential buyer to do any homework, anything that they need to do as far as due diligence before they sign. That's due February 4th. Financing and appraisals, that's also for the buyer to arrange financing, funding, do any appraisals that they want to do, and they have until January 7th to do that. And the settlement deadline, that means this deal has to close by March 4th of 2022.
Does that March 4th date hold any significance in this case?
Yes, it does.
What's that?
That's the day that this property deal closed and Kouri Richins purchased this house.
Did she purchase it on March 4th or March 5th?
I'm sorry, March 5th. March 4th is the date that Eric Richins died.
Thank you. Let's discuss the warts and problems, please. Scott, if we can go down to just keep it up, zoomed out, right there. Is that the addendum that was referred to earlier?
Yes, it is. Addendum 1.
Okay, I'm going to walk up and present you with a printed copy of 6-8. And this is the addendum, am I right, that discloses all the warts and problems?
Yes.
I've circled a few of the paragraphs on that disclosure, that addendum. Can you please read those paragraphs aloud to the jury?
Okay. Bear with me. This is paragraph 2. Buyer is to acknowledge and affirm and agrees that these parcels, parcel 1, parcel 2, are sold as is. Buyer acknowledges, affirms, and agrees that both building structures have extensive vandalism, theft, as well as flooring and other structural concerns that may need or will require replacement or repair. Due to delays in construction and the permitting/approval process, the structures have been idle, exposed to the elements, and are not habitable, and are also suitable in many ways for continued construction. Damage has occurred because of the idle status of the projects. Buyer affirms buyer's intent in moving forward with the building project or abandon the project altogether based on buyer's own investigation of said structures in their state of idleness, disrepair, unfinished, and uninhabitable quality. Additionally, animals may have taken up residence in the ventilation systems for which there may be additional damage. Buyer acknowledges and affirms that buyer accepts the property in its unfinished, disassembled, unrepaired, damaged state and agrees to confirm through buyer's own due diligence which repairs and remediation efforts are necessary. Buyer acknowledges and affirms buyer's own actual or potential costs of repair, remediation, demolition, remodel, restart, reconstruction, and or completion in moving forward with the building projects. Buyer agrees to purchase and accept the parcels, buildings, structures, and all aspects of the purchase of said parcels on an as-is basis and waives and releases any and all claims against seller or any deficiency, unexpected outcome, or unknown condition, cost, delay, failure, or liability. Paragraph 3. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that sale of said property is sold without all or necessary or desired permits, certificates, or allowances to build or complete the building process from Wasatch County or other governmental agencies. And buyer is and buyer is to be solely responsible for obtaining any required building permits from Wasatch County or any other necessary government entity. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that seller's building process was halted by the governmental permitting or allowance process, and as such, buyer intends to purchase these parcels as is, with full understanding that buyer may also face challenges and costs in obtaining necessary or desired permitting allowances to build, rebuild, or complete the building and occupancy process. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the structures do not have certificates of occupancy, necessary approvals through all required inspections, and other indicators of structural habitability. Paragraph 4. Buyer acknowledges that seller has been working with the Army Corps of Engineers over a lengthy period of time, and that this entity is currently requiring additional wetlands evaluation of various materials, including water, environmental, etc. The Army Corps of Engineers may require other tests, requirements, and certifications, etc., that are to be completed to their satisfaction. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the Army Corps is an independent government entity separate of Wasatch County, and that the Army Corps may require its own permitting, which Wasatch County may also require in order to obtain building permits. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the Army Corps of Engineers does not monitor or collaborate with Wasatch County in any way. Wasatch County may or may not issue building permits independent of the Army Corps of Engineers. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that buyer, not seller, is responsible for moving forward with the Army Corps of Engineers and all other governmental organizations that may have oversight or control of the parcels and building projects and occupancy certification processes. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the process of moving forward could take considerable time, present costs, delays, hardships, and burdens to buyer. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that buyer does not require any contribution from or assistance of seller with regard to obtaining all necessary permits, certificates, allowances, or approvals to restart the building process or complete said process and obtain all necessary inspections, approvals, certificates, permits, or allowances. Paragraph 5. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the parcels have sewer rights, but that the sewer is not yet hooked up, is below grade, and will have to be pumped. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms all necessary steps to obtain sewer function is the responsibility of the buyer and may be required to be on site on the subject parcels. Paragraph 6. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that additional or dedicated open space, i.e. wetlands, or other required remediation or mitigation may or will be required by the Army Corps of Engineers, and that to achieve mitigation or remediation, additional properties may be required for such. Thus, a potential off-site property may be obtained by the buyer. And if not on an additional off-site property, then remediation or mitigation may or will be on site the subject parcels. There is a mitigation process that will need to be coordinated with the Army Corps of Engineers. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that there may or will be costs related to preparing lands to offset any disturbed wetlands. An outside consultant with BioWest has collected data and submitted data and recommendations to the Army Corps of Engineers. The Army Corps of Engineers still need to make its final decisions and will determine a mitigation plan with permits in cooperation with buyer.
Why would anybody buy a 2.5 million mansion with that?
Paragraph
list of
12.
conditions? Good
Buyer
Lord.
acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the Army Corps of Engineers may or will require further evaluation and study of wetlands underneath mounds of fill soil on the parcels. So seller will provide access to buyer's consultants or any other third parties related to studying groundwater or soils for the Army Corps of Engineers.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Carrington, in your experience reviewing REPCs, have you ever reviewed a REPC like that?
No.
Scott, can you please bring up 6-9? I will retrieve the exhibit. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Carrington, do you recognize exhibit 6-9?
I do.
What is it?
This is the settlement statement for the Legacy Way Midway Mansion property. where Kouri Richins Realty is the buyer and Douglas Roylance is the seller. And this is the final version of the sale.
State moves to admit 6-9.
No objection.
6-9 is admitted.
Why in the world, with the debt, even if she didn't have debt, what was she doing? Great heavens.
Ms. Carrington, what information does this present? And if it's easier to step down, please do it. I don't know what's easiest.
It might be, since I don't have a.
Yeah, I agree with you, Patches. It's a large developer, but it's also not only is
Okay,
she
this
small,
is not
but it's
actually as
after her,
complicated
was
as it appears. So this is the property address here, the buyer, the seller, and the lender is Sierra West Capital. So that's the Sierra West Matt Strong stuff. So now over here shows the settlement date and the disbursement date as March 4th of 22. And then this is the internal file number at the title company. This shows the sale price. This is the buyer's version. There is a seller's version, but this is the buyer's version. This is the sale price of the property at $2.9 million. And then here shows 2 of the 4 loans on this property. So here's the original loan from Sierra West to this $2,624,850. There's another lender from the Burns, and that loan is $420,000. These are some prorations. This section here, are you all right if I keep going?
Please, what's that section there?
This section, these are the fees associated with these loans. So the first position lender is Sierra West Capital, this $2.6 million loan. They charged $124,850 at the outset just for the loan. And then on top of that, it accrues interest going forward. It's a 6-month balloon. So this being March 4th of 22, she has to pay that off by September 4th of 2022. The next two, the $150 and the $20,000 relate to this loan, the $420,000 by the Burns. And then Scott, could you please scroll down? Thank you. That's great. So then here, these are the title insurance costs that are paid to GT Title Services, who's the title company in this transaction. So these are the different costs associated with that. So the first one, the lender's coverage premium, that's for the first position, the Sierra West one. Second position is the Burns, the $420,000 one. The third position loan is going to be this. For some reason, this is down here. I don't know why. But this third position lender funds is $150,000. That's an aggregation of a bunch of people who got together and they pooled their resources to loan $150,000 on this deal. And here is the buyer's portion of the real estate commissions, the 2% at $58,000. The other side paid $1,000 per their agreement, and then some recording fees. On top of this, there's one more loan from David Cockerhands that came in before this. He gave her the money for the earnest money. So did Matt Strong. So they both gave her the $50,000 for the earnest money. But later, the fourth position lender of $67,000 recorded his deed. I don't understand why it's not incorporated here, but it's not. But it is still attached and recorded on the property. So this tells us that all in all, there needs to be $3,201,230 that the buyer needs to come up with. And as I said, there's also that other $67,000. So she borrowed $3,259,000 against this property to buy it for $2.9 million. And then there was a little overage. And so this $87,240 came back to her. And we can see that go back to her bank account, and that hits her bank account.
So does this show that she borrowed $3.2 million from other people to close on a $2.9 million house, and at closing she walked away with $80,000?
87,000, yes.
On the day that the Midway Mansion closed, how much was it worth?
2.9 million, because that's what she
what
paid
they
for
paid.
it. That was the agreed price on that, for that transaction.
Is it worth, is the real estate market like other markets in that the value of something, whether it's gold, oil, real estate, the true value on any given day is what a willing buyer and willing seller agree to?
Yes, and so in addition to the fact that that's what the market dictates, the IRS rules also say that a transaction is valued between a willing seller and a willing buyer, and industries function like that all the time. Business valuation, a forensic accountant who conducts a business valuation of a business will use that same concept.
Did you use that same concept in valuing all the properties involved in this case?
That doesn't
I
account
did,
for,
because that's what she paid for them.
that doesn't account for an insane buyer. I mean, it does account for an
Scott,
insane.
can we get 5-114, please?
Sure.
Bless you.
What could she possibly have thought she was going to be able
Ma'am, do you
to,
recognize this agreement?
I do.
with that much
What is
debt on
It
a house?
is a loan agreement reflecting that large loan between Sierra West Capital and Kouri Richins Realty. And this was a response from the title company, Griffith and Turner Title, in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves 5-114 into evidence.
No objection.
5-114 is admitted.
And just, Scott, this, yeah, perfect. So this is, am I right? Is this the loan agreement between
This is
Kouri Richins
crazy.
Realty and Sierra West for the Midway Mansion?
It is.
And Sierra West was the biggest lender at $2.6 million.
That's right. Yes.
And she had
Scott,
two
could you just
investors
scroll down on page 1?
that were willing to help her with this. Crazy must attract crazy.
Scott, could you go to page 12, please? And is this part of what is, are we looking at what is known generally as a closing packet?
Yes, that would be consistent. Yes.
These are the closing documents on the Midway Mansion, at least this, the closing documents for the largest funder on the Midway Mansion.
That's right. Yes.
And is this the signature page?
Yes, it is.
And is that signature notarized on the 5th of March?
Yes, that's correct.
Scott, can you go to page 21, please? Is this another different signature page?
Yes, this one is basically acknowledging that the company that's buying this authorizes Kouri D. Richins to act on its behalf.
Scott, can you go to 27, please? Is this yet another signature page in the closing documents?
Yes.
Can you go to 32, Scott? I'm sorry, yeah, let's just go to 32. 32. Is that yet another signature page in the closing documents?
Yes.
And 33, Scott? Carrington, is that yet another notarized signature page in the closing documents?
It is.
Thanks, Scott. Ms. Carrington, based on your analysis, did Ms. Richins have the ability to service the $3.2 million in debt when it came due in 6 months from closing?
She did not.
Scott, can I get 2-14, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It's an email string between Matt Strong and Kouri Richins that was returned pursuant to a prosecution subpoena from Sierra West Capital and Matt Strong.
And does this email string in part discuss how much money Kouri Richins estimated would be required to finish the Midway Mansion? We can scroll through it.
Yes. This is the one where she's asking him to loan her the earnest money, the $50,000 for the project.
In part, yes.
Right.
The state moves to admit 2-14.
No objection.
2-14 is admitted.
Scott, can you publish the part you had highlighted on our screens?
Scott, let me know when you're ready. Okay.
I'm gonna give.
So do we think she planned to get this thing remodeled, cleaned up, and sold before she had to, before the payment came due? But she thought she was going to get, what is it, the Army Corps of Engineers to sign off within that period? Has she ever dealt with a government agency?
Ms. Carrington, based on your financial analysis, did Kouri Richins either have or have access to $3 million to renovate the Midway Mansion?
Objection, Your Honor. That's not consistent with what he just admitted.
It's a different question. Can you please restate it? Make sure we're listening to the question that he asked. If you'd say it again.
Ms. Carrington, based upon your financial analysis, did Ms. Richins have or have access to $3 million for renovations of the Midway Mansion?
Not that I,
Hold on. What was your objection?
Same objection, Your Honor. He's misstating what's in front of him as far as the evidence.
His question does not relate to this. Any other objections?
Judge is getting a little testy.
Overruled. Go ahead.
It won't show on
not
the
that I'm
call.
aware of.
Thanks, Scott.
He's not, it's unbelievable.
Ms. Carrington, did you investigate or try to trace any money flowing to the Midway Mansion project once Kouri Richins closed on it?
I did look, yes.
Did you find any money flowing to that project?
I did not find any money flowing to that project. There's one that is a maybe,
Okay.
but no, nothing significant.
What's the maybe?
It's in the neighborhood of about $3,000, I think. It's in that, the reason it's a maybe, is that your question? The reason it's a maybe is it's during that time frame, and it's to an entity that, and I'm sorry, I really can't remember which entity, but there's one that I thought might relate to this project, looking for what she usually does when she acquires a project, she moves forward. And so I'm thinking she probably does the same thing here. There's one that I recall fits that category, but it's minimal.
So at most, she, as best you can tell, invested maybe $3,000 into the Midway Mansion.
That's correct.
Did you investigate whether Kouri Richins tried to sell the Midway Mansion?
Yes.
Did she?
Yes, she did.
When?
She listed the property on March 12th of 2022, so the week following her acquisition of it.
That's also a week and a day following Eric Richins' death, right?
That's true.
Did Kouri Richins ever sell the property?
She did not.
What ultimately happened to the property?
After 12 offers that were made and canceled for one reason or another, actually, let me restate that, please. After, I believe there are 7 or 8 that were offered before her note was due. And then after that, she continued to try to sell it unsuccessfully. And at some point, the lender, Matt Strong, foreclosed or recorded a notion. He recorded a document, notice of default and election to sell. So basically started the foreclosure process.
And did the 12 failed contracts all fail during the diligence period?
Yes, they did.
In the months leading up to Eric Richins' death, what categories of assets did Kouri Richins have?
Categories of assets that Kouri Richins had. She had, she owned several properties. So that's one class of assets. She had financial accounts, and those are at various balances.
On March the 5th, 2022, immediately after closing on the Midway Mansion, what was the value of Kouri Richins' assets?
Including the new property, it was about 6.3 or 6.4 million.
In the months leading up to Eric Richins' death, what categories of liabilities did Kouri Richins have?
So liabilities are things that she owes. So she had a loan on the properties, each of the properties that she owned, and each of those was more than the property was worth. She also had all those payday loans that we've talked about, and she also had different lines of credit that were by and large all maxed out, not just the HELOC, but also she had some personal lines of credit associated with her checking accounts. Those were all maxed out, and she also had credit cards that had high balances.
On March the 5th, 2022, immediately after closing on the Midway Mansion, what was the amount of Kouri Richins' liabilities?
Right about $8 million.
So netting that out, on March the 5th, 2022, after closing on the Midway Mansions, what was Kouri Richins' net worth?
She was in the hole. She was negative 1.6 million.
As a forensic accountant, have you formed an opinion as to Kouri Richins' financial position on March the 5th, 2022, after closing on the Midway Mansion?
Yes.
What is your opinion?
As of the date that Eric Richins died, Kouri Richins was in financial distress, and her financial enterprise was collapsing, had been collapsing, and but for a significant infusion of cash and capital would have continued to collapse. It was imploding. Her debts and liabilities far outweighed her assets. And even if she had sold everything she had, it would not have been enough to get back to zero.
Let's turn briefly to Eric Richins' estate. Did you analyze the value of Eric Richins' estate?
Yes.
What material did you study in this analysis?
The insurance policies, the life insurance policies, including there's a life insurance two life insurance policies that Eric and his business partner had on each other. So there's the company, the documents that relate to that, the bank accounts, the documents related to the house where the family lived, and his bank account statements.
Are the bank accounts de minimis in relation to Eric's interest in C&E, his life insurance, and his home?
Pretty much, yes.
Let's set those aside then.
Right.
How is Eric Richins' interest in C&E, or how was Eric Richins' interest in C&E determined upon his death?
It's based on the value of those life insurance policies, so it's basically $2 million.
It's exactly $2 million, wasn't it?
It's exactly $2 million, yes.
Scott, can I get 7-28 Delta?
She should look more than a little unnerved there. She should look embarrassed beyond belief.
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
The insurance policies of each of these insurance policies, the applications for a couple of them, the claim information, and also the payout of these policies.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 7-28D.
Objection.
7-28D is admitted.
Ma'am, what again is this?
This is just a simple list of the different life insurance policies. I have not included the buy-sell agreement policies, the $2 million that benefited Eric's business partner, but these are the others.
Scott, if you could please highlight the claim paid, the policy amount column. Does this show that Eric Richins had $2.2 essentially $1 million in insurance upon his life?
Yes.
Scott, can you go to the claim amount paid? What, ma'am, does this column, what information, ma'am, does this column present?
So for each of these policies, there was a specific amount paid. Like the top one is related to the house, and so it paid 70% of the existing mortgage, not the second, but the first. The things that I've highlighted in green are the three policies that were paid directly to Kouri Richins. The others were paid, the $500,000 was paid to the Eric Richins Trust.
We'll come back. So, well, summing up the amounts of insurance paid to Kouri Richins, is that $1.36 million?
That's correct.
Thank you, Scott. We spoke earlier about Eric Richins' premarital home.
Yes.
What was the approximate value of that home?
I think it was about $1 million, give or take.
And it was encumbered by the $250,000 HELOC that Kouri Richins signed for.
That's correct.
And was there an outstanding mortgage that was 70% satisfied by life insurance?
That's right.
We talked about the $1.3 million in life insurance proceeds that Kouri Richins received upon Eric Richins' death. Did you trace how she used those proceeds?
I did.
Scott, can you bring up 7-31D? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
I looked at Kouri Richins' America First Credit Union accounts and also Kouri Richins' UCCU account where she deposited the $1 million. And I guess that's it.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 7-31D.
No objection.
State 7-31D is admitted.
What, ma'am, does this present?
So on another schedule, I've listed every single transaction that I've traced back to the 3 deposits of insurance proceeds. And so the first line of this shows on June 16th, 2022, she got a little over $1 million from the auto owner's life insurance policy. And what I sought to show is before the money came in or as the money came in, how much was in her accounts. So she had $543,000. I'm sorry, let me back up. She got the $1 million in. And then the next one down on June 25th, the $251,000 that comes in. When that comes in, what was the balance in her account before the second policy was paid? And she had $543,000 in that account. So basically she spent about half of the $1 million between the 16th and the 24th. And then on September 2nd, if you go to the third one that's paid, is that $100,000 policy got paid, and that's when she received those proceeds. And what was in her account the day before was $9,691. So that meant that she had spent the $1.2 million basically before she got that last $100,000, and then that final line on September 19th, she had $802 in her account. So that's just a look at the balances. And then I have looked at every transaction in these accounts to show, to try to understand how those proceeds were used.
We'll turn there next, but let me just make sure we understand this.
Okay?
So does this show that between June and September, 3 months between June and September, she received $1.36 million in life insurance proceeds and spent $1.36 million in life insurance proceeds?
That's what the bank account shows, and this is drawn from the bank accounts.
Thank you. Scott, can you bring up 7-29D, please?
Your Honor, we're broke up again.
My apologies. Let's reset.
I still
I need
can't
you to
believe
unplug and plug back in, Scott. Oh, there you are. I apologize.
that she thought in
All right,
6
one moment.
months she could rehab that property and get the
7-29D is visible to the witness.
Ms. Carrington, did you prepare this document?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
The bank accounts that I just spoke of, the America First Credit Union accounts and also the UCCU account.
Your Honor, the state moves 7-29D into evidence.
Sorry, can we just blow up the very tippy top of it, just so I can see the label on it? Thank you. No objection.
Tippy top,
Sorry, 7-29D is admitted.
tippy top.
And then Scott, can you split screen the 2 pages? Now, Ms. Carrington, am I right that it doesn't really read left to right, it reads top to bottom?
It's a vertical, yes.
So this page on the right is really right down here.
That's correct.
Okay. What information does this demonstrative present?
So I wanted to portray the funds that came in from Eric's death, and I've highlighted, or I put in bold the different life insurance policies, proceeds that came in, and then the way those were spent. I have taken everything over $1,000 to try and be brief. Obviously, this isn't brief, but so there are a lot of transactions for, whatever, $700 or $43. Those are not on here. So anything over 1,000 is on.
And Scott, if you could go down to the very bottom, so the very bottom of page 2. What information does this present?
So this shows even without putting those de minimis transactions in there, there's 1.3, almost 1.4 use of the proceeds, or that came in, and she spent the 1.2, so she spent it all. And then my footnotes here, I attempted to do the same thing that was in that other section, my footnote 2. These are the different accounts that she had, and these are the account balances when the new insurance comes in.
Now let's just highlight, Scott, maybe the far left column on the first page. Perfect. So that shows where, when she gets a $1 million life insurance payment into the account, you then detail where it goes.
That's right.
And those are all the transactions below it.
That's right. And so you can see the money comes in, and there are some expenses for projects. There are expenses to pay debt, figure lending, green grass holding, the One Main Financial. But I can see things that do relate to what I'm thinking are projects like Rocky Mountain Dirt, Home Depot, Lowe's, et cetera, et cetera. And then you see on 6/4/22 those 5 transactions to the Utah State Tax Commission. And especially on the right, Scott, can you see that bottom one? 6/4/2022 Utah State Tax Commission, and go over, and it's $50,000, $342. Thank you, that one. That matches one of the tax liens, the state tax liens that I was talking about earlier. So that's one of them. And those other amounts could be for the other $20,000, or it could be for something else. But one way or another, those are tax payments.
Do you see that entry on 6/24/22 to Robert Grossman for $25,000?
Yes.
Are you familiar with who Robert Grossman is?
Yes, he's Robert Josh Grossman. Josh Grossman, I understand, was Kouri Richins' boyfriend during this time.
Thank you, ma'am. When you analyzed how the $1.3 million in insurance proceeds were dispersed, approximately how much of that 1.3 million were used to pay debt?
About 600,000, somewhere in there. So about half, little less than half was used to pay debt.
Thank you, ma'am. I think that's all I have for now. I suspect we're going to take a break, and the defense will have some questions for you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Nestor, any objection to taking a break?
No, sir.
Okay. Please rise for the jury. Let's take a break.
Those numbers do not make any sense at all. I don't know how she, if the state is right, she figured she was going to get out of all this by murdering her husband, getting the insurance money, selling the house. I assume getting his part of the business, or at least slowing things down to get her a chance to get her feet on the ground. But that purchase of the
10 of 3?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Carrington, walk around, use the restroom, grab some water. Please don't talk to anybody about your testimony. Thank you.
makes
Court's in
no
recess. Thank you.
at all. And the part that I find most extraordinary is how in the world she could have thought that in a 6-month period, she could get the Army Corps of Engineers to sign off on an issue of wetlands where that mansion was. I suppose it's possible, but my God, does she never read anything about how long some of those some of those evaluations and getting past it are, and whether you have to do remediation and whether it's even possible to do anything? It's extraordinary to me. Absolutely extraordinary. And how she was able to persuade, I mean, I guess, if you can maintain a sort of a calm attitude and just look people in the eye and lie and do it, I guess, reasonably effectively, you can just fool people, reasonably intelligent people. It's amazing to me. And I know people in the chat because I couldn't understand all these loans being given to her when she was in the mess she was in. And I understand now that to some extent she was able to hide the mess by playing with documents. But even so, and I saw people in the chat saying lenders and particularly banks get their money back, but because it's collateral, but she's got so many loans. It's amazing to me that a lender would be willing to be the second in line or the third in line. It didn't sound to me like there was one lender per project. Maybe there was, and I just missed it. So if so, correct me. But it's just amazing. Melissa Navon said she was way in over her head. Boy, that's an understatement. Okay, Oreo12432 says, thanks for answering her question. My pleasure. I'd like to be able to answer them all, but I can't do that and watch the trial, or at least pay attention, and then I miss things. Even when I try to write something in the chat as an answer, I'm missing something. My brain doesn't allow me to listen intently on one end and type on the other at the same time. Maybe it's my fingers that are not allowing it, but something is preventing it. Do I think we're in for an 8-week trial? What could the defense have to argue this? Thank you again. They said, 5 weeks? Did he say 8 weeks? I thought he was talking about, maybe it's 5 more. I would have said not possible. But if we're going to have more testimony like this, we may go into the 4th of July. I mean, this took all day and we haven't heard the defense yet on it. But no, I don't think it's going to go 8 weeks. I just can't believe it. I don't think the defense will mount a defense of many witnesses. I could be wrong. The state still has a ways to go on what it's doing, but it seems to me it's more than halfway through now. So we'll see. Yeah, I did call it a financial canyon, the bare facts. I think that was right. I mean, it's not a hole, it's a canyon. And I can maybe understand when you start down this road and you think you'll be able to fix it by taking another loan. And then at each stage,
You don't evaluate how bad it is. You think you're going to be able to fix it on the next stage. It's almost like a gambler. I'm gambling and I'm getting more and more in the hole, but I figure the next roll of the dice, I'm going to break even and go ahead. And this is what this sounds like to me. I mean, there was never a point, apparently, where she just stopped and said, I have really gotten myself into a mess, and I've got to admit it and stop and not keep thinking that I'm going to be able to fix it by doing more of the same. And that last purchase, $2.9 million for that mansion, that it was a mess in the inside, and that list of things she was taking on and wasn't going to go after the seller for, and the Corps of Engineers. And then she thought in 6 months she was going to be able to turn it around and make a profit, is unbelievable to me. And I don't know, even on the next day, who would pay $2.9 million for it. I mean, evidently, no one who made an offer was willing to do it, or certainly do more. I mean, she was going to have to do more than $2.9 million to break even, because if you only count the closing costs, she needed more than 2.9. And then she's got those two investors who are merrily going with her. It's absolutely incredible. I would love to watch the federal trial on her financial wheeling and dealing. Unfortunately, federal trials are never televised, but boy, that would be a trial to watch. Okay. Jeremiah says he's going to be laughing about that contract for a long time. That, if you wrote that in a script for fiction, nobody would believe that someone would sign a real estate contract with that number of major caveats. There may be animals, running through the vents. You have to take care of that. The structure may be bad. You're going to have to take care of that. The wetlands are going to be a problem. You have to deal with the Army Corps of Engineers. Amazing. Amazing. So, I mean, this certainly, and the timing certainly make for the state a really powerful case that killing Eric was going to be her way to get out of this financial mess she got herself into. Okay, Angela Grace wants to know where the boyfriend is. I don't know. I assume he's still living in Utah. Wasn't that where he was living before? Some people think that the insurance she took on the kids put them at risk for her doing other things. I'm not going to speculate there. I mean, a killing of your husband seems to me still different from killing children and your children, although Murdoch did both when he got into the financial trouble. But I'm not going there. Great show is what Iana Pickard said to me. Well, I didn't produce it. I didn't hire the cast. I'm just here watching it with you. Okay, and then Otto says she hates to tell us, but this is how developers live. You're telling me they live with multi-million-dollar debt that they're servicing, and it's costing them a fortune, and dealing with the Army Corps of Engineers? It's hard for me to believe. I'll believe you because you probably have experience that I don't have. But this is just amazing to me. And let me get back to the question that was posed earlier today about why go into all this detail. And I had said it's one thing to hear that she was engaged in this sort of thing. It's another thing to hear all these details, one after the other after the other. I want to repeat that because this day of hearing it, particularly this last portion, gives a picture of this, for me at least, 1,000 times more compelling than hearing it summarized in the information that we had before the trial started. Okay, Jeremiah wants to know, I think judges are curious about the CVs of the lawyers arguing cases in front of them. I think sometimes they are, you're wondering, a lawyer's doing a good job, a lawyer's doing a bad job. You may really be curious and want to look it up. Okay. All right, so RV Ready 369 said she missed the last 30 minutes. What insurance policy paid Kouri? Well, she took a $250,000 policy out on Eric, and evidently there was one. I wrote it down. I'll have to go back and look now. Somebody in the chat may have a quick memory about it. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know where I wrote it. It didn't sound like it was a personal policy, that Eric had taken out. It sounded like it had something to do with the business, but I'm gonna have to go try to find it. Does anybody remember? I've got it written here, but it should be right here, and it's not. Nope, I'm not certainly not finding it quickly. No, I know I wrote it down, but I'm not going to find it quickly, so I can't answer that. And I wrote down, but because I thought I heard it, but it's hard for me to believe I heard it. 400% interest on one of these loans? Could I have heard that correctly? Well, Melissa and Yvonne, you say they buy and tear down for $2 million, rebuild for 1.5. That gets you to 3.5. They sell for 4.5 to 6. You tell me how her numbers were going to work out that way. On what you did, they're making between $1 million and $2.5 million profit. Hers didn't sound like all she was doing is getting deeper and deeper in debt. Now, I understand you can do a lot of them and you can take a loss on one and make it up on another, but she was doing a loss on every single one of them. And after a loss on every single one of them and being very much in debt, she decides to take on that $2.9 million mansion. And I would be interested, Melissa and Yvonne, if you know how many developers would have taken on something like that when you've got the Corps of Engineers, Army Corps of Engineers.
Back on the record in 231-500-139. May we invite the jury in, please?
Because you can't guarantee how much time what they're gonna require that you do. That's kind of a imponderable. It's not something you can predict or prepare for or have experience with. If she's got life in prison, will they still continue with the financial crimes trial? I don't know. They could. They certainly could. But whether they'll decide not to bother, not to go through the expense, I don't know. It may be that something in doing the trial will help a beneficiary or will help in some other way. But I don't know enough about what's going on. I haven't seen those counts laid out. So Oreo thinks it was $1 million policy from Eric and his business partners, potentially through the company itself. Well, I know there was one where Eric would pay Kouri, Kouri would pay Eric. Maybe there was another policy with the business.
All right, folks, have a seat. Thank you.
$2 million from the business
Ms.
is
Carrington,
what?
you're still under oath.
$2 million sounds
Ms.
right.
Nestor, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good afternoon, Ms. Carrington.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nestor.
You and I have known each other for some time. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay. So I'd like to talk to you about how you got involved in this case. Is it fair to say that you were brought into this case by the gentleman who was working as a private investigator for the trust for the estate?
Absolutely, yes.
And his name is Todd Gabler, correct?
That is correct.
And Mr. Gabler is also someone you've known for a really long time.
I have. Professionally, yeah.
Right. Well, of course. I should have said that. I'm sorry. And you guys even share office space, or did at one point?
No, never.
I thought you did. Sorry. And so initially when you were brought into this case, Eric Richins' family was really your boss in the matter.
I wouldn't look at it that way. I was hired by their attorney, Crystal Bowman Carter, after Kouri initiated the lawsuit. That's when I came in.
But the work you were doing was designed to assist Eric Richins' family in the litigation. Fair?
Fair, yes.
All right. And during the time that you were working for the family or the estate or the trust, did you also do some witness interviews with Mr. Gabler?
No.
You didn't go to any interviews of witnesses with him?
No, I didn't. I did not go to any with him. No, I don't think so. No, I didn't.
And then at some point you stopped. It sounds like your work kind of trickled off for the estate or the trust when they got a new lawyer, right?
Right. I've known that firm for a long time, and I'm usually on the other side. So they use other people for their forensic accounting, and so I was not surprised when the estate got, when the trust, the estate got new lawyers, that they didn't adopt me as well, which is fine.
That's okay.
Yeah.
And then how is it that you became associated with the prosecution team?
I don't know how that happened.
They reached out to you?
They did.
And are you aware of whether Todd Gabler recommended you?
I have no idea.
And Mr. Bloodworth asked you on direct, he mentioned that they've retained you at your normal rate. Is that right?
That's correct.
So it looks like you've done quite a bit of work.
I have done a lot of work.
Binders worth of work.
Yes.
And so how much have you been paid by the state or by the county?
I don't know exactly, but it's probably about $200,000, which is a lot.
All right.
You asked, and I said the defense will bring it out. And here
All
you
right, now I
go.
want to talk to you a little bit before we get into details about it, the nature of the house flipping business.
Okay.
I think you talked a little bit about this on direct, but the idea of someone who's in the business of flipping houses is you want to buy a property that appears to you to be undervalued for sale. Is that fair?
You want to get a good deal on, is that what you mean?
Sure.
Yes.
So you look for something that maybe is a little below the value of the property.
Fair enough, yes.
And the idea is you do just a little bit of rehabbing, right? You don't want to sink a ton of money into it or you're going to not make a profit.
Well, it depends, right? It depends. I mean, it depends on where where it's located and what's the upside. Miss Richins' properties spanned a lot of those. Some of them were very small, easy fixes and flips. And then like the one that we were talking about, the Mill Creek project, that was enormous. The Provo project was enormous. So it could be any of the above.
Sure. But if you want to make money, the goal is to do as little rehabbing as you need to flip the property. Is that fair?
I think that's fair, sure.
And as I would say, put a little spit and polish on it and then get it ready for sale, right?
Fair enough.
Okay. And then the goal is to flip it as quickly as you can for more than you paid for it.
That's correct.
And enough more that it covers whatever you paid to spit and polish it.
That's the idea.
All right. And the nature of this business is the goal is to hold that property for as short a time as you possibly can before you flip it.
Absolutely, especially because of the way the financing works.
Right. And let's talk about that.
Okay.
So because you know the goal is only to hold that property for just a really short time, you often use what are called hard money lenders, right?
That is true.
And we did hear you talk about that on direct, but just as a quick refresh, because I think that was 20 years ago, the hard money lenders lend money without all of the formalities that a bank requires to lend money, right?
For example, that is correct. For example, the underwriting process is almost nil.
And to sound really kind of juvenile about it, it's basically wealthy people that are willing to loan you money short term for a short period of time at a super high interest rate, right?
Right, and they assume the risk of that, and in exchange, they have very strict zero tolerance default clauses that make a loan just skyrocket in cost and interest if it's not met, if those terms are not met.
And the reason for that is this is a risky business, yes? For both sides.
I'd say it's risky for the borrower.
And for the lender, because they're not putting someone through all the vetting that a bank would. They're just trusting them that they're going to show back up in 90 days and pay them off.
But you're missing a key piece. They secure that property with their trust deed so they've secured their collateral.
Totally fair. That's absolutely right. So riskier for the person that's doing the flipping than for the hard money lenders.
Yes.
But the hard money lenders generally do not expect to get paid monthly payments in between when they loan the money and when they get paid back. Fair?
Well, it depends. And I think that's usually a true statement. Kouri Richins had most of her loans that were like that were 6-month balloons. There was nothing expected. In fact, when the subpoenas went out, I expected to get all these ledgers back, and nobody has a ledger because they didn't care. They just knew when the balloon was due, and they were going to get their money or their property.
Exactly right.
Miss Richins had 3 property. Well, she had 2 lenders that had monthly payments.
And because of what you just said, the hard money lenders have what we call a promissory note, just a promise that if I don't pay you like I promise on this note, you can get the value, you can get the property and sell it yourself and recoup your money, right?
Yeah, there's a promissory note on any kind of a loan.
So when you put all those loans up there, they're backed by the collateral, the house.
Can you clarify which loans they put up where?
Sure. And that was a broad statement. So
I just want to make sure we're talking about because the loans I put up there are the payday loans, and those are different.
I'm talking about the hard money lenders.
Okay.
When you showed some notes, for example, where I think Matt Strong paid a couple $1 million on one property, somebody else paid $300,000 on another property. All those loans were backed by the property. They were totally secured.
For the first position lender, they're totally secured. The others are secured with the property, with the caveat that they are in second, third, and fourth position. For example, the Midway house, the Legacy Way house, the second, third, and fourth position lenders did not recoup any of their funds on that.
Okay, well, we'll get to that in a minute.
Okay.
But if Kouri were to default on a promissory note and they went after the property and took it and sold it, Kouri would owe $0 because they would have recouped their note from the sale of the property.
That's true. She'd owe $0 and she would have made $0.
Right, but she'd owe $0.
That's true. Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry. It's probably. She would probably owe $0. I don't know. They could go after her for the residual. I don't know of a situation where that happened here, but.
Okay. Did you do any analysis of the average length of time Kouri held the properties before she would flip them?
No.
Okay.
I do know about every property, but I haven't compiled that into a schedule.
Did you mentioned you interviewed, I believe, some of the hard money lenders, is that right?
That's right.
And prior to Kouri's, actually, let's do this. Prior to Eric's death, every one of those hard money lenders got their money back from properties they gave to Kouri, or properties that they lent money to Kouri on, correct?
Let me think about that. Prior to Eric's death.
Yes.
No, that's not true. There's one of her early projects, I think it's Casperville, where she ended up $28,000 in the hole. on that project. So she walked away with no buyer proceeds from that, and that was not a successful project. And I haven't looked to analyze who got what, but that would be a situation where not everybody got their money back.
Do you know whether she made them whole with her own funds or in some other way?
I have not seen anything that reflects anything like that.
So you don't know?
I don't know. No.
Okay. So except for one occasion, on all these other deals that were done before Eric's death, all the hard money lenders got their money back from the deals they did with Kouri, plus interest.
I would say that's probably true, but I may come up with another one. I try not to deal in absolutes.
All right, now I want to talk about these bank accounts.
Okay?
And I appreciate that you were trying to, excuse me. Sorry. I appreciate that you were trying to track insufficient funds, things that popped back. I call them in my parlance bounced checks. That's what I know them as and have done. When you were tracking these, did you ever go back and see how or if or when they were made whole?
They weren't made whole.
Okay. So the bank continued to keep open accounts where $300,000 worth of checks were bounced, and you're saying there's no resolution of that on either side. The bank that sent it, the bank that got it, it's just, they just let her continue to have checking accounts where she bounced over $300,000 in checks.
So can I answer your question with a description? So the Navy Federal accounts really never had any significant money in there at any time that I looked at. So there was no like deposit that came in 2 days later that just missed. There was never an attempt to try and cure that check on the Navy Federal side.
Let me stop you right there. Did you ever follow up and find out if Kouri made the person she wrote the checks to whole with another check out of another account in another way?
Well, we're talking about a couple different things. The checks that I'm talking about are the ones that she wrote to herself.
Okay.
She's the payee. So then, can I come back to that question? I'm trying to answer the prior one. Okay, so on the Navy Federal side, no. There was never an attempt to cure that.
Okay, but wait, stop right there. On the Navy Federal account, she was writing checks to herself.
That's right.
So did you track whether she actually put money in the account where she put the hot check, as I would say, to cover it later?
Well, and that's what I'm getting to. Okay. So she writes a set of checks to herself, and they get deposited into either the K. Richins Realty 6577 or that Kouri 5244. Those checks go in, and eventually, they're returned unpaid by the bank, and so that makes the balance go way in the hole.
Sure.
Eventually, there are funds that go back to the account.
That's my point.
And my understanding of how banks work, banks and credit unions, they work, in answer to your question or your wondering about why would they allow her to continue going if she's bouncing all these checks. Financial institutions don't look at just this account or just the accounts by this person. They look at the relationship. And so we've also got Eric and C&E Masonry and whatever else. And so they will look at it from a business point of view. They don't want to kick her out because they've got another account that is making them money or is being dealt with differently. So that's the answer to your question, why they wouldn't just cease and desist and kick her out of the bank.
Because somewhere in these accounts, there's enough to cover these bounced checks, or they would shut that down.
The way you're stating that is not correct, and that's not what I just said.
Okay.
They will look at the totality of the relationship, and they want to honor that relationship. There's not a scenario in which they would dip into C&E's account to pay Kouri Richins or K. Richins Realty's checks. So that's an important distinction of where I would quibble with what you're explaining.
Okay. I never saw anywhere in your myriad of check statements that we went through that there was one where she was a negative $300,000. So those checks were covered. Yes?
No, they weren't. No, could I please explain what the negative 300,000 is? So it's a simple exercise where I looked at the bank account statements and I just added up the transactions that she tried to pay. And not all of those were paid. A lot of those were returned unpaid. So I'm not making any judgment call. I'm not making any conclusion other than looking at that K. Richins Realty account 6577. That is what she tried to pay unsuccessfully without a fee.
And then other funds went into that account subsequently,
Right.
every time.
Well, eventually, yeah.
Okay, that's
Yes.
it. All right, now I also noticed when you're putting up all these accounts, I didn't see any of Eric's. Did you analyze how much money Eric had?
I did look at their family account, and their family account, when I'm looking at an account, it's really easy to try and get kind of a cadence or an understanding of how that account is used and the characteristics of that account. The family account, as opposed to the K. Richins Realty and Kouri's personal account, was consistent. It always had a balance. That's where Eric's paycheck went in.
Let me stop you right there. Apart from Eric's paycheck, where else did all the money from the family account come from? Apart from Eric's paycheck.
There were distributions that came in from Eric's work, and there were occasional, I know you've asked me this question before, and Kouri Richins did not put more money into that account than Eric Richins did.
Did she put a lot of money into that account?
She did put a lot of money into it, yes.
And that account was used for family, for paying mortgage, for paying trips, all their personal expenses, right?
Not all of them, but that is the family account. That's where the kids' expenses were paid. Not all credit cards were paid from there because not all credit cards were family credit cards.
And Kouri was regularly contributing to that account out of her business accounts.
I would
Yes?
not agree with that statement.
Okay. So we know Eric's paycheck goes into the family account.
That's
What
right.
about the other accounts you mentioned for Eric? You said Eric had a separate account.
There was a personal checking account, and I had reviewed that initially. It looked like it was squarely Eric's account, and the 5244 was squarely Kouri's personal account, and so I kind of set those aside. She used her personal account for her personal expenses, and he used his for things that appeared to be his.
And you do not know the arrangements that Kouri Richins and Eric Richins had as a couple about when they would make money available to each other, did you?
I don't. I
Okay,
don't
so
know.
how much money was in Eric's personal account?
Habitually, there was enough to pay whatever was attempted to be paid from it. I know that my recollection is it had, 10,000, 20,000, something like that. I don't recall it bouncing checks, and I don't recall it going into the negative.
Okay, but you did not provide that to the jury to review in terms of assets that were out there for this family.
Objection, Your Honor.
Based on,
Your Honor, can we approach?
of course.
She doesn't want to call her own expert. She wants this expert to help her say what she wants to say. And the question about whether she looked into Eric's accounts really relate to what the prosecutor asked her to do, and the extent to which there's anything that she would have testified to that shows that there were problems in those accounts.
Your Honor. So just to be clear, we have not seen today in the multiple hours of your direct anything about that account that Eric had.
The second reference to the
No,
link.
that's correct.
And you also mentioned you looked into C&E accounts.
That's right.
And C&E is the name of Eric's business.
Eric and Cody Wright, his business partner.
Right. And that's where he kept his business profits, correct?
They kept theirs, yes.
Okay. And I didn't see those accounts today. We haven't talked about how much Eric was worth while he was alive, have we?
No, Kouri didn't have any control or access to the C&E account.
You understand they're married.
I understand that they're married, but that is not, that's a business account that was shared between two business partners.
Okay, but business owners can do something called a draw, right? What's a
That's right.
draw?
Your Honor, objection, scope.
Yeah, you're gonna have to help me out. Do you want to approach for a minute?
So we're going to find out what she thinks she's going to get from this. You can see that she has talked to this witness before, so the witness knows generally what she's going to ask because she's been interviewed by the defense lawyer. And you can see she's doing with this the way defense does always. You didn't look at this, you didn't look at that. You could have looked here. You might have found something if you look there. That's a standard piece of defense work in a criminal prosecution. And this time it's not law enforcement. You could have taken, why didn't you look here for fingerprints? Why didn't you look there why didn't you test there for DNA? Why didn't you go why didn't you look for video cameras farther from the house? This time it relates to why didn't the forensic expert look at something or do something or report on something? But it's the same notion. You could have done more, and if you had done more, you would have found out something else. This is standard. And that's Eric's father. And I've been wondering why the sister Katie and the son-in-law don't sit next to him. They haven't the whole time. And today I think they're a couple of rows behind and to the side. So the expert, the forensic accountant, seems a little less poised with these questions. Not much, but just a little less poised. And she had one answer at the start. It's the only answer I've ever heard from her that I wasn't particularly enamored of. And that was when she was asked if she was retained as the estate lawyer accountant. And she said, well, the new lawyer came on and the new lawyer had his own people. And that sounded a little defensive to me. She could just as easily have said no and ended it there. And then she also said, and that didn't bother her, something like that. And I also think she could have avoided saying that. I mean, I'm just picking at a very tiny nit right now, but I am picking at it. So. This is a longer sidebar than I expected. I would have thought this one would have been really quick, but it isn't. And they're going to have to end for the day soon, I would expect, because it's, let me see. Maybe. So is it 3:17 in Utah?
The C&E accounts, that's the business accounts that Eric and his partner put money in for their business, correct?
That's where their revenues and their expenses were paid, yes.
And the jury saw multiple examples of C&E checking accounts today during your direct, did they not?
That's right.
And routinely, the dollar amounts in those accounts were in the strong six figures, correct?
Routinely, yes.
Okay. And you don't know what arrangement Kouri Richins and Eric Richins had about whether or not he would invest in her business, whether or not he would be a silent partner, whether or not he would help her fund her business. You don't know that, do you?
No.
Okay. All right. I want to talk a little bit about the Barney house, Chelsea Barney's house. You guys spent a couple hours on that, or about an hour and a half on that today in direct.
She keeps referring to how long.
And as I understand your testimony, Ms. Barney was going to provide $45,000, or did provide $45,000, which you traced all through Ms. Richins' accounts, to Ms. Richins to be used at a closing in the future, correct?
To be used at a closing that day.
Thought they never had the closing.
Well, they didn't.
Right.
My understanding of that whole text string is that there was this closing that was going to happen imminently, and this was the $45,000 down payment that Chelsea was paying toward the house to then be in her name.
Right. And the $45,000, well, strike that. Let me back it up just a little bit so it's not confusing. Kouri Richins Realty had already purchased the Chelsea Barney home prior to all this, correct?
That's right.
And you went through all the efforts she was making to try, well, let me ask it this way. When it's first purchased, the idea was probably to flip it, right? Like she does all her business.
No,
She was going to keep it.
she was going to keep this one.
Okay, but she had hard money lenders the same way she did on her other flip properties originally.
Well, remember, she's got those two different kinds. You know, she's got the hard money where she's got a 6-month balloon and she doesn't have to pay anything in between. And then she's got the other ones where she has a due date, a maturity date, and she has to make those monthly payments. This was one of those. And so her original loan was due January 8th of 2022. And that's about the time that this transaction with Chelsea's going on.
Okay, and as you explained in your direct, she was trying to shop around for a long-term mortgage to get better terms of the mortgage, right?
Right, with David Ige and Excel, she was trying to refinance a few things.
Right. And while she's looking for a new mortgage package, Chelsea sends her this $45,000, right?
No, I think I could be wrong about this. She had been dealing with David Ige since August and September of 2021. It was right about this time that everything just fell apart because he needed wet signatures from Doreen and he never got those.
Okay,
And
so
everything
try
fell
to
apart.
focus on my question if you can.
Okay.
While Kouri's looking for a new mortgage lender, a new mortgage package, during the time that she's shopping for people and you kept putting up all the ways she's trying to get new lending, that's when Chelsea provided to Kouri the $45,000.
I don't know. I don't know what she's thinking. I don't know what she's doing. What I can say in response to your question is that I'm aware that she had been dealing with David Ige on a number of properties over a number of months. I don't know who else she might have been shopping, looking for a new loan. I know that she had a deadline and she had extended that loan.
Okay, I thought you said she was shopping with Excel.
She was.
Okay, so that's one person she's shopping for, right? You brought that up.
I'm not trying to argue with you.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand and answer your question. You said she's shopping to all these lenders. I don't know that. I know that she was consulting with David Ige and had applied for a loan to refinance a number of properties through him.
Okay.
And there were 3 different phases with him trying to get that funding. Doreen was brought in trying to get that funding, and it did not come to pass.
Exactly. So the $45,000 was not put in a trust account at a closing firm, right? It was given just to Kouri.
That is true. And
Wait, please
Okay.
wait and let me just
Sure,
ask
sorry.
my questions.
my apologies.
So the $45,000 is given to Kouri, not in trust, not to be held, was given to Kouri, correct?
That's right.
Okay. As long as Kouri Richins shows up at the closing, whenever it's set, with $45,000, she's complied with her agreement with Chelsea, correct?
I suppose that would be true.
So if Kouri knows that she's got money coming prior to that closing that will more than cover the $45,000, and she uses the money quickly to pay some quick debt, she still hasn't violated her agreement with Chelsea if she shows up at the closing with $45,000, correct?
Your Honor, foundation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I believe some of that requires a legal conclusion. I'm not a lawyer, and that's for the jury to decide. If in that scenario that you've described, that would be her kind of floating that money.
Right.
Just saying, I know eventually I have to come up with $45,000.
Right.
So in your scenario, okay.
Okay. And then what happened before they got to the closing? Do you happen to know?
I'm sorry, that's a big ambiguous question. No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't know what you're after.
Do you know whether Kouri was arrested before they were able to do the closing?
Kouri was arrested 14 months later.
Are you talking about the closing on Chelsea Barney's house?
I think what you're asking me is, so Chelsea Barney gave her the money in January of 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Eric died in March of 2022. Kouri was arrested in May of 2023, coming out of the title company in which she borrowed $95,000 using that home as collateral.
Okay.
Along with the Roy house that Kouri also owned. And then she used that $95,000 for debt payments of her own.
Okay.
So is that the closing you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So
Right, yes,
then I want
yeah.
to talk to you about the HELOC.
She's gone away from it now.
Katie, can you please bring up 5-89D? This is in evidence, Your Honor.
All right.
All right. And that's where you kind of kept track of the balance on the HELOC, right?
This is correct.
And
yeah.
Katie, can you blow up the dates on the across the top line? Make them bigger. That's good. So this begins in March of 2019 when the first 50,000 or so was drawn down out of the HELOC, correct?
Yeah, 60,000. Yes. And can I say something about the dates before you continue?
No, I
Okay.
appreciate you waiting on my question. So from 2019 until 2020, there was a significant amount drawn down on the line of credit, correct?
That's correct.
And then it looks like in November or December of 2020, there was a nice little payment made that made it smaller.
It was in October.
October, thank you.
Yes.
Looks like November on that, but I believe you. If Eric Richins' sister testified that Eric became aware of the use of this HELOC back in 2020 and it precipitated his creation of a trust, would it be fair to say that if he knew about this back in 2020, for the whole rest of that chart, Eric is still utilizing the HELOC, Eric and Kouri?
Objection, Your Honor, cause for speculation.
Sustained.
Is it fair to say that there's no more significant payments made by either Eric or Kouri all the way up until Eric's death?
There's never evidence that Eric made a payment. So,
All right.
Yes.
So is it fair then to conclude that if he knew about this in 2020 and never made a payment until his death 2 years later, that he was aware of this and could have checked it at any time? His name is on the account, right?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
His name is on the HELOC, right?
That's correct.
So is, in all your experience and your expertise, if he calls the bank and says, hey, what's the balance on my HELOC, and it's in his name, as you said on your exhibit, they're certainly going to tell him, right?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
It lacks foundation.
Your Honor. Okay, let me ask it another way. Eric's name's on the HELOC. You put that evidence in yourself, right? Yesterday.
That's correct. Yes.
As an owner of a HELOC, do you have access to your own statement balance at any time you want to look at it?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now I want to talk about, you can take that down, thank you. I want to talk about the tax returns. And I just want to make sure I got this right, because I hear the word tax and it's not my favorite word. You're basically saying that she over-reported her income on her taxes. Is that fair?
No. Well, the net income. What I'm saying is the accounting that she gave to her tax preparer, her CPA tax preparer, for the expenses on her properties did not match what her own notations in her bank account.
So because of that error, she paid too much taxes, in your opinion, like a lot too much taxes.
She had a larger tax liability. And remember, I also said there's that big category of loans. All those payday loans are not on the CPA's financial statements. Like for 2021, for example, there's nothing.
Well, and if she'd have reported the loan, she'd have paid even less taxes, right?
Absolutely.
So she way over-reported her taxes and paid too much taxes.
Whether or not she actually paid them, that's a different story. But the tax liability was significantly larger than it would have been had she accounted for everything correctly.
And you stated through Mr. Bloodworth that it's possible she did this just to look successful to people.
That is not what I said.
Okay.
And a note about the 2019 tax return, I don't know if it was ever filed.
Well, that's a good point.
I do know that she prepared it and she did submit it to the government as part of her PPP loan forgiveness.
Did you ever review the packet of information of what she actually did submit to her accountant?
Yes, I've looked at every page.
And do you have any evidence as you sit here today that she ever provided proof of that tax return to any of her hard money lenders?
I don't know which, other than giving, submitting it to the government and through UCCU Credit Union for that loan forgiveness. I don't know if she ever showed that to anybody else.
So it's fair to say that if she never did, it's pretty hard to argue the whole reason she way overpaid her taxes was to look successful to people if she never shared it with anyone. Fair?
No, because you're talking about just that one tax return. Greg White did not prepare that tax return. Greg White prepared other tax returns for her.
Do you know how Greg White is related to Eric Richins or to Kouri Wright? I'm sorry, his business partner?
No, I don't.
Did you know they were family?
No.
Okay, so now I want to talk about also, just very quickly, because I'm about to wrap up and I don't want to leave this behind. When we were talking about the bank statements that you put on, you don't know, you don't have any personal knowledge as to how Kouri got the C&E bank statements, do you?
I do.
You know how she got them?
Yes, I do.
How do you know that?
I've interviewed Kouri Wright, and he has, there was a time when, well, there are two reasons why she would have had access to those.
Okay, let me stop you. So you're speculating on how she could have gotten them, right?
No, I'm telling you what I understand from my work.
Okay.
Okay, so there was a time when Kouri Wright and Eric Richins, being the business partners, had their wives associated with the back office kind of stuff, you know, doing the books for the business and that sort of thing. And there was a time that those responsibilities were shifted only to Cody's wife and taken away from Kouri Richins.
When was that?
I'm sorry, I don't recall.
Okay,
I don't.
so stop there.
Okay.
The statements you introduced today from C&E were all in 2021. Do you know whether or not Kouri had had those responsibilities taken away from her prior to 2021?
I don't remember what he said.
Okay, so if her responsibilities were taken away from her by 2021, do you have any knowledge of how she would have gotten those C&E bank statements?
My understanding is the family computer at the house was actually the C&E, a C&E laptop, I should say. And I don't know if it was the C&E, but it was a C&E.
So she could have pulled it off her husband's computer, right?
That's possible.
Or her husband could have pulled it off his computer and handed it to her.
He could have. That would have been a really curious thing for him to do.
Okay. But you don't know.
No.
All right. Now I want to talk about the profit and the taxes, the profit and loss analysis, all of these things that you were doing. Is it fair to say that someone who's not a you, someone who's a me, who barely can balance their checkbook, that we judge our success on what we report to the IRS every year? Did we make money? Did we lose money? Is that fair?
1 second, Ms. Carrington.
Counter calls for speculation, not sure foundation, not sure where we're going, really.
I'll give Ms. Nestor some limited latitude. Let's see where this goes, Ms. Nestor.
Is that fair that the average person that's not a financial expert, if you said, did you have a good year financially, you look at your taxes and say, yeah, I made money this year?
I think first it would be, do I have money in my bank account? Can I pay for groceries after I pay my car payment?
Okay.
That sort of thing, if you're talking about just the average kind of concerns that a person or family would have, I will say yes, that what you're talking about does play into that. I don't know if that's the first place I would look. I'd look at my day-to-day, but I think I understand what you're saying, and I would say that that's part of it.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that there was a you, that there was some forensic financial person back in 2020, 2021, 2022, reviewing Kouri's business for her and doing what you've done here today?
I doubt very much that there was much of any of that. There's no QuickBooks evidence that I can find. I don't see any, I have not seen any ledgers. The stuff that Kouri Richins submitted to her CPA was on spreadsheets, and it was very, very detailed. It just wasn't correct.
Okay. So, and you certainly concede that what you're doing here today is looking backwards in time and trying to analyze things that happened in the past with someone you've not been able to talk directly to, correct?
That is correct. I have not spoken to Kouri Richins.
So you don't see in all the hundreds and thousands of documents that you reviewed to come up with your conclusions today, you never saw any suggestion that there was someone auditing her business?
No, I think that would have been a benefit to her.
Sure would have. You never saw anybody doing a profit and loss analysis by property in her company, in her business for her?
You know, her tax accountant was doing that based on the stuff that she gave to him.
Yeah, and you said he got it wrong, right?
Based on the stuff that she gave to him, sure.
And you didn't see that she was conferring, you didn't see emails with financial advisors or business advisors?
No, there's an email string between her and Matt Strong where they talk about how to reduce tax liability by retaining rental properties.
And she was getting advice from him, right? Because she didn't know that stuff. And he was helping her.
I don't know why.
You read the email.
In that specific instance, but I'm sorry, I thought your question was a little more general. No, I think she was so busy running her business, acquiring properties, trying to fix them up, acquiring funding, capital, wherever she could grab it, that the tracking of finances was completely just not on the priority list.
And you don't have any personal knowledge as to how involved Eric was with her, if she talked with him about it every night, if she talked with him about it every morning. You don't know.
No, I do not.
And did you even know that the day he died, he was out working on one of her properties, spreading gravel? Did you even
I do know that.
Okay. And you don't know whether or not she got advice from other people besides her husband, Matt Strong? You don't know?
I don't.
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony.
Overruled. The jury can hear both pieces of what Ms. Carrington just said.
And speaking of Matt Strong, there was one thing I did want to bring up. Katie, just for the witness only, Your Honor, could we please pull up Exhibit 1066? Did you review this when you were looking at all of your documents?
Yes, I did.
And you relied upon this in terms of making conclusions about potential rehab of the Midway Mansion?
I did, absolutely.
Okay, Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibit 1066.
I can't, Katie, can you zoom in? I can't see what it is. Okay, from Kouri. Will you, so the bottom half is from Kouri, right?
Yes, sir.
And are you seeking to admit the entire thing or just the top half?
Yes, sir, the entire thing.
Your Honor, objection, hearsay.
Can we approach?
Sure.
Is pushing back on the state's case with regard to the money. In one part, they're saying the money that Kouri's best friend had given her as a deposit only had to be spent when the closing happened. The closing hadn't really happened yet. And the fact that Kouri used the money for something else doesn't mean that she wouldn't have had the money available at the closing. So that's the claim there. And they're going after some of the other financial information, in part by saying that this accountant didn't look at other records and the records could be, interpreted a little differently. So generally speaking, the defense is doing what the defense typically would do. Although I do think that the claim that Kouri didn't have to come up with that $45,000 until the closing, and there never was a closing, is not a bad argument, at least for that money. I don't know whether they're going to call Kouri's friend about it. It may not be worth the effort to do it. Certainly, if this were paid into a trust or was supposed to be paid, and held until the closing, if there was a claim that that's what occurred, then Kouri would have mishandled the money by spending it in the expectation that she'd have it at the date of closing. But I think the defense made a pretty good case that the money was being paid directly to Kouri, so you can't make the argument that there was an escrow essentially, and she wouldn't be able to touch it. Now, I don't know that that's a winning argument, it's a compelling argument, or even it's right.
The state's hearsay objection regarding Kouri's side of this conversation is sustained.
Without revealing what is in this email or commenting on what was said in the email, once you read this, plus the email that we put up on the screen that showed Ms. Richins did not have the $3 million available to rehab, is it your understanding as you were doing your analysis that there was never an intent to do a significant rehab on the Midway property?
I understand that's kind of where she landed.
Okay. Court's indulgence for just 1 minute. I'm very close.
No problem.
So she's not going to go through all the financial documents that the prosecutor went through. And I, for one, am very pleased that we're not going to have to sit through that. So we'll see where she's going to go with the end of her cross. She said she's very close.
I do want to talk about one more thing before we wrap up, and that's this concept of valuation.
Okay.
You made a statement that a house is valued at whatever someone's willing to pay it for it, right?
That's not just my definition. That's the IRS, and that's
Okay.
business valuation 101.
Certainly, if I had 2 houses and I decided I wanted to give you one for a great deal because I think you're great, and I said, you know what, Miss Carrington, I'm going to sell you my house for $5. Doesn't mean that my house is valued at $5. It means that's what the value you put on my house or that I put on my house, right?
That's the value that you put on your house, I suppose. Yeah,
Right.
sure.
And the county, every year we get a little letter from the county telling us what they think our house is valued at, and that's what they tax us at, right?
That is the assessed value. That
Right.
is not what they actually think it's worth, but that's the assessed value.
And it's kind of a rule of thumb that the county actually does us a break and usually values it way below what it actually is, what you could sell it for.
Yeah, they at least in Salt Lake County, which is the county where I'm most familiar, they do it every 4 years, and they draw it from comps, comparable properties.
Right. And so you're certainly not suggesting to this jury that the Midway Mansion was only worth $2.9 million just because that was the purchase price, right?
I think every indicator is that it wasn't worth a whole lot more than that.
Do you know what it actually ended up selling for?
I do.
How much did it actually end up selling for?
It was about 3.4 million. Matt Strong sold the note. It's a complicated transaction, but Matt Strong foreclosed on it.
And wait, stop right there. He foreclosed on it after Kouri was arrested, correct?
It was in the works already. I think the actual notice of default was filed shortly after.
After Kouri was arrested.
Right, like 4 days after, but it had been coming for many months. I mean, we have to look at the totality of the circumstance. She had defaulted on this many months before, and there were indicators that this was coming one way or another.
If Kouri had been able to stay till the very bitter end when the sale was made, they would have made $1.5 million?
No, nowhere close.
What did you just say they sold it for?
He sold it. He sold the note. So this,
Not the note. What did they sell the house
but this is part of the transaction.
Okay.
He sold the note to the current owners. So what that meant is he sold the rights to collect on this debt from Kouri Richins. And at the time, he sold that for $3.7 million. And then it went into the trustee sale because it was foreclosed. And the Harns, the current owners, paid $3.4 million for that property.
So the current owners that live in it now bought that property for $3.4 million about 2 years after Kouri bought it for 2.9.
Let me do the math. They bought it so she bought it in March of 22. I think it's a year and a half,
Better. 18 months later, they
somewhere
made
like that.
about $500,000 in profit flipping.
No, because they bought it from themselves.
Okay. What was the purchase price that it was ultimately sold for?
3.4 million, but they bought it from themselves.
I understand. Do you know the condition of the property when they bought it for 3.4 million?
I do.
Okay. Had they rehabbed it?
No.
So they hadn't done anything to it and they sold it for 3.4.
And they also hadn't dealt with the Armored Corps of Engineers.
So had they been able to do all that, it would have realistically sold for more.
If it's, okay, let me understand your question. If it's completed, finished, and all the issues with the wetlands and having to grow the new plants and all that stuff, if that's all, I would think it's worth more.
Okay.
But what's the
Now-
estimate, how much it would cost to do all that?
You're here today to give a snapshot of a financial condition at a certain moment in time, right?
No.
Okay, let me rephrase it.
Then go to
You're
her.
here to look backwards at Kouri Richins' financial situation, right?
Could you please restate that? And
We're
what
here-
time frame are you looking?
Backwards, the past.
From
We're here-
today?
From today, backwards from today, you are here to evaluate in the past what Kouri
Yes.
Richins' financial
Okay,
situation
no
was.
projections for the future.
Correct.
Okay, yes.
But certainly, and you're here to do that, to come up with your conclusion that at the time that Eric died, she was financially, I believe your words were, in distress. That's your conclusion.
Yes.
Okay. And certainly you would agree with me that every single person who's in financial distress does not opt for a solution of murder to fix their distress.
Objection.
Is that fair?
Your objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
Speculation.
Sustained.
Okay. If in fact Ms. Richins was in financial distress, that does not, you're not here to say she killed her husband, are you?
That's for the jury to decide. I am not making any conclusion about that at all.
Because you don't have any knowledge about that at all.
Well, that's,
Objection, Your Honor.
Asked, answered. Sustained.
Do you have any knowledge personally about whether or not on the night of March 3rd, Eric Richins voluntarily ingested
Ms. Nestor.
fentanyl?
Asked and answered.
That question that I just asked?
When she said she doesn't know anything about that, she meant she doesn't know anything about that.
When she says she doesn't know anything, she means she didn't know anything. She's gonna try again, I can see it coming.
And nothing in all the 100 and some thousand pages that you reviewed, did you ever see any statement by Kouri Richins written down to anyone, to any of her investors, to anybody, saying, I know how I'm going to fix this problem. I'm going to kill my husband and then I'll have plenty of money.
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you ever see any of that?
Overruled. Ms. Carrington, you can answer the question.
there's an email between her and Mount Strong where she talks about the inconvenience of being married.
Okay, so does that answer the question I just asked you?
You've asked, I'm not trying to create anything, but you said, is there anything that indicated anything? And, I don't talk like that.
So apart from an email that she sent saying it was inconvenient being married, have you ever seen any suggestion in anything in writing that Kouri's financial plan was to collect on life insurance and pay all this money off? Have you ever seen that?
To collect the life insurance to pay everything off. No.
Thank you.
I think you should have given up. That didn't help you. I don't think it helped you. She's not a public defender, but she's being paid by the state, Stacy Doty.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Carrington, in analyzing Kouri Richins and K. Richins Realty's finance, did you see any evidence that Eric Richins or C&E was investing in her business?
Not really. There's the Franson Lane house in Oakley, where I can see some checks that were paid and they indicate a draw. So they're from C&E. They get deposited into Kouri Richins' bank account. And then when she sells that project in March of 2021, that's that big spike in my graph, you know, that orange line that's bumping along the bottom and it spikes up. As soon as she sells that Franson Lane, the Oakley house, she pays C&E $217,000. That's about what they had paid in. And the memos on the check say, you know, draw number 1, draw number 2, and they indicate that house. And I have talked to Cody Wright about that, and he said, I mean, he's explained to me what the arrangement was for that particular house. It was related to the fact that Eric had just learned about the HELOC, and he was afraid of losing his house. And so that's why C&E was involved with that particular project. Absent that, I don't see any indicator that C&E or Eric was an investor or a participant in any of the transactions. He's not on any of the bank accounts. He's not on any of the real estate documents or loans or anything like that.
Does the accounting suggest that C&E money put into the Franson Lane project was a bailout?
I don't understand what you mean.
Was that
bailout
money
of-
needed to see the project through to completion?
It spanned the rest of the project, if that's what you mean. And it was significant, you know. And then they were paid $217,000, which was about. So K. Richins Realty and Kouri Richins got $406,000 from that, and then Kouri got $60,000 in commissions from that project. And then once that hit the bank account, other expenses, let me say that, were paid for that project, and then the $217,000. So whether or not that was a bailout, I don't know if that's how they would term it, but it's my understanding it was not expected as she went. Eric Richins and C&E did not expect to be participating in that project at the outset. It was somewhere in the middle.
Other than that Franson Lane project, any other C&E or Eric Richins involvement in Kouri Richins or her business activities?
No.
Turning back to the Midway Mansion, she closed March 5th, 2022. The value was $2.9 million, but she took out $3.2 million in loans. You said at some point through various trust sales, trust auctions, the house sold for $3.4 million.
That's right.
And before that, it was foreclosed on. Do you know when it was foreclosed on?
It was foreclosed in May of 2023.
So between purchased March 5th, 2022, and foreclosure on May of 2023, did the $3.2 million in debt on the house stay static?
No.
Did it grow?
It did. The clauses in the lending agreements, for example, the loan, the $2.6 million that the Sierra West and Mount Strong loaned to her, that loan agreement says, you've got 6 months to repay this 2.6 million plus 15% interest. So it's due on September 4th of 2022. That's 6 months. And then the loan agreement also says if that does not happen, then there's a 2% default fee. And then that's about $50,000 tacked onto it. And then every month after that, it's another 2% that is tacked onto it. And it's still accruing interest. So, and it's capitalized, which makes a big difference. It's not just something else that's out there. It makes the loan principal larger. So that also increases the interest. And upon default, it goes from 15%, which is already expensive, to 28%. So the whole thing just kind of blows up.
So at the point Matt Strong and Sierra West foreclosed on Kouri Richins, how much did she owe on the Midway Mansion?
Let me think back. I think it's about 3.8 million at that time that she owed, that she owed on that note, and then it grew after that, continued to grow after that.
Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Ms. Esther, within the scope of redirect, please.
Okay, you just testified that you were not aware of Eric being involved in any of the properties other than the Fransom Lane. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, Katie, can you please bring up 5-93D2 just for the witness?
Did he cover this on the redirect? I don't remember.
Okay. So, actually, this has been admitted, Your Honor. Can we show it to the jury?
Of course.
So here you have Eric and C&E Masonry as a funding option for Kouri Richins. Is that correct on your own exhibit?
That's correct. So that's the 2020 to 2021 time period.
Right.
So she bought that Franson Lane project, and she was working on it in October of 2020. She ended up selling it in March of 2021. And so that's why during this time period, that's what I mean. It's the one project. I'm aware of a real estate schedule that she submitted to many of her lenders, and she includes projects that were Fox Lake Investments that are Eric and Cody's, his business partners, and she included them as her own, but they were not her own.
Okay, so I'll get to Fox Lake in a minute.
Okay.
But are you aware that Eric was a lender on the Mill Creek property, that he lent $40,000?
I did not see a trust deed or anything, so no, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. I want to talk about this Fox Lake business that you just mentioned.
Okay.
This is a business that basically was a flip business as well, right?
I think that was the anticipation, yes.
So Eric started his own flip business with his business partner. Is that right?
And they had a third partner as well.
And who is that?
It's like BlackRock and I'm sorry, I can't remember, but it's an LLC. It's a third party, not related to anybody we've talked about. So it's just completely separate and distinct.
Okay. And do you know whether Fox Lake would have been a separate entity from CNE?
I mean, like, were they a DBA or were they separate?
Correct.
Is that what you're saying? I have looked at that. I believe that they are separate, but
So
Not sure.
did you evaluate Fox Lake and the value of it?
the value of the company. I've looked at their bank account statements and I've traced their projects, and they had nothing to do with Kouri Richins.
Okay, but just bear with me. What was the value that you came up with on Fox Lake?
Objection, Your Honor.
Your Honor, please give me just a little bit of leeway here.
A little bit.
Go ahead. What was the value of Fox Lake?
Okay, let me ask you to clarify your question. Are you talking about valuing their business?
Just how much assets did they appear to have in your analysis of them?
I know that they had a few projects, and I'm going from just their bank account statements and my 14 schedules that you have, the fours, those are every account I've looked at, and you can see that I have looked at them. The Fox Lake Investments, I know that they had a few projects. I really don't know much about them because they had nothing to do with the family, Eric and Kouri Richins. They had nothing to do with her.
So if there's a prenup that prohibits Kouri from recovering any assets from C&E, it wouldn't apply to Fox Lake because Fox Lake's a separate entity, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Sustain.
Is Fox Lake a separate entity from C&E?
I honestly can't remember. I know that they have a separate registration, but whether they are a DBA, a doing business as, and so they're under the C&E, or whether they're separate, I just don't remember.
Okay. And at some point, was Kouri Richins listed on the Fox Lake paperwork?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Did you check that?
I did.
All right. And you also mentioned that you traced, strike that.
I need to say also, she's not a signer on the Fox Lake account,
On the
bank account.
statement, right?
She's not.
Okay. And did you, just to make sure on the accountings that we're talking about, did you ever account for cash?
I'm sorry, which
Cash on
accountants?
hand, like cash that the Richins actually had?
I believe that the original inventory, but this is not in the confines of this case. Let me answer it this way. I understand that there was a safe in the garage, and I understand that there may have been a lot of cash there. That's outside of the scope of looking at the financial statements and things.
So if someone testifies to how much cash was in that safe, that is not accounted for anywhere in here in your asset evaluation?
No.
Okay. And you also,
I know there was like $10,000 or something in a backpack or something that was part of the search warrant.
okay,
And that's,
and that cash isn't in here either.
no.
And also,
I don't know anything about where it came from, whose it was, so no.
okay. And also, did you account for Kouri Richins' life insurance policies and their cash value anywhere in your asset evaluation?
No, because she's alive.
Okay, but you understand that some life insurance policies you can draw down out of, right?
I understand what you're talking about, but I think
So can you answer my question? Anywhere in your evaluation,
No.
did you include life insurance value that Kouri Richins holds on herself?
no.
All right. Did you also check on Eric Richins' life insurance policies if they were if they were like whole life, where you can draw down out of them?
They are not whole life.
Okay, they're all term.
Yes.
And the dates of those policies, with one exception, all predated 2020 when he purchased those policies.
Well, they purchased the policies in 2017, I think,
Okay.
except that last one.
The $100,000 one.
Right. That
Okay.
she got right before he died.
Right.
Yeah.
That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
No, sir.
Ms. Nestor, may we release this witness?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Bloodworth.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Carrington, you are free to go. You're released from the subpoena.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Your Honor, can we approach on scheduling?
of course.
All right, I think we're done for the day. I thought that witness was pretty good, but I did think she was better on direct. I think she got a tiny bit rattled on cross. And whether the defense lawyer made any points or not, she went back to the defense table with a big smile, I think probably to demonstrate to the jury that she thought she had made points. And so they should pay attention to the points that she made. But we will see. So nothing on Friday, 9:30 start tomorrow, which would be 5:30 Eastern time, 8:30 Pacific time, 10:30 Central time. No, yeah, 10:30 Central time, 11:30 Eastern. Yep. And we're going to be co-streaming again. Prof Jo Explains my channel that you can come
Appreciate your
into.
patience today. We're going to recess for the day. As noted, we're going to start at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. I appreciate your patience with my calendar. Same mornings. These require diligence, so please be thoughtful. You have to affirmatively avoid any information regarding the case. So please affirmatively avoid watching, listening, or reading anything about the case. Please don't speak about it. Don't let anyone else speak to you about it. And please don't do any research of any kind. See you tomorrow morning at 9:30. Please rise for the jury. Yes, thank you for the reminder. Okay. And you're okay with end of each week? Okay. Folks, have a seat, please. One administrative issue. This applies only to the state at the moment, but will apply to the defense to the extent that you put on a defense case in chief. If you would please, at the end of this week, Mr. Bloodworth, have your team provide to Brittany a physical copy of the exhibits you've admitted so far, and then just do that at the end of each week through your case in chief.
Yes, sir. Easy.
Okay. And then once the defense is in their case in chief, if you would plan to do the same. That way we're not leaving it until the end. Mr. Bloodworth, anything else on the record today? Anything else on the record today?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, Mr. Ramos, anything else on the record today?
No, Your Honor.
All right. 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you for your patience. The court's in recess. Of course.
Okay, that's the end of today.
We're off the record.
So we will be, well, I will try to come in later tomorrow. I can't be there at the beginning of the day, but I will try to come in later. And I will be co-streaming again with STS. So I don't know. I think the STS chat may still be on here. And the Prof Jo Explains chat, I think, is still on. I can see it on the phone. So both chats tomorrow at 9:30 Mountain Time, 11:30 Eastern Time. And no court on Friday. And I'm going to sign off because it's a little after midnight where I am. And I don't see any questions as I look through the Prof Jo Explains chat, and I actually can't see the STS chat. So, but I'm assuming that everybody's had a long day and there are no questions, and we'll pick up tomorrow. So, ciao a tutti. So long for Joel and STS, and we'll see you tomorrow.